Welcome to today's audiobook. If you'd like access to full-length audiobooks, early releases, and hundreds of exclusive stories, you can join my Patreon. The link is in the description. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1: Man in Hokage, Wife Uchiha Mikoto. This is where the dim light, the pungent smell of disinfectant, mixed with a touching fragrance, Baiso felt complicated information as soon as he woke up. Who-kun? Are you awake? This is our house, and the medical ninja said your injuries were too serious, I almost thought. A joyful voice came, and only then did he realize that a pair of murder weapons were pressing on him. The owner was a beautiful woman with fair skin, black shawl, and long hair, and her eyes were full of tenderness. Our house? Are you dreaming? This dream is too real, how can I be a dead house? With the help of the woman, Baiso sat up and was temporarily unable to adapt to what was in front of him. He remembered that he seemed to kick something while watching anime, and came here as soon as his eyes got dark. Father! Father! Just when the woman was about to continue explaining, a boy broke in, with short black hair and black pupils, long eyelashes at the upper and lower corners of his eyes, and delicate facial features similar to his mother's. This classic cartoon image is believed to be the memory of a generation. No exception. The way, the anime he watched was Hokage Ninja. Uchiha. Itake? The two looked at each other, Baiso only felt an inexplicable force surging in his eyes, and 3 black tomo appeared in his pupils, which were connected together under high-speed rotation, forming a state like a blade. Scenes of memories emerged from the depths of my mind. It was another self. As a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, he stepped onto the patriarch's position with the achievements of fighting on the battlefield. It turned out that this was not a dream. I transmigrated. Did Baiso understand the fact that he was traveling? Uchiha Fugaku died in an enemy attack in the Ninja World War. As a traveler, he inexplicably became the patriarch of the Uchiha family, and the 4-year-old son in front of him grew up. He will kill the whole clan with his hands, and end the blood following the famous family that has been passed down for thousands of years. Husband, you scared the child. Uchiha Mikoto is also a Jonin. Although she stepped down from the front line, her basic reaction ability is still there. She hugged the child for the first time. Just now, she felt a natural enemy-like chakra fluctuation in Baisu's eyes. When it comes to the legends within the clan, my heart is full of unease. Sorry, I'm too excited. With me, I will definitely protect you. A sense of guilt arises spontaneously. Baisu naturally embraces the woman in his arms, reaches out and touches Weasel's small head. This action seems to be engraved in the depths of his soul. Mom, what happened to my father's eyes just now? Uchiha Itake has had an aura since he was a child. Instead of being afraid, he asked curiously. Your father is fine, but he is in good shape and needs more rest. Itake should sleep by himself tonight. Good. Uchiha Mikoto obviously didn't want the child to know too much, so he deliberately diverted the topic and urged. Cut. I was able to sleep on my own when I was 2. Father, mother, good night. It doesn't matter how young Itake is, but he is already a qualified ninja. He jumped out of bed, saluted and returned to his room. After Itake left, Baiso got out of bed and walked in front of the mirror. Looking at this resolute and sharp face, he didn't know what to say for a while. Will come to the world of Hokage, and have a wife and children. Leave in peace. Your wife and children, I will take care of you, don't worry. He subconsciously recited these few words, and the real Uchiha Fugaku's last obsession disappeared from this body, leaving behind Baisu's complete soul. Since he came, he was at peace, and he decided to walk the world as the Uchiha patriarch in the future. Uchiha Mikoto is a wise woman. She didn't say a word about the change in her husband's eyes, but silently got up and served a delicious meal. Salt-fired sari, curry, omelette, cooked rice, fried dumplings. They are all home-cooked dishes. It is this kind of dishes that tests a person's cooking skills. Every bite is full of enjoyment. In particular, cooked rice is made by adding ingredients with a strong flavor or seasoning to the rice and cooking together. It is different from bibimbap, which is mixed together after the rice and side dishes are finished separately. With a hint of the aroma of the ingredients, it has a unique flavor. Uchiha Mikoto is considered a first-class beauty in the Hokage world. As a genin, he chose to retreat behind the scenes for his family, and he paid unimaginable hardships. Ms. Kun, how does it taste? The woman didn't eat a single bite, she just dragged her chin with her jade hand and looked at the man intently. In the Hokage world, ninja is a cruel profession, wandering on the edge of darkness all the year round. Family, love, friendship, everything is possible. It's illusory, but she has such a real family in the Hokage world, which is very satisfying to be honest. Very good, really tasty. The man was moved for a while, and he lowered his head and took a few bites of food. Before crossing the road, he was used to the life of wandering around. He only got a little salary for food and clothing after leaving early and returning late every day. After removing the rent, there was nothing left. He hadn't felt it for a long time. This kind of warmth, a big man almost shed tears. Take your time, I'll serve you another bowl. After half an hour, the woman diligently packed the dishes, turned off the lights, and took the initiative to hug her husband from behind. Madam, you. A seductive fragrance came from above. Baisu raised his head, and through Gecko, Uchiha Mikoto was like a perfect Guanyin jade statue, sacred and inviolable, and even made him feel guilty. This is the third ninja war, my husband may be on the battlefield tomorrow, please allow me to carry out my duties as a wife. Uchiha Mikoto said this, and Yui was ashamed. She covered the man's eyes with her hands and leaned down. The ninja world is cruel, even if Mangekyo Sharingan is awakened, it may not be able to control everything, and Uchiha is a cursed race, often becoming the public enemy of the ninja world, and being attacked by groups. Baisu only felt that she was full of fragrant jade, and was quickly fascinated by it, acting only by instinct. Because he was so involved, he didn't even notice the voice in his head. Ding! Appropriate host detected, system starts binding, 10%, 30%, 100%. Congratulations, you have completed the task of crossing the second dimension, 1/1. And you will get a special reward, 1-time fruit, 1 achievement. Congratulations, your friendship with Uchiha Mikoto has reached 100%, and you have achieved an achievement. What is the difference between you and CAO Thief? Reward 500 HP points. If you're enjoying this story so far, don't forget that the complete audiobook library is available on Patreon. The link is in the description. Chapter 2. It turns out that I am also hanging ratio. Second dimensional fans will definitely realize their wishes. What kind of ghost system is this? The next day, after Baisu woke up, he realized that the system information in his mind all said that transmigrators have benefits. It seems that he misunderstood the benefits, not the kind of benefits last night. There really is a system. To put it simply, this system is to help two-dimensional fans realize their wishes. Two-dimensional fans from the unknown world publish tasks in the system, and the host can get corresponding rewards after completing them. The current level of the system is relatively low, and it can only implement some basic functions. As the number of tasks completed by the host increases, other advanced functions will be awakened. He crossed into the Hokage world. He bound a main quest with a time limit of 10 years and an unknown reward. Mission name, a small goal. Mission objective, become the mastermind behind the Hokage world. Mission reward, unknown. In addition to the taskbar, the current system also unlocks a function called achievements, which meet various conditions, and the rewards are not consistent, but there are special rewards after brushing enough achievements. Achievement of 100 points can get 300 points, Achievement of 200 points is the reward of Yaedao Muramasa. Achievement of 300 points will be rewarded with a random S-rank ninjutsu piece. 1000 achievements to get. Going chain mail? What the hell? Is the going chain mail the one that Monkey King got from the Dragon Palace? Absolute baby. Now he can only see the reward of 1000 achievement points. No matter how high it is, there will be a series of question marks. Points seem to be a special currency in this system, which can be consumed and used in subsequent opening functions. In addition to achievement tasks, other tasks also earn points. Two-dimensional fan task, not only limited to the Hokage world. System, what does this sentence mean? Will I travel to another world? When he saw this introduction, he groaned. He was a little reluctant to live in the world of Hokage. Although the world of Hokage is full of dangers, there are also many benefits, such as last night. There are both challenges and opportunities here. Now he is a quasi-cage level ninja, 100% superior, and his life is much better than the previous 996 migrant workers. Ding! This system is in a low-level state, and the host is automatically assigned the main world of Hokage, but the task list may still refresh the tasks of other dimension worlds. The rewards and dangers coexist, please choose carefully. Sounds like the mission to travel to other dimension worlds is more dangerous. Otherwise, I'll just hang out in Hokage. It would be bad if I break into a higher world and kill someone. As an old dimension, he knows that the combat power level in the Hokage world is not too high. Like some fantasy worlds, there are immortals. There is even the achievement of peeking at Tsunade's bath. There are rewards for being discovered or not. Of Tsunade's strong woman, who almost killed Jiraiya with one punch, he shuddered firmly. This kind of mission is too risky, so consider it carefully. He opened his own panel, which displayed all the data of his actions, and each item was very clear. Name, Baisu. Sex, male. Birthday, August 6th _ ID number, 3713271992XXXX. Health, 3500, Cage level ninja 3000 to 9000. Damage, 1000, Cage level ninja 1000 to 2300. Damage, 1750, Cage level ninja 1300 to 2300. Defense, 999. Speed, 400. Mana, Chakra Energy 1500. Available skills. Class C Ninjutsu, Katon, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The chakra gathers behind the throat and spits a huge fireball forward from the mouth, blasting the enemy into the air, and it is the basic ninjutsu that the Uchiha family learns. Katon, Fire Style. C-Class Ninjutsu, the technique of shadow clone. To create the same clone as the main body, chakra will be evenly distributed to the clone. Unlike ordinary clones, shadow clone is an entity that can attack and is generally used for espionage. Blood following the boundary, Mangekyo Sharingan. Kekkei Genkai for the Uchiha clan is an upgraded mode of Sharingan, which can only be turned on if Uchiha has experienced a huge negative emotion, such as witnessing the death of a loved one, and produced a special chakra. Mangekyo Sharingan will not only greatly strengthen the original Sharingan's ability, but also the technique will be in line with the user's field of expertise. It has been rated as the strongest celestial eye and earth-shattering pupil technique in the Hokage world to see through the three worlds. The surgeon is blind. Equipment, none. The power levels in the Hokage world are divided into Genin Chunin Jainin Cage level Super Shadow. Chaoying is basically a group of monster-like existences, each of which has a plug-in, and the six parents don't recognize it when they open it, and it's air in seconds. Such as Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Tsutsuki Kagaya, Six Paths Immortals. Baiso can't compete with Chaoying for the time being, but when he wakes up, he has cage level strength, which is a relatively high starting point among traversers. There are some special weapons and equipment in the Hokage world, but they are not in his hands, and he suddenly thinks of the demon sword Muramasa in the achievement mission. The name sounds quite bluffing. I don't know how much attack power can be added. If it is really a treasure, wouldn't it be invincible when combined with Mangekyo Sharingan's ability? Is this a devil fruit? I've never heard of the name time fruit. It's not that devil fruit tastes extremely unpalatable and looks disgusting. He watched an extremely splendid fruit appear in his palm, and there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. This fruit was so beautiful, like countless stars condensed together, exuding a hazy light. This is the ultimate reward for a traveler. The effect is unknown. As far as he knows, there are devil fruits in the world of One Piece/King of Pirates. Each devil fruit is unique and corresponds to some kind of superpower, but it also has a lot of side effects, and the taste is very bad and difficult to swallow. I don't care, it's the first gift the system gave me anyway. It's too shameful not to eat it. Wealth are at risk. What is eating a fruit? He didn't hesitate for too long. Although he now owns Mangekyo Sharingan, he can't feel enough security. This system allows him to travel through the Hokage world. It may be just the beginning. How can he protect himself and the people around him without the strength? Crunch! He closed his eyes and took a bite, and various sensory stimuli followed. This is also so delicious. Mouth full of saliva, lingering, the taste is similar to dragon fruit, but more than 100 times better than dragon fruit. He subconsciously took the second bite, the third bite. Until he finished eating the time fruit, he still felt a little unfinished. Strange, the taste is so different from devil fruit, but why don't I have any reaction at all? System, can you explain what superpower I have acquired? He looked at the panel and found that the chi and blood were only increased by 100, and the spell damage was only increased by 50, which were 3,600 and 1,800 respectively. He was a little disappointed, which was too far from his psychological expectations. Ding! It is detected that the host has taken the time fruit and obtained a fragment of the law of time. If there is a chance to supplement the law of time, it can be ranked among the first-class masters in the world. The first-class master of the world. This cake is a bit big. But where is the chance to meet? He complained a few words in his heart. Just at this moment, a warm carcass was pasted from behind, which made his mind immediately drift to the sky. Husband Lord Kun, you were so brave last night. It was like a babble with a cat-like voice, and no one would have thought that Uchiha Mikoto had such a side. Mr. Kun, please rest for a while. I'm going to prepare breakfast. Uchiha Mikoto stroked the man's hair and started to organize his clothes. The man turned his head and saw the whole process. Time passed by minute by minute. When Mikoto got out of bed, the man had only one thought. I want to watch it again. When a strong desire reaches a certain level, it will definitely come true. A pair of blade-like tomo automatically appears in Baisu's eyes. This pair of Mangekyo Sharingan has undergone some changes from the previous one. If you look closely, it seems to contain cosmic stars. Pay attention and get lost in it. The light of the stars affected the space inside the house, and Uchiha Mikoto's movements went back as if they were upside down. A burst of dizziness came, and Baisu discovered that his chakra energy had bottomed out. The consumption of this ability was too terrifying, and he could not fully control it. Lord Hukun, what's wrong with you? He opened his eyes and was once again stunned by a beautiful scene. What happened just now? Time seems to be back, but Uchiha Mikoto's mind was on him and he hadn't noticed it yet. At the same time, there is also a time retrospective skill on his panel. Time retrospective, consume a lot of chakra energy to promote the law of time, restore the surrounding life and the state of things to Tenzigo, with a range of 3 meters. This skill is a bit outrageous. Turns out I am also a... Baisu muttered while lying on the bed recovering chakra. Hokage has always been a world where people go all over the place. Every genin has reached the 6 paths level. Originally, he was still a little doubtful about his ability. Now he has become one of them, and he may be the most pervert in the future. That one. I'm fine, maybe I haven't rested well, I'll sleep for a while. Husband, Lord Kun, you'll be fine. Hey? I remember wearing clothes just now. Is it a mistake? 3rd chapter. Are you teaching me what to do? That Uchiha patriarch has woken up again? The Uchiha family is a heresy in the ninja world. It's a pity that we didn't take this opportunity to get rid of it. There is a forbidden place in Konoha. This is Anbu in Anbu. What he does is even more shady. The leader is Shimura Danzo, who is known as the darkness of the ninja world. He is a person who has inherited the will of the 2nd generation of Hokage. He has always been conceded that he is the most suitable Hokage candidate. The power is directly under his command. After all, he is the head of the Uchiha clan, and some strength is normal. Now is the period of the 3rd Ninja War. You are so eager to get rid of the Uchiha clan, aren't you afraid that your vitality will be consumed? Assuming the major hidden villages attack jointly, it is very dangerous for the village to lose the strength of the guards. In front of Shimura Danzo is a young man with a pale face. His hair is long and he looks very handsome, but the inherent cold aura destroys the overall temperament. A pair of snake eyes makes people feel uncomfortable. His tongue is very long, like the letter of the serpent. His name is Orochimaru, one of the proud disciples of the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, one of Sunan. The reason why he got this name is because he and Tsunade and Jiraiya fought a tie with the ninja hands of the Salamander, who is known as the demigod in the 2nd Ninja War, and was praised by Hanzo. Since then, Sunan's the name spread throughout the Hokage world. The Konoha youth generation back then has grown into the mainstage in Churiki/column. He subconsciously glanced at Shimura Danzo's bandaged arm. The bandage was just to hide people's eyes and ears. The truth was that the blood wheel eyes of the Uchiha clan were implanted on the arm. This forbidden human transformation came from the hands of Orochimaru. That's right, Orochimaru is Hokage's #1 scientist. The dream is to pursue the truth of the world. Orochimaru, as you said, find a way to get the best of both worlds, to get rid of the Uchiha clan, and to end the war early. Shimura Danzo's strength reached cage level steadily, and he seemed to notice Orochimaru's gaze, and put one arm behind him without leaving a trace. The roots have caught the trace of the 3 generations of Reikage. I have disclosed this news to the village of Uegakure. Next, I will order the Uchiha family to enter the battlefield and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He revealed a top-secret information, which he had not even disclosed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It would take a huge price to persuade Uegakure village. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not agree to those conditions. As long as the goal can be achieved, he doesn't care whether the means are bright or not. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen's deliberate connivance that he took the initiative to take on most of Konoha's darkness. This kind of thing. If the action is successful, it may really end this ninja war. Even the cold-hearted Orochimaru couldn't help but have a look of surprise on his face. The intelligence ability at the root is really terrible, and even more terrible is the method of Shimura Danzo. How can one persuade one enemy to destroy another enemy? He couldn't figure it out. Don't worry, our cooperative relationship will not be affected by the war. I will assist you to board Hokage. With power, you can do whatever you want. By that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not be able to stop your decision. You can mobilize Konoha's resources at will. Shimura Danzo glanced at Orochimaru and slowly left the laboratory. This was specially built for Orochimaru. The cost of the equipment alone is worth the tax of the Konoha shinobi village for a year, not to mention the things that break the bottom line. Konoha who had disappeared in recent years. Power. I have no interest in that, everything in the world is so small compared to longevity. I will spend my life discovering the truth of the world. When the laboratory returned to peace, a terrifying laughter emerged from the depths, which meant paranoid and crazy. Orochimaru lost his parents since he was a child. After becoming a ninja, he lost his family and friends again and again in the war. He has gone astray because he has seen too many people die and knows that life is fragile. He himself is very ambitious. He believes that the human body contains power that cannot be used in a lifetime, so he wants to gain immortality and learn all ninjutsu, the truth of the master world. After Baisu is sobered up, he started the road of achievement in Kyubi, and since then, the village has become more wonderful. Konoha Mission Hall. How many C-level and D-level tasks are there in the village now? A magnetic voice sounded in the task window, awakening a fierce service staff, with at least short hair, 160 centimeters, but also a long lowly appearance. Sorry, I'll check it out for you right now. There are currently 313 orders. Hey? You are, Fugaku-sama. Lowly wiped the harazi at the corner of his mouth, and after checking the information, he found out the identity of the other party. That resolute face, coupled with the clan emblem of the Uchiha family, shouldn't be too obvious, okay? But why did Uchiha's patriarch come to check the low-level tasks? Do the guards take care of this too? I got it all, help me with the formalities. Baisu lowered his voice. He wanted to keep a low profile and try not to make it known to everyone. It's always weird for a quasi-cage level ninja to take on this kind of task alone. All? Master Baisu, I'm not talking too much. This kind of task is very tedious. Will it take up too much of your time? Lowly was stunned for a moment. She had been in the mission hall for a few years, and she had never heard of taking more than 300 missions at one time. Even if they were all low-level missions, it was a bit bizarre. Are you teaching me to do things? Not. Mr. Baisu, I'll go through the formalities for you right away. With a cold look in Baisu's eyes, the little girl almost fainted. Ninjas are high-class people in this world, and the patriarch of the Uchiha clan is equal to a domineering president. In less than 5 minutes, she completed the handover procedures, and everything was handled in a simple manner. When the hall returned to calm, Lowly was still holding her Tongyi's face and whispered. Uchiha patriarch who is known as a genius. Baisu took a thick stack of tasks, walked to a deserted street, squeezed a tactic in his hand, and shouted in a low voice, Ninjutsu. The art of avatar. He divided dozens of avatars in one breath. And the avatars differentiated by his realm also have good strength, and can fully cope with low-level tasks. Each avatar is assigned 5 tasks, and then the cats and dogs in Konoha village began to suffer. Chapter 4 Unlucky Parker. Iwagakure village's ambitions are too terrifying. According to the situation investigated by the Namikaze Minato class, there is a possibility that the enemy will storm the Konobe Bridge. I have to pass this information to the top of Konoha. Hey? Is this breath coming this way? A pug was resting on the edge of Konoha village, and suddenly it smelled a human breath and went in this direction, and the speed was not very fast. The ninjas in the world of Hokage increase their strength in various ways. One of them is to sign a contract with a psychic beast. After the conditions are met, they can summon a psychic beast to assist in the battle. There are many types of psychic beasts, which are roughly divided into 2 types, combat and auxiliary, such as slugs, auxiliary treatment, toads, combat, ninja dogs, auxiliary tracking, and so on. Parker is an experienced ninja dog. His family signed a psychic contract with the Hotaki family. Now, during the Ninja World War, he helped Hotaki Kakashi establish communication with the village. After 3 consecutive days of trekking, he finally came to the village. The edge of the area, you don't have to worry about chasing troops when you get here. Uchiha Baisu. As the patriarch, he is not in the village. Why did he run to the border of the village? Why does it feel like he came to me? Parker instinctively sensed that something was wrong, but the opponent was a quasi-cage level force. It was just a ninja dog for communication, and it didn't have much fighting ability at all. What it doesn't know is that since these few days, Konoha's kittens and puppies have been afraid of the Uchiha family's family emblem. Wherever the Uchiha ninja goes, the small animals retreat 3 feet. Ding! You have obtained the achievement, Cat and Dog Buster, catch kittens and puppies 100/100, the reward is 10 gold coins, please keep working hard. Damn it! Why are D-level tasks all about finding lost pets, and the rewards are so low? No wonder no ninjas are willing to take these jobs. Hey? There's a missed order here. It doesn't matter, just grab it and talk about it. When Baisuo achieved the achievement of the cat and dog nemesis, he happened to meet a pug dog on the edge of the village. This small dog looked at him with a confused expression, and he must be unable to find a home. Hey, what are you doing? My meat is not tasty at all, Lord Hokage, please help. At this time, Parker panicked. Loudza is Hitaki Kakashi's ninja dog. It's a psychic beast. Why do you bring me up? Parker was ordered by Kakashi to return to the village to send information. Since he didn't stop along the way, he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he entered the village, but he was targeted by a quasi-cage level powerhouse after a short rest. Never heard that the Uchiha family has a hobby of eating dog meat. But it really doesn't dare to resist the other party. If Baisuo is annoyed, I'm afraid that it will be a Katon, fire style, and it will be familiar by itself. Oh! Parker! What? Uncle is joking with you, what's the matter with being in such a hurry? Baisuo's footsteps finally stopped. No wonder he looked so familiar. It turned out to be Kakashi's psychic beast. The Hitaki family signed an agreement with ninja dogs, so Kakashi has 8 ninja dogs and is a reliable helper. Master Baisuo also understands the rules of intelligence on the battlefield. I can only report to Master Hokage of the 3rd generation, so I won't accompany you more. Parker was about to turn over Byakugan. I finally finished the road, what do you mean by picking me up and leaving? However, it does not have this strength, and can only move out the 3 generations of Hokage, hoping to get out quickly. Chapter 5 Snow White Rockery. So that's the case, then you go. Baisuo nodded and watched Parker leave. The 3rd ninja war lasted for a long time. He still doesn't know what stage it has reached, so he can earn more achievements while he is free, and at least earn some reliable money. Equipment for use. There are still dozens of tasks to reach 100 points of achievement. I'm crazy enough to do so much in one day. Try to finish it before the sun goes down today. The achievement system is relatively simple at the beginning. For example, you can get achievements by greeting people in Konoha village, making weapons for the first time, making armor for the first time. In the area of Konoha village, you can get about 700 or 800 points. Except for some difficult ones, 500 points is more than enough, but it takes time to grind them out. If that demon sword village is not as powerful as I imagined, I'll never touch it again in the future, it's too torturous. If you want a weapon, you can't get it. I remember that Orochimaru seems to have a pheasant sword. I don't know if he has it now. At the end of the day, he was dizzy after brushing achievements, and he couldn't bear it even with the quasi-shadow. Now his body has received a mission of a lost cat. Old Mrs. Konoha likes to post this type of mission. Meow. Feeling the breath of the cat and dog nemesis, the cat jumped 3 feet high and jumped over the wooden wall, trying to escape. Dare to play tricks in front of Uchiha, do you really think the deity is vegetarian? Ninjutsu. Instant body technique. Baisuo pinched a mark in his hand, his body disappeared in place, and the next moment he appeared in the air and grabbed the cat. Just as he was relaxing, he realized that there was no foothold underneath, and it turned out to be a warm Izumi. Pfft! Meow. Old Wu. The poor cat became a jerk, and swam to the shore swearing, while Baiso concentrated chakra under his feet and could walk freely on the water. It turned out to be a Wen Izumi restaurant. Fortunately, there are no guests at this place, otherwise it would be too embarrassing to be discovered. Hey? The owner of this Wen Izumi is quite artistic, and he also has a pair of snow-white rockery. In the center of Wen Izumi, a pair of snow-white rockery is very eye-catching, even if the mist is lingering, it cannot hide its beauty. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the reward of peeping at Tsunade's bath and getting the achievement, Love is like life. Warn. The host has been exposed, please survive the next attack. At this moment, the system suddenly popped up an achievement message in front of his eyes, causing him to change color immediately, and before he could do anything, the pair of rockery moved, the water mist surged, and a picture of a beauty out of the bath appeared. In front of him, the long yellow hair can cover the great, devil-like figure. Every line is like the outline of the creator. The beautiful face and the diamond-shaped logo between the eyebrows show her identity. Granddaughter of the original Hokage, a little Ui in Sunan, Tsunade. Does Uchiha's patriarch also like to soak in Izumi? Why didn't you let me know in advance? Tsunade is indeed a woman who has experienced strong winds and waves. She raised her hand and draped a green robe over her body. There was a word gambling on the back. She was full of heroism, and there was a trace of evil spirit in her eyebrows. In her eyes, the other party was no different from the dead. If I said I came in to catch cats, I don't know if you would believe it or not. Chapter 6 A Little Ui. Baisu scratched the back of his head, and his conscience can be learned from the world. He really didn't want to complete this achievement. Now his strength can be regarded as cage level at most, but Jiraiya, who has cage level strength and sage mode in the plot, was almost killed. Tsunade was killed with one punch, so it can be seen that Tsunade's full strength blow is not much different from that of a tailed beast. Tsunade is a medical ninja. Generally speaking, medical ninjas do not have much combat power, but Tsunade inherited the blood of the first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama. His grandmother is Uzumaki Mito, the leader of the Uzumaki family, and his qualifications are not comparable to ordinary people. She can precisely control the chakra, concentrate the chakra on any part of the body, and then burst out a powerful airflow, which can easily smash the wall. This strange force is definitely an advanced fighting technique. Wait until hell, explain it to Lord Yama. Tsunade has already moved to kill, she doesn't care what background the other party is, she has the biggest background in the whole Konoha. She stepped up first, the chakra all over her body was concentrated on her fist, and with one blow the earth and stone were cracked, and when Izumi Pond was blown up. Meow. The cat that just swam ashore was overturned by the powerful air current, and it rolled several somersaults. Fortunately, it did not suffer much damage and ran away in a hurry. What a powerful force! If it weren't for her special status, I really want to have a fight with her to verify the strength of Mangekyo Sharingan. At the critical moment, Baiso launched the teleportation technique, dodging the blow. If his physical strength is hit, the lightest end is a bone fracture, and he must not take it hard. Do the people of the Uchiha family just run away? Even the patriarch is such a thing, there is no need to stay in the world. Tsunade slowly raised his right leg, making a 90-degree angle with the ground, and concentrated the chakra on his feet. The destructive force can completely change the terrain. When it falls, the Wen Izumi Pavilion will no longer exist, and the entire Konoha Jainin will be alarmed. Wait a minute. Baisu hurriedly stopped, he had no reason to fight Tsunade, after all, this was just an oolong incident, couldn't he be so desperate, right? Any last words? Tsunade glanced at the man disdainfully. Since the death of Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan has never seen any character again. She is one of Sunan's 1.ui in the major ninja countries, and everyone does not know Akatsuki. The patriarch Uchiha Fugaku doesn't seem to have any special deeds. Actually, I think it's easy to beat you, but we really don't have to. Soon as Baisu's words were out of his mouth, Tsunade's eyes changed. This man was so arrogant that he didn't even care about Sunan. Did he really think he was easy to bully? Tongdianjiao. She stepped down with all her strength. Even if Jainin was hit by the shock wave, she would be seriously injured, but the next second she was stunned to find that there was no change in the surrounding environment. The chakra in her body seemed to be cleared in an instant, and the strange power disappeared without a trace. Crap! If you have rich battlefield experience, the secret sound is not good. Just at this moment, the sky becomes gloomy, a pair of eyes are reflected in the sky, and the three black tomo slowly turns, like a god looking down on the world. Demonic illusion of blood wheel eyes? When exactly? A trace of fluctuation appeared in Tsunade's eyes. The principle of demonic illusion is to interfere with the flow of chakra in the opponent's body and control it, so as to manipulate the opponent's five senses. Chapter 7 Try Mangekyo Sharingan for the first time. Tsunade misestimate the opponent's strength. Baisu used the extremely high demonic illusion, and directly constructed a new space with spiritual power, becoming the god of this space. No one can match. To unlock demonic illusion, one is to disrupt or recontrol the flow of chakra in the body, which often requires the help of teammates, and it is difficult to do it alone. The second is to use painful stimuli to relieve demonic illusion, such as stabbing one's thigh with kubu. Tsunade chose the second method, but when she just lifted the kunao, she found that her body could no longer move. Sharingan demonic illusion had a powerful immobilization effect, and even her cage-level powerhouse could not break free. Why, do you like seeing blood? If that's your wish, I can grant you. Bloody eyes dominated this world, endless blood spread in from outside the courtyard walls, turning Wen Izumi into a sea of blood. Tsunade's expression became extremely frightened at this time, her pretty face was pale, and her body was trembling. Within a few minutes, her clothes were soaked with sweat, and after the immobilization technique was withdrawn, she immediately fell to her knees, completely losing the ability to resist. At this moment, the surrounding sea of blood was swept away, and the sky returned to its original appearance again. The man stood in front of her and defeated him without moving, which was unbelievable. How did you know? Tsunade sighed heavily and experienced the feeling of the rest of her life. She lost her lover in the ninja war. Since then, she has suffered from hyperphobia. Once she sees blood, she will lose her ability to move. For the medical ninja, this weakness is fatal, and it can even be said to ruin her ninja career, but this secret is only known to a limited number of people, including the 3 generations of Hokage and Sunan. How did Uchiha Fugaku get this information? It's the third ninja war, and you suddenly resigned from the role of the medical captain. There must be a reason. The world of ninjas is cruel, and I can understand how you feel. However, you are the one who inherited the will of Hokage, and one day you will come out with your own strength. As a traveler, Baisu naturally knows that Tsunade suffers from hyperphobia. Even Senju Hashirama, who is known as the god of ninjas, will die young. To survive in the Hokage world, the master must be more powerful. The will of fire. Tsunade, who heard these 4 words, was like being hit by a bullet, and he didn't even know when Uchiha Fugaku left. She scoffed at Hokage since she was a child, threatening to hate Hokage the most. But she didn't realize that the will of fire had already penetrated into every corner of her body, and sooner or later, like those seniors, she would turn into flames and illuminate the way of the village. Master Tsunade, what's wrong with you? Was there a fight here just now? When Chizun arrived here, she found that the surroundings were in a mess. Tsunade's eyes were swollen, and it looked like she had just cried, which made her feel so distressed that she hugged Tsunade's plump body in her arms. Chizun, pack up, we're off to the land of fire immediately. I don't want to stay in the village anymore. Tsunade's voice was different from usual, full of feminine delicacy. Thinking of Tsunade's experience in the past few years, Shizun thought she was in the village, and said softly, "Sir Tsunade, I'll take you wherever you go." "With you?" "Tsunade, well, let's go to the biggest casino in the country of fire and make a lot of money this time." Shizun, ah. Chapter 8's Level Mission. I didn't expect to meet Tsunade in this way. There are still several tasks for her. It seems that I can only find opportunities in the future. Baisu has seen Tsunade's tasks and achievements in the task list. Besides Sunan, Tsunade has another more famous title, the Fat Sheep. This woman is a good gambler. The type of losing every gamble. If it weren't for Konoha's wealth and Tsunade running fast enough, he would have been buried in which casino. There are several achievements around due, others like holding a wedding with Tsunade and rewarding 100 gold coins, which are automatically ignored by him. Let's go. Is Mangekyo Sharingan mana consumption so serious? It's just a demonic illusion that costs 200 chakra energy. No wonder this bloodline limit can lead to blindness. If the chakra is not forced enough, it is estimated that there will be major problems with the body. He unintentionally glanced at the attribute panel and raised his brows. Tsunade was very underestimated when facing the battle. It didn't take much effort to use demonic illusion with Mangekyo Sharingan, but even so, the chakra gauge was still visible to the naked eye. The cost is even more exaggerated. I still have to improve my strength. My enemies will become stronger and stronger in the future. The system doesn't give you too many choices. The small goal of the main mission is to become the behind-the-scenes boss of the ninja world. This is a simple nesting doll game. You just need to play 4 shadows, Uchiha Madara, Satsuki Kagaya and other characters. He couldn't even imagine what it would be like to give a big goal to the main line in the future. The Uchiha clan did not live in the center of Konoha. On his way back, he passed a secluded place and stopped suddenly, his eyes fixed on a big tree. Is something wrong? An Anbu ninja, also a Jainin, seems to be waiting for himself. As expected of the talent selected by Mr. Danzo, he saw through my disguise at a glance. This is an urgent task given to you by Mr. Danzo, please be sure to complete it within the deadline. This ninja is a member of Root, a dead man carefully selected by Shimura Danzo. Because he has lived in a dark world for many years, his eyes are dark, and even his emotions cannot be synchronized with ordinary people. Why didn't Mr. Danzo hand over such an important task to me personally? Does he have nothing to explain to me? Baisu took the scroll handed over by the other party, looked at the S grade above, and frowned slightly. Tasks in the Hokage world are divided into D level, C level, B level, A level and S level. The higher the level, the more difficult it is. S-level tasks often require cage-level powerhouses to be competent, such as for a small country. Waging war also counts in the S tier. Sir Danzo has received urgent information and has been on the front line to command the battle. The Lord said that only you can complete this task. Anbu's ninja said respectfully. Old fox. Okay, I get it, you step back. Yes. After the other party left, Baisu opened the scroll to check the contents of the class entrustment. It clearly stated the action time and route of the 3 generations of Reikage. His task was to cooperate with the Iwagakure village to keep the 3 generations of Reikage in that place forever. Ding! You have received a quest related to the main thread. Mission level, S level. Mission objective, destroy the 3 generations of Reikage. Kill reward, 1000 health points, 500 chakra energy points. Mission penalty, none. It's actually related to the main story. It seems that these 3 generations of Reikage must die. With a murmur that only he could hear, the man quickly disappeared into the shadows of the woods. Chapter 9 Uchiha Attack C. Night, the ancestral hall of the Uchiha clan. Lord Patriarch, the third generation of Hokage is not easy to mess with our strength I'm afraid. The S-level mission is nothing. The key is that Shimura Danzo is known as the darkness of the ninja world, and he suddenly brought us such a mission. Will he have bad intentions? What if his intentions are not good? He is in a high position and is a young friend of 3 generations of Hokage. Power is in Konoha's hands. To be an enemy of him is to betray Konoha. You should know the consequences of betrayal. The elites of the Uchiha clan have all been summoned, and many people have opinions on this S-level mission. The Kage-level powerhouse can be said to be the highest combat power in a village, and the third generation Hokage can fight the tailed beasts hand to hand. Existence, even if there are more people in ambush, the result is difficult to say clearly. Father, are you going to the battlefield? Take me with you. Who's there? Uchiha Itachi, come on. While everyone was arguing, a cute little boy came over. He was dressed as a ninja, holding a kunai in his hand, and his expression was firm. Itachi slipped in without knowing how, and demanded by pulling on his father's sleeve. Ha ha ha! Itachi, you are too young, wait until you graduate from the ninja school. Everyone is talking about things here, go to your mother and ask for meatballs. The childish voice caused a burst of laughter, slightly diluting the tense atmosphere. Only one person fell silent, and that was Baisu. As a traveler, he knew very well how terrifying Uchiha Itachi was. The strength of a 4-year-old is no less than that of a Chunin, and theoretically he has reached the level of war. Condition. Baisu, Itachi, do you want to go to the battlefield? Itachi, yes, father. I want to see why the ninjas kill each other. Don't laugh, this kid is already a real man, he is obliged to bring kunai to the battlefield to hone himself. Baisu's words calmed everyone down. The patriarch's requirements for his heirs were too strict, and he would go to the battlefield at the age of 4, which they couldn't understand. Everyone knows the mission this time. Killing 3 generations of Hokage and ending this war is something that only our Uchiha family can do. Baisu's remarks have been unanimously recognized by the clan. The Uchiha clan is extremely proud, but at the same time they have the capital of pride. There are many strong families in the Hokage world, Abarame, Sarutobi, Hyuga. But when the Senju family is not prosperous, the Uchiha family is the undisputed first strong family. They can open their eyes through strong emotional stimulation and continue to evolve until Fairy Eye. Blocking the third generation of Hokage, Shimura Danzo, the old fox, isn't he trying to plot against me? After the mobilization meeting, Baisu selected 10 core members, 6 Jonin, 4 Chunin, plus his patriarch, who is indeed qualified to assassinate Kage level. But Shimura Danzo has to be guarded. His original body before crossing was besieged on the battlefield. There must be a main messenger behind the scenes, but he didn't know whether the other party was from Konoha or another shinobi village. As a ninja, he has no right to choose. Even if he reaches Kage level, he cannot escape his mission. Of course, he did not accept the mission for Hokage's will. He flipped through the mission for a few days in the system. It was found that most of the tasks within the Konoha village were quests such as retrieving the missing kitten, and the rewards were pitiful. There are also some other achievement tasks, and the conditions are quite pervert, such as completing 10,000 genin tasks, which he will never consider. Chapter 10 Madam, don't do this. The tasks given by the system are also judged according to the trend of the Hokage world. For example, it is now the third ninja war period, and many of them are battlefield tasks. Mission 1, kill 10 wandering ninjas. 3 pieces of chakra recovery medicine are awarded, which can continuously restore 1000 chakra energy within 30 seconds. Mission 2, kill 10 Jonin, get the achievement, Jonin Hunter, reward a random A-level ninjutsu and 50 random attribute points. Mission 3, kill a Kage level powerhouse. A random forbidden technique will be awarded. Although Baisu has obtained the Fruit of Time, the energy consumption of this skill is too much, With his current chakra energy, it will be used up within a few seconds. If you want to gain more powerful strength, you still need to build on the basics. Work harder on properties. After returning home, his wife Mikoto had already prepared delicious meals. He briefly explained the task, and Mikoto did not ask any further questions. Ninjas have strict discipline requirements, and they must be tight-lipped about the specific content of the task. If they are ordinary Anbu ninjas, they can't reveal a word. Living in that dark environment all day, it's hard to think about pervert. By the way, Itake will also participate in this operation. Don't worry, just let him learn more, I will protect the child with my life. Looking at Mikoto's perfect face, he suddenly said subconsciously. In the original plot, Itake saw too much cruelty on the battlefield, which triggered Hokage's thinking and planted a seed of genocide. He doesn't plan to change these. If even Itake can't suppress it, how can he be the big boss of the ninja world, or even break through the dimension and compete with the protagonists of other worlds? Mom, don't worry, I'm very powerful and won't hinder everyone's actions. Itake patted his little chest with an innocent and lovely smile on his face. He still didn't know what was waiting for him in the future. The battlefield was not a fun place. My dear, I believe in you. The Uchiha family are born fighting ninjas. This is Itake's mission. I believe he will accomplish it well. Uchiha Mikoto touched his son's head, looking at her husband with trust in her eyes. In the middle of the night, when Baisu was studying the mission released by the system, a seductive carcass was attached again, and the breath in the nose was fragrant, which was arousing. MRS. Which man can withstand such a test? He wasn't a monk before he crossed. Husband, Lord Kun, shall we have another child? I think Itake will be too lonely in the future. Do you remember Uzumaki Kushina? She was the violent Ui hair girl in ninja school. She was gentle after marriage. I heard I'm also trying to get pregnant. Uchiha Mikoto's cheeks are with Ui. She rarely takes the initiative like this, but when she thinks that her husband is about to enter the core battlefield, she always finds a way to resolve the worries in her heart, otherwise she will go crazy in her heart. One more. Make 2 Jinchuriki/column sons? OMG. Let me go. Mainly that kid is too more than Itake. Baisu wailed in his heart and was thrown to the ground. Another tiring night. For 5 days, Baisu had tasks during the day and at night. In this case, he was stunned to earn 200 achievement points and unlocked the first stage of achievement rewards. Ding! Congratulations on reaching 200 points for your achievement and get a special reward, Muramasa. Chapter 11 Demon Sword Muramasa. Demon Sword Muramasa. In the Edo period, the swordsmith of Ise Kwangna devoted his life to making the sword. When the sword was completed, the demonic energy was soaring to the sky. No one of the previous masters of this sword died in a good way. If it was controlled by the demonic energy, it would become a bloodthirsty demon. There were many powerful samurai who held this famous sword in those days, but they often died under their own sword inexplicably. The legend became more and more frightening. Wearing effect, damage plus 200, spell damage plus 200. Negative effects, bloodlust. Baisu took the famous sword out of the scabbard. The sword was engraved with a dragon, and the part inserted into the scabbard was engraved with the words Myofa Lotus Sutra. It was extremely sharp, and a leaf fell, as if deliberately avoiding the blade and falling to the ground. The haki it emits can't even get close to the leaves. Myofa village is. I want to see how strong your demonic energy is. He glanced at the introduction of Yayadao Muramasa and didn't take it to heart. Weapons are weapons after all. If you can't conquer even a single weapon, then don't be a traveler at all. Red UI-colored demonic energy emerged from the sword. In history, not only one person wanted to conquer this demonic saber. The ambition of mortals will eventually devour themselves and degenerate into the servants of the demonic saber. However, this history has been changed by a pair of eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan. There are 3 black tomo connected together in Baisu's eyes, forming a blade-like mark. The power of the Uchiha family is very strange, and its origin is much larger than that of Miofa village, and it even suppresses the demonic energy. Live for a while. Just when Yayadao was unconvinced and wanted to fight back, endless stars appeared in those UI-colored eyes. This was a fragment of the law of time. Although there was only a trace of it, it also instantly reduced the demonic energy to nothing. With a whimper, he fell into the hands of the man obediently, never daring to be presumptuous again. Ding! You subdued the demon swordsman Muramasa and acquired the active skill, World Armor. He looked again, and the attribute card of this knife changed again. There was an additional active skill, and the attribute card also changed. Weapon name, Demon Sword Muramasa. Wearing effect, damage plus 200, spell damage plus 200. Negative effects, Bloodlust. Active skill, World Armor. The creatures killed by the sword will not be able to survive, and will be forever imprisoned in the sword. The holder can summon warriors from the Sengoku era to fight with the samurai, spending 500 chakra energy. The magic damage has increased by 200. It is indeed a famous sword in the Sengoku era. This active skill is a bit interesting. It seems to be a group skill, maybe it can be used for tasks. Baisua put Yayadao village into the sheath, and a feeling that echoed his heart spontaneously emerged. After all, this was the first weapon he obtained after crossing the road, and the more he saw it, the more he liked it. Sword from the Sengoku era has such a powerful bonus to attributes. It seems that he cannot underestimate the world of Hokage. He has the opportunity to increase his exploration of this world. After all, Hokage is also the place where sage art is produced. Addition to the antiques left over from the Sengoku era, there are still some hidden treasures that do not know where they are located, such as the country of the vortex that was destroyed in the War of the Ninja World. The mighty one-tailed beast, Kaibi, 9 tails. After the demise of the country of vortex, the Kaibi, 9 tails, people Jinchuriki/column 4 Suzumaki Mito chose to rely on Konoha and became the wife of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. According to the theory, most of the secret arts of the country of vortex were inherited by Konoha. I don't know if there are any leftovers. Chapter 12, Heavenly Path. A week later, Baisua quietly set off with a small team of elite ninjas, but there was a small figure, and the 4-year-old Itake was also included. Some people say that war and love are the highest achievements of human art, but war is almost unbearable for ordinary people. Father, why did the war break out in the ninja world? I saw a lot of dead people, and people who are dying. The Uchiha family has always been emotionally sensitive. Itake is a genius, even more so. The little head has already begun to think about the meaning of war, but he is still in a state of confusion and cannot find an answer that can convince him. Because of profit. A long time ago, there was no village in this world, and the major ninja tribes fought endlessly, until the 2 strongest ninja tribes, Senju and Uchiha, established the Konoha ninja village, ending that era. But the problem is, Konoha occupies the best piece of land in the world, neither Iwagakure nor Kumagakure is far behind Konoha, and Tsunagakure is driven to the desert, with pitifully few resources. You see, the uneven distribution of benefits will lead to fights. This is the case with major events in the world. This is the law, and it does not depend on the will of people. Baisua patiently explained Hokage's worldview to Itake. After all, he felt that this child was only 4 years old, very malleable and trusted enough to himself, so he might be able to avoid going the wrong way. In the original plot, Itake was sent to the Root Department as a double agent, but was severely brainwashed, so that for the so-called Will of Fire, he personally killed his parents, wiped out the whole family, and only exchanged one of Shimura Danzo's promise not to kill his own brother. Kinda stupid. The so-called Will of Fire, in a more extreme sense, is the principle of Konoha supremacy. Parents and family members can sacrifice for Konoha when necessary. The poor Uchiha family is obviously one of the two powerful families that established Konoha. But no one is on the Hokage seat. Benefits, laws. The confusion in Uchiha Itaka's eyes was even more intense. Originally, he could think about things from the perspective of Hokage at the age of 4, but he was fooled by his father and forcibly raised to the heavenly path level. Unless his strength is strong enough to change the rules, otherwise, Konoha only it's just a wave in the long river of time. Lord Patriarch, the location of our ambush is in front. According to the plan, the third generation of Reikage will be rushed to this position by the village of Uegakur, and we will cooperate with Uegakur to kill him. Ajanin pointed to a valley floor ahead. Their current position is on the cliff, with a wide field of vision, easy to defend and difficult to attack, very suitable for ambush battles. Uchiha dispatched nearly half of the elite in this operation, which is really a big gamble. However, their arrival attracted the attention of a group of aboriginal people. These people were ragged and wearing shabby armor, but the ninja swords in their hands were polished, and they all cast a vicious look at them, like a pack of wolves in the wild. This is a group of wandering ninjas who have no home, or are simply missing nin. They gather in the wild to do dirty business, licking blood and robbing homes. Hee. You look like you are dressed as warriors with status. Keep your money and clothes obediently, and I can let you live. Chapter 13 Wandering Ninja. The leader of the wandering ninjas showed a cruel smile. They have been wandering in the wild for a few months. Recently, the prey is relatively small, and even filling their stomachs has become a problem. His vision has always been very good. These people are either rich or expensive. As long as this vote is completed, the conservative can eat for several years. Bai Sol looked up, and the attribute card of the opponent's leader appeared in front of him. Name, Bai De Yuan Yi. Level, Chunin. Health, 1926. Damage, 534. Spell damage, 103. Chakra energy, 319. Skill. Sudan, water style. Wild water wave, Class C. From the mouth, the water flow like a waterfall rushes towards the opponent. The power of this ninjutsu can be freely adjusted according to the user's chakra volume, and the usage is flexible. It is the basic ninjutsu of Sudan, water style. Sudan, water style. Water whip, Class C. It uses water to form a whip to bind the enemy and make it immobile. It is very effective in combination with Raiden, thunder style, ninjutsu. 2 Chunin, 3 Genin. Looks like we need to clean up the rubbish in the arena before the real fight begins. Itaki, you come to contain me, I am in charge of the attack. Bai Su's eyes flashed and he spoke slowly. Originally, he didn't need to do it himself. This mission brought a lot of Jainin level experts, and he could kill these wandering ninjas without any effort, but he still had a few side missions and achievements. It's about wandering ninjas. Yes. Lord Father. Ninja. Shuriken art. Uchiha Itaka quickly entered the fighting state. With the sound of the childish voice, more than a dozen shuriken flew towards the vital position of the wandering ninjas. At the same time, he began to move quickly to prevent the enemy from focusing on the fire. Where did you come from? The battlefield is not a place where people like you can stand, so let's eat milk at home in the next life. Bai Daiyuan laughed and came to the back of Uchiha Itaka. The ninja knife in his hand was thrust towards the back of Itaka's neck. Looking at the child's horrified eyes, he felt that his soul was greatly satisfied. To kill a 4-year-old genius ninja is to destroy a rare work of art. Pfft. But at this moment, with the rise of a puff of white smoke, Bai Daiyuan's ninja knife slashed on the wooden stake. I don't know when Itaka started to use the double technique, but his body was replaced by a wooden stake. This is the basic ninjutsu taught in the ninja school. It is full of aura when used in the hands of a child. This child has the power to turn corruption into magic. The family education of the patriarch is really strict. Itaki is only 4 years old, and he has already fought the enemy on the battlefield. Thinking that we were also born in a time of war, but our hard work and talent are far from the level of Itaki. This child will definitely bring glory to the Uchiha family when he grows up. Itaki already has the strength of Chunin. If the wandering ninja is one-on-one with him, it will definitely not be Itaki's opponent. The subordinates brought by Baisu did not intervene. They saw that the patriarch was training his own child. It was indeed a good way to make progress for a 4-year-old child to fight against a vicious wandering ninja. A cold heart can do it. Damn! Let's go together, finish this kid first, and then kill him. Bai Daiyuan was annoyed and angry. He has never been defeated by a child for so many years. This is a great insult to a ninja. Now he has only one thought in his mind, and that is to kill Itaki. Chapter 14 4-Year-Old Genius. Shadow Clone. Itaki held a tactic in his hand, and there were 4 clones around him, each fighting an enemy. The clones could fight back and forth with Genin, but they were a little stretched against Chunin. Ribbed. Not bad. Baisu nodded at the side. Uchiha's fighting ability is an innate talent. Itaki is particularly outstanding in this regard, and after awakening the blood wheel eye, he can be promoted to Genin in minutes. It's just that he needs to do something now. Although it's unclear who will die in this battle at the end, he doesn't want Itaki to have any mistakes. You guys have completed the task of the whetstone brilliantly. You can die. Do you have any last words before you die? He came to the arena with a teleportation technique. The Kyuuji in his hand blocked a Chunin's full-strength blow, and by the way kicked the opponent's heart. The person immediately fell to the ground and entered a state of shock. Quasi-cage level and the wandering Chunin is too big, and his current strength is not as simple as the quasi-shadow. Arrogant. When this uncle was in this area, you didn't know where you were. Brothers, kill this man for me, and this uncle will reward him with a box of gold-silver treasures. Bai Daiyuan finally felt the difficulty of the other party, but things have already progressed to such a point that it is impossible to stop. Once he shows weakness, he will be abandoned by his companions, and then there will be nothing left. Killing the other party, no matter how much you pay, is still much better than being abandoned by everyone. A box of gold and silver treasures. This man's head has been ordered by me. Get out of your way. What? What kind of onion are you? That kid's head is yours, and the man is mine. After hearing the rich rewards, these wandering ninjas have eyes on you. They are fed up with the poor life of wandering. If they have a box of gold-silver treasures, they can go to a neutral country to become rich and live a life of wine green every day. Life is 1,000 times better than being a wild dog in the wild. I don't even recognize Uchiha's family crest, a bunch of dudes. Baisu's voice suddenly became cold. The ninja in his hand was raised horizontally. No one could see his movement of drawing the knife, as if a transparent thread cut through the air. A blood line appeared on the necks of the wandering ninjas. By the time they understood their situation, it was too late. You, Uchiha! Bai Daiyuan fell to his knees on the ground, and his eyes were full of unwillingness until the moment he died. In addition, there was a trace of confusion. Why did the famous Uchiha family come to such a place where birds don't shit? Father! Itaki adjusted his breathing. The actual combat just now helped him a lot. He had laid a solid foundation at the age of 4, and what was lacking was this kind of life and death training. His eyes were attracted by the ninja sword in his father's hand. It was an unremarkable ninja sword, but there was a mysterious aura lingering on the blade, as if to suck people's soul into it. He had used his pupil power very hard just now, but unfortunately, his blood wheel eyes had not been opened, so he could not see how his father used the knife. Remember, you are a ninja, living in a cruel era. And you must not be soft on your enemies. Baisu touched Itaki's head with a big hand. This kid has not been brainwashed by Shimura Danzo. Everything can be started from scratch. He will draw a colorful world for Itaki. If fate led them to face off against father and son, he would suppress Itaki with only one hand, and would not make the Uchiha family repeat the same mistakes. Chapter 15 3 generations of Reikage appeared. Yes, I remember. Itaki nodded. After an episode, they began to settle down on this cliff. Later, another group of wandering ninjas came. They were stronger than the last group, but they were not enough in front of the elites of the Uchiha clan, so Fugaku just brushed them. Record, completed a branch task. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission, defeat the rogues, 10/10, get 2 achievement points, a box of gold silver jewels, 10 points. There is really a box of treasures. These wandering ninjas don't know how many people's lives have been destroyed, and finally they have enough to save such a big box of treasures. Unfortunately, Fugaku is not interested in this, and he will give it to his subordinates after the brush is completed. However, he has not figured out the specific use of the points, and it is temporarily stored. From the perspective of the reward of the task, the explosion rate of the points is not high, and the roll is definitely much more important than ordinary currency. 3 days later, the army of Iwagakure village arrived as promised. Tens of thousands of ninjas formed a huge encirclement. Such a big pomp is just to kill one person, 3 generations of Reikage. Kill. According to Tsuchikage-sama's plan, don't let a single Kumagakure go, and don't let them have the chance to return to the land of thunder. Doton, Earth Style. Earth Flow River. Doton, Earth Style. Swamp of the Underworld. There was a huge disparity in the number of people on both sides. The Doton, Earth Style, technique changed the entire terrain, turning the earth into a sea of mud, almost submerging the Kumagakure. On a steep cliff, a team of Konoha ninjas are dressed in black robes with the Uchiha clan emblem embroidered behind them. They are observing the changes on the battlefield with a cold eye. Baisu did not bring many people this time, and they were all trusted confidants. It is said that the person who can master Yayadao Muramasa will sooner or later become the master of a state, just to use the 3 generations of Reikage to verify. Hi! The force dispatched by Iwagakure village is too powerful, the Patriarch. If Iwagakure village wipes out Kumagakure in one go, and tens of thousands of ninjas continue to recruit the Fire Country battlefield, then the result. A Jainin. The cause of the Third Ninja War came from the Land of Wind, but almost all ninja villages broke out with Konoha. Among them, Iwagakure village was very conspiratorial, powerful, and had a role in the battle. Lightweight influence. Don't worry, how can the 3rd generation of Reikage die so easily? That idiot Noki in Iwagakure village has found a big problem for himself. This battle will consume the living strength of Iwagakure village until they are overwhelmed and cannot continue to participate in the Ninja World War. Baisu sneered, Shimura Danzo is worthy of being the darkness of the ninja world. This old guy somehow moved the 3rd generation Tsuchikage of Iwagakure village, Noki of the 2-day scale, and planned a perfect node to kill the 3rd generation Reikage of Kumagakure village. Cage level masters are the most important weapons in a village. They are not only the pinnacle of strength, but also represent the face of the village. If even the shadow is dead. If the prestige and strength of the next candidate are not enough, it is easy to have big problems. Tsuchikage Noki was a little too arrogant. He underestimated the power of the 3 generations of Reikage, and underestimated the darkness of Konoha. But, Mr. Baisu, what if your estimation is wrong? Another Jainin beside him suddenly asked. He is a Jainin from the roots, a direct descendant of Shimura Danzo, and his task this time is to ensure that both Kumagakure and Iwagakure villages suffer. At the same time, he has another task, which is to monitor the movements of the elites of the Uchiha clan. It is best to use means to make Uchiha Beija die on the battlefield. In this way, the Uchiha clan will have no leader, and it will be much easier to clean up. Chapter 16 1 against 10,000. Are you teaching me to do things? Was no trace of chakra in his eyes, but it was like a deep ocean. Even if Jainin looked at it for a while, there would be a kind of fear from his heart. My subordinates dare not. The ninja at the root bowed his head, and cold sweat flowed uncontrollably. Baisu was a genius with blood eyes since he was a child. He became famous in the Second Ninja War. Countless ninjas died at the opponent's hands. He had no doubt that he had offended him. The opponent's end will be a corpse. Baisu, I'm here, and there is only one outcome in the battle. The moment his voice fell, there was indeed a change on the battlefield. An old man with dark skin and long light yellow hair broke free from Doton, Earth style. He was covered with Raiden, Thunder style, and his body was very tough. A simple slash would shatter the earth, giving his subordinates time to escape. 3 generations of Reikage, it really lives up to its reputation. Baisu can clearly see the attribute cards of the 3 generations of Reikage. Health, 3451/5500. Damage, 1900. Spell damage, 800. Chakra energy 600/1500. Defense, 1300. Speed, 600. In order to keep his subordinates alive, the 3rd generation of Reikage stayed alone to fight tens of thousands of Kumagakuer. This man known as the human-shaped tailed beast indeed has the power to rival 10,000 men. 10,000 ninjas besieged him for such a long time, only to have lost so much blood and killed 2,000 people. This record is simply staggering. Fortunately, more than half of his chakra energy has been consumed. When the chakra is completely exhausted, the 3rd generation Reikage who cannot use the fighting technique will greatly decrease in defense, speed, and damage, and the 10,000 Iwagakure alone will wear him to death. Doton, Earth style? Thousands of miles of dirt. In order to limit the range of activities of the 3 generations of Reikage, Iwagakure jointly created a wall as tall as the Great Wall. They are all warriors selected by the village of Iwagakure. Even in the face of cage-level masters, they have enough confidence to defeat them. 3rd generation of Reikage wears Raiden, Thunder style, armor. By concentrating Raiden, Thunder style, chakra on the whole body is covered with chakra and lightning. It will also be greatly improved. This forbearance fighting technique allows him to have the ability to fight with 8 tails with his bare hands. Hell thrusts? All 4. He concentrated the remaining chakra on 4 fingers, and under the acceleration of Lei Shun's body, he broke the defense of the earth wall in an instant, from the front of the army of 10,000 people to the end, wherever they passed, all the horses broken. Lord Patriarch, the 3rd generation of Reikage is coming towards us. Even this level of earth-type ninjutsu can pass through with the flesh. I am afraid that there is no chance of winning if you face the enemy head-on. He's already spotted us. I can see the chakra of the 3rd generation Reikage is moving fast here. He's going to perform that fighting technique just now. More than that. There are 5 types of hell thrusting. When his fingers are reduced to 1, the chakra is concentrated at one point, and the destructive power can be more than 10 times stronger. And it is difficult for cage-level powerhouses to follow. The past, it was just rumors. After seeing it with my own eyes, I realized the strength of the other party. Even the elite Jainin is too different from it. Unless the team members turned their attention to Uchiha Beiju, the only quasi-cage level powerhouse in the team. Chapter 17 Mangekyo Sharingan, Open. Okay, it's time for our appearance. Let's say hello to the 3rd generation of Reikage. Itaki, pay attention to stand behind me. Baisu walked out of the bunker alone, looking at the 3rd generation Reikage like a crazy-tailed beast, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. It was the first time he performed an S-level mission, and he didn't feel any discomfort in his heart. Maybe this body had already accustomed to the cruelty of the battlefield, he has also become a lot more indifferent. Yes. Itaka's small body hides behind Fugaku. Others may doubt whether Fugaku's combat power can stop the 3 generations of Reikage, but in his mind, his father is a sun, and his stalwart body can block everything. My lord, I found out the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan. The information is correct. They really ambushed on that cliff. A deputy of Iwagakure village reported to the commander that they had dispatched a standard army formation, and naturally there would be no shortage of observation-type ninjas. The Uchiha family was seen as soon as they appeared. The opportunity has come. Attention everyone, launch an indiscriminate ninjutsu attack in the direction of Konoha. The leader of the village of Iwagakure, Takayama Lanfin, laughed cruelly, and immediately gave an order, the so-called wolf ambition. They were ready from the beginning. In the ever-changing battlefield, Konoha is trying to use Iwagakure to eliminate the 3 generations of Reikage. Is the village of Iwagakure just silly and sweet? They also want to kill multiple birds with one stone, while weakening both Konoha and Kumagakure. Besides, there is also the shadow of Shimura Danzo. After a day and a night of fighting, the army of tens of thousands of Iwagakure was wiped out by 3 generations of Reikage, nearly 20%, and the remaining forces were concentrated to perform ninjutsu. The power of ninjutsu of this scale is still comparable to that of Kage level. Whistling towards Konoha's direction. In front of Talong, there is a figure as fast as thunder, like a thunder god coming to the world. Anyone who wants to block him will be punished by thunder. 3rd generation of Reikage is in a final fight. He wants to open a gap here in Konoha and completely get rid of the entanglement of Iwagakure village. Too fast, more than Sharingan's limit. Master Baisu, please stand behind us. Fugaku brought this time. Many of them started Sharingan a few years ago, and they once defeated the enemy Jainin alone. At the time of crisis, they came out and wanted to stand in front of Fugaku. At this moment, a high voice sounded from the cliff, shaking the whole world. Mangekyo Sharingan, open! The Uchiha people have a special chakra that reflects the optic nerve to make changes in the eyes, commonly known as eye opening. When the eyes are opened, the eyeballs will become Mu-eye, and a tomo will be produced in the eyeballs, and the left and right eyes will be symmetrical, which is the original Sharingan. The more tomo-s in the eye, the stronger the Sharingan's ability, up to 3 tomo-s. Baisu's Sharingan tomo are connected together, showing a blade-like shape. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan, known as the strongest eye that sees through the 3 worlds, the earth-shattering pupil technique in the Hokage world. These eyes, I didn't expect Konoha's generation to be so talented, the evil force that nearly destroyed the world. Hell stab! All 4, whose whole body is protected by the armor of thunder and lightning, discovered the change of Uchiha Fugaku at the first time, but he has no way out now. This way is impossible, and without reinforcements, he will die here sooner or later. Chapter 18 Earth-Shattering Pupil Technique. Shivengwenshao concentrates the chakra of the whole body on 4 fingers, which can increase the power of this technique as the number of fingers decreases. When this technique is strengthened to the point where only 1 finger is left, the one-handed hand, it is called the strongest spear. On the way to the sprint, the 3 generations of Reikage's forbearance fighting technique continued to strengthen, and finally approached the final form. 2 books go hand in hand. He jumped up, and reached a height of several hundred meters in an instant. This blow was enough to destroy the entire cliff. Boom! The terrifying explosion sounded, and the shock waves leveled the entire cliff. The combined ninjutsu of the Iwagakure army followed and sank the earth. Even the Kage-level powerhouse was affected by 3 generations of Reikage and more than 7,000 ninjas. A joint strike, I am afraid it is difficult to survive. That's a. Among the Iwagakure army, there are naturally a group of people who possess observational ninjutsu, but now their eyes are full of horror, and some people even slumped on the ground with expressions like seeing the end. The black flame burns the earth, which is a scene of a person's chakra figuratively formed. It starts with the bones, and then the flesh and blood veins appear. The black flame finally condenses into a black armored warrior hundreds of meters high, standing lightly. There is a lofty mountain, and the strongest spear of the 3 generations of Hokage is unable to break through the opponent's defense. Impossible, how can ninjutsu go beyond the limits of mortals? This is simply a god. Even a tailed beast doesn't necessarily have such a huge chakra. Is he really human? The Uchiha family, terrifyingly suffocating. The remaining 7,000 ninjas in Iwagakure stood stunned. The Uchiha clan's ninjutsu was beyond their comprehension. The tailed beasts were powerful, but usually lacking in wisdom. How to fight against the ghosts and gods controlled by humans? Susanoo. 3 generations of Reikage, followed by a deep hatred. Konoha was founded by the 2 most powerful families in the ninja world, Uchiha and Senju. The leaders are Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama respectively. After that, the Konoha ninja village expanded rapidly, and all opposing forces would be pressed and rubbed on the ground, especially the ghostly man Uchiha Madara. Those cage-level powerhouses back then only deserved to kneel on the ground and listen to his speech. Uchiha Madara's strongest means is Susanoo, the 3rd power that can only be unlocked by turning on Mangekyo Sharingan, called the power of God. Susanoo symbolizes destruction, and everyone in the world says that if you see it once, you will inevitably die. You could have 2 days to live, but unfortunately you chose the wrong path. Baisua turned on Mangekyo Sharingan, and his Susanoo summoned the Utengu armor to protect. Uchiha's clansmen did not suffer any harm. I think the 3rd ninja war can end early, because the 3 generations of Reikage and 10,000 Kumigakure will die here. The 2 countries are unable to fight again. The enemy forces withdraw from the territory of the country of fire, sign a contract, and the ninja world restores peace again. He waved his right hand lightly. And the black armored warrior suddenly moved, and a huge blade appeared in its hand. It was transformed from the demonic sword village. The 3rd generation of Reikage was influenced by the Mangekyo Sharingan demonic illusion. Cut off. Even so, there was a deep, visible bone wound in his abdomen, and a cold air was entrenched in the wound, which even Raiden, thunder-style, chakra couldn't remove, and his weakness made him kneel on one knee on the ground. Chapter 19. The man who can kill me has not yet been born. There is a dragon with Kaiba dancing claws engraved on the sword, and the part inserted into the scabbard is engraved with the scripture of the lotus flower of wonderful law. As a cage-level powerhouse, he is very familiar with the legendary things. Although he has not seen it with his own eyes, he is still recognized the origin of this weapon. 3 generations of Reikage, evil, your sword is, the demon sword Muramasa. In the Hokage world, samurai has become a profession as early as the 6th Sage period, and suicide is particularly common, and their use of knives has become a samurai culture. It is said that at that time the number 1 demon sword was invincible on the battlefield, but the demon sword village had too much righteousness and evil, and if the holder of the sword did not have enough righteousness to suppress this evil, the demon sword would backfire. As soon as the samurai gets on the demon sword, the village will kill without blinking and go into the devil. This demon sword has been passed down to less and less later generations. It is now little known, and it was unexpected that it would appear in the hands of the Uchiha family. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara's stunt back then? I didn't expect to see it in my lifetime. Delusional annihilation of 3 generations of Reikage and Iwagakure here. The Uchiha clan are indeed lunatics. The commander of the Iwagakure army, Takayama Lanfin, signaled everyone to stop. A few kilometers from going is the attack range of the black armored warriors. Uchiha Madara was a ruthless man who made Tsuchikage kneel. If he can wash away the humiliation of the year for Tsuchikage, he will be punished. Be remembered in history and be remembered through the ages. My lord, what should I do next? It seems that this Uchiha's patriarch is very difficult to deal with. His information shows that only ordinary Sharingan is turned on, but he has hidden his strength. The deputy asked for instructions. This time the situation was too tricky. Lord Hokage confronted Konoha in another battlefield. With their strength, they couldn't get two cage-level powerhouses at the same time. Wait and see, whoever wins the two of them will be the spoils of our Iwagakure village. Commander Iwagakure has a strong self-confidence. After years of recuperation, their ambition has swelled to the extreme. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara of Konoha village are dead, and no one can suppress their expansion. Yes. The Iwagakure army was banned, quietly waiting for the two cage-level powerhouses to decide the winner, so that a mantis-catching cicada or eole will be behind. Any last words? Baisu's Mangekyo Sharingan is full of indifference. The only difference in the war is the position. The two sides fight in an organized way. It's either you or me. There's no reason at all. He saw Iwagakure's movements, he didn't take it to heart at all. He was just a bunch of idiots, and the threat to him couldn't catch up with the 3 generations of Reikage. The Uchiha clan is the source of the unrest in the ninja world. You are an evil clan, must be purged from this world. 3 generations of Reikage escaped here, and they are already trapped in a fight, but after seeing Fugaku's eyes, flames burned again in his eyes. The owner of Mangekyo Sharingan is a great threat to Kumagakure village. Even if he gives up hope of life, he will leave Fugaku here. In this world, no one who can kill me has been born yet. Baisu's tone was calm, as if he was expounding some kind of fact. He was waiting for the strongest blow from the 3 generations of Reikage. The opponent's chakra was not much left, and he would definitely want to decide the winner within a few tricks. I'm just a junior, I talk a little too much. The terrifying Raiden, thunder style, appeared on the old man's tough body. The armor of thunder and lightning can activate his body to ultimate, and even his defense will be greatly improved. This is the secret of his fighting against 10,000 ninjas without getting hurt. Chapter 20 I am invincible to time. 3 generations of Reikage, Junior, if you can dodge this blow, the old man will admit that you are qualified to become a cage level. No, in a head-to-head battle, you have no chance of winning. Baisu's arrogance can be heard between the lines, he never thought to escape. When Reikage of the 3rd generation heard this sentence, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He always despised the use of tricks to frame the enemy on the battlefield, but now he has to force Uchiha Fugaku to take his strongest blow by force. Hell stabs. One of a kind. The light blue thunder flashed by and came to Susanoo almost instantly. He was confident that his attack could break through the defense and get rid of a serious problem for the juniors of Kumagakure village. Back in time. But just when he was about to succeed, a mysterious force affected this space, and he found Uchiha Fugaku standing among the stars, and the distance between them became unreachable. There are so many things that can change in this moment. When the surrounding environment recovered, Baisu directly released Susanoo, holding the demon sword Muramasa that had returned to its original state, pierced his heart with one blow, and stopped 3 feet in front of the opponent's neck, burning with fire. Raiden, thunder style, chakra starts to go out. This is, why? The first time, confusion flashed in the eyes of the 3rd generation of Reikage. He was very sure that he was not controlled by demonic illusion. I am invincible against time. Baisu said a word indifferently and pulled out the demon sword village. As expected of a legendary divine weapon, a single blow is enough to cut off all the vitality of a cage-level powerhouse. At the same time, his chakra energy also bottomed out. Ninjutsu that affects time? The power of the Uchiha clan. Such a strong man, leave it to the younger generation to defeat it. 3rd generation of Reikage fell down slowly, but there was no longer any confusion and remorse in his eyes. The old man seemed to be too tired and fell asleep. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission, kill a cage-level master, 1/1, get 1000 bonus health points 500 chakra energy points and 500 points. Get the ninja fighting technique, Thunder Plow Hot Knife. Technique of the Kingdom of Thunder, in the state of gathering Raiden, Thunder style, chakra all over the body, slams the opponent at high speed with the body, and uses the powerful wrist strength to give the opponent a fatal blow. Forbearance of the fighting technique, just to make up for the shortcomings of my fighting technique. The fighting technique of the 3 generations of Reikage is in the forefront of the entire Hokage world. Unless you open the last gate of 8 inner gates, or reach the super shadow level, it is difficult to beat the opponent with the fighting technique. Baisu is very satisfied with the reward this time. It is indeed a task related to the main line. The increase in chakra energy value is what he needs urgently. Although he has very good skills, the blue bars are not enough. Isn't it famous for Konoha? Hitaki opened like 55 to 50, and he fell first in the middle of the fight. In theory, as long as there is enough mana, time rewind can always be turned on, at least in the Hokage world, he is invincible. Of course, he can't always count on this skill to save his life, there is still a lot of room for improvement, and he needs to continue to work hard. Well done, as expected of Uchiha, one of the 2 ninja clans who founded Konoha, but, you clan have ended here, repent for the sins committed by Uchiha Madara. If I guess right, the ninjutsu you just used has exhausted your chakra, right? Lord Uchiha. At this time, the commander of the Iwagakure army, Takayama Lanfin, came over and said with a smile. Behind him is an army of more than 7,000 Iwagakure, who can't see the edge. Chapter 21 All over the world. Gao Shan Lanfin saw the timing, Baisu's chakra energy has been severely overdrawn, and the consumption of ninjutsu at the level of Susanoo is absolutely terrifying, otherwise there is no need for the other party to put away the bloodline limit at the last moment. As long as the cage level powerhouses are abolished, the other Uchiha clan's ninjas are powerful, but under the siege of their 7,000 strong army, they can't escape. What are you trying to do? We came to help out on the orders of Lord Shimura Danzo. The 3rd generation of Reikage has been solved by us, which means the mission is over. The Jainins of the Uchiha clan frowned, and the other parties seemed to be unkind, and they had already surrounded the place faintly. Just now, the entire Iwagakure village took action and used indiscriminate attacks to bomb this cliff. It was already obvious that the wolf's ambition was. I didn't expect that he would dare to step forward after seeing the means of the patriarch. Is it? He suddenly remembered, Sharingan's bloodline boundary requires a lot of chakra. Does the patriarch's release of Susanoo mean? Ha ha ha. I really think I'm afraid you won't succeed? You can ask your patriarch, can you still perform the ninjutsu you just did? If you kneel down and repent, I might consider sparing the life of one of you, such as this 4-year-old kid. Wouldn't it be a pity to die on the battlefield at such a young age? Gao Shan Lanfin no longer pays attention to Baisu. Just now, the observation ninja has repeatedly confirmed that the opponent's chakra has been low to the limit. Even a cage-level powerhouse needs a day or even a few days to recover. And now he is playing with the mentality of making fun of a mouse. Presumptuous. What kind of thing are you, you dare to be rude to your father? Uchiha Itachi seems to have been touched by the reverse scale. After experiencing a battlefield, he has already been stained with a murderous aura, and his anger is quite deterrent. He pulled out the kunai from his waist, and he was about to go up to fight others desperately, but a large hand was lifted and placed behind him. Father! Itachi shrank his head subconsciously, his father's majesty was more effective than any order. What are you doing? I said that 10,000 Iwagakure and 3 generations of Reikage are buried in this battlefield at the same time, kill them, and leave none of them. When Baisu received the system reminder, he took a bottle of chakra potion, and after replenishing half of his state, he gave the order coldly. The time rewind skill was too expensive, and the long chakra energy bar bottomed out almost instantly, so that he couldn't maintain Susanoo at the same time. But now a full 30 seconds have passed, the chakra energy bar is filled up again, and he has become that hanger again. I can satisfy your request. Susanoo. Susanoo appeared again, like a black mountain standing in front of more than 7,000 Uegakuer. The feeling of oppression was a huge blow to people's confidence, and many Uegakuer returned to the fear just now. The world is armed with martial arts. Baisu stepped out of the 10,000 meter long crack, and the entire battlefield was shrouded in black clouds. This is the active skill of Yayadao Muramasa, and it was the first time it appeared on the battlefield of the ninja world. Is shocking. The already exhausted Uegakuer are a bit frightened when they encounter such a scene. Their morale has dropped to the lowest point. As long as they add more fire, they may flee by themselves. Baga. No matter how strong he is, he's just a person. He cheers me up and uses, ah. Just as Gao Shan Lanfan was about to give an order, suddenly a boneless hand emerged from the ground and grabbed his ankle. This time, the damage was not great, but he was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. After he used the ninja sword to solve the enemy, he discovered that the tens of thousands of meters of battlefield bones were surging. This is the soul of the dead who died directly under the Yayadao village in the Sengoku era. Pick up your heads and fight for me. Whoa! A pair of bloody UI-colored eyes reflected in the sky, and the black Susanoo led thousands of bones to charge the Uegakuer, disrupting their formation almost instantly. Seeing this, the Uchiha family hurried to keep up, and all kinds of ninjutsu blossomed, pushing the war to the highest level. Cut! With one simple word, the demon sword in the hand of the black armored warrior swung a 1,000-meter-long air blade, which actually divided the battlefield into two, causing 7,000 Uegakuer to cry and howl, causing countless casualties. Is this the power of the Konoha Uchiha clan? It's the power of God. We can't win by ourselves. Run away. Captain. I don't want to be an enemy of this kind of opponent. Mangekyo Sharingan's ability is beyond the understanding of most ninjas. The opponent held a demon sword and killed 3 generations of Raikage. They were like chopping melons and vegetables. They really couldn't raise the courage to fight. Katon, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Katon, Fire Style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Katon, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Shuriken of Shadows. Katon, Fire Style, is the basic ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Although most of them are only C-level ninjutsu, there is no problem in dealing with Uegakuer who has lost his will. The military is unstable. They have already lost this battle. The best result is to flee. Go out and save most of your power. Everyone obeys the order, retreat. Retreat. Finally, Uegakuer General Takayama Lanfan was under pressure, but just after he gave the order, he found that the sky was darkening. When he turned around, he found in despair that the black samurai wearing black Tengu armor and holding a demon knife had come behind him. As a general, why don't you go down and accompany your brother? Ah! Is this the true strength of the Uchiha clan? After the real war began, Itachi was shocked by the sight in front of him. His father had such terrifying strength. He felt that although the 3rd generation of Hokage was strong, it was not necessarily his father's opponent. Change the direction of the 3rd ninja war with one's own power, and bury the 3 generations of Raikage and 10,000 Uegakuer here. No wonder my father would tell me something like that. The law is heavenly path. Only the strength of this level can change the world. Ding! Congratulations on completing the sideline. Kill 7,000 Uegakuer, 7,000/7,000, reward 7,000 gold coins, 500 points, and 60 magic recovery potions. Ding! Congratulations on your achievement, human hero, which rewards you with 500 mana. The war ended just like that. Looking at the devastated land, the Jainins of the Uchiha clan sat on the ground with a sense of pleasure in the rest of their lives. They looked at Baisu with both admiration and awe. Since Uchiha Madara's death, the clan has not had the top combat power for too long, which indicates the revitalization of their clan. Chapter 22 The Man Who Ended an Era. By Master Baisu. The ninja at the root was pale, and his back was sweating coldly. He found that Baisu had appeared behind him at some point. Years of Anbu's experience told him that he was in danger. Those UI-colored eyes were an absolute deterrent. He couldn't even think of running away. Not only Uchiha Beiju, he found that the genin around him were all casting gloomy eyes on him. This time he was originally under the order of Danzo to monitor the Uchiha family. If Uchiha Beiju was seriously injured, he could just make up for a knife. Now let's not talk about making up the knife. The opponent killed 3 generations of Reikage, and then killed 7,000 Uegakuer, without even losing blood. It is simply too strong. He didn't die and saw the secrets of the Uchiha family. Even Chimura Danzo didn't know that Baisu owned Mangekyo Sharingan. How could the other party let him go back alive? You guessed it. It's a beautiful place, and it's a good place to go. It's much better than the place on the back of Konoha. As an Anbu member, they have to live in the shadows for almost their whole life. They are all tasked with invisible tasks, so they can't even have tombstones after death. There are special troops who will deal with their bodies, and the burial place is in Konoha. Back Mountain. Baisu's remarks completely ignited the person's desire to survive, and he started hand seal without thinking about it. Ninjutsu. Instant body technique. It's a pity that at the moment of printing, a demon knife has been inserted into his chest. He feels that the chakra and blood in his body have been sucked by this demon knife. After solving the troubles, Baisu was in the mood to check his attribute card. This time, the harvest was good, and the attributes have increased visible to the naked eye. Name, Baisu. Sex, male. Birthday, August 6 _ ID number, 3713271992XXXX. Health, 4600, Cage level Ninja 3000 to 9000. Mana, Chakra Energy 2000. Damage, 1200, Cage level Ninja 1000 to 2300. Damage, 2000, Cage level Ninja 1300 to 2300. Defense, 999. Speed, 400. Available skills. Class C Ninjutsu, Katon, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The chakra gathers behind the throat and spits a huge fireball forward from the mouth, blasting the enemy into the air, and it is the basic ninjutsu that the Uchiha family learns. Katon, Fire Style. C-Class Ninjutsu, the technique of shadow clone. To create the same clone as the main body, chakra will be evenly distributed to the clone. Unlike ordinary clones, shadow clone is an entity that can attack and is generally used for espionage. Forbearance fighting technique, Thunder Plow Hot Knife. Technique of the Kingdom of Thunder, in the state of gathering Raiden, Thunder style, chakra all over the body, slams the opponent at high speed with the body, and uses the powerful wrist strength to give the opponent a fatal blow. Blood following the boundary, Mangekyo Sharingan. Kekkei Genkai for the Uchiha clan is an upgraded mode of Sharingan, which can only be turned on if Uchiha has experienced a huge negative emotion, such as witnessing the death of a loved one, and produced a special chakra. Mangekyo Sharingan will not only greatly strengthen the original Sharingan's ability, but also the technique will be in line with the user's field of expertise. It has been rated as the strongest celestial eye and earth-shattering pupil technique in the Hokage world to see through the 3 worlds. The surgeon is blind. Susanoo. Mangekyo Sharingan's ability, a huge materialized chakra humanoid surrounds the caster. Most attacks are ineffective against it, but using too much will have side effects. It is not only the guardian of the caster, but also the death that devours the caster's vitality. So, Susanoo is a powerful double-edged sword. Back in time. Consume a lot of chakra energy to promote the law of time, restore the surrounding life and things to the previous state of tens, with a range of 3 meters. All over the world. The creatures killed by the sword will not be able to survive, and will be forever imprisoned in the sword. The holder can summon warriors from the Sengoku era to fight with the samurai, spending 500 chakra energy. Equipment: Demon Sword Muramasa. Defense and speed are not his pursuits for the time being. Whether a ninja is the biggest standard of cage level is still damage and spell damage. Abilities such as demonic illusion are systematically divided into the field of spell damage, and the damage value represents the ability of fighting technique. Of course, these are only the panel values in his normal state. When he turns on Susanoo, his defense power is increased by at least 1000. Otherwise, he will not be able to prevent the 3 generations of Reikage's consistent skills. Tsuchikage, who was presiding over the battle in the Land of Fire, suddenly received an emergency report. When he opened the scroll, Yui was bloody in both eyes, and a Jinten, particle style, hit the 10,000 pound stone beside him, and the stone immediately turned into powder. Pass my order, Iwagakure village all withdraw from the territory of Fire Nation, we will not mobilize one soldier in this war. But, Lord Tsuchikage, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Konoha's strength is at an all-time low right now. If we drag on for a few more years, we won't have another chance when the next batch of ninjas grow up. Do you think I don't want to? The damned 3 generations of Reikage ruined our 10,000 best players. We've run out of troops. Another direction, AI and Killer Bee of Kumagakure village also received information. What? You said that the 3 generations of Reikage died in battle. The Third Ninja War was originally a continuation of the last Ninja War, but now it ended because of a key turning point on the battlefield. The 3 generations of Reikage and more than 10,000 Kumagakure encountered each other, and both sides perished. Under Baisu's order, the Uchiha family did not reveal the real cause of death of the 3rd generation of Reikage. Once the news of someone opening Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha is known to the top of Konoha, it will definitely arouse their suspicion, and it will lead to unnecessary trouble. When the Uchiha family performed the S-level mission, other battlefields in the Fire Kingdom were also very tragic: the Battle of Konobe Bridge, the achievement of 2 Sharingan heroes, Uchiha Obito and Hotaki Kakashi. Obito, who was originally killed in battle, was rescued underground. A new conspiracy begins. There's something wrong with this Shimura Danzo. This S-level mission is very strange. If it wasn't for Baisu possessing Mangekyo Sharingan, opening Susanoo, and the anti-sky ability of the Fruit of Time, they would have really become sheep's mouths, seeking their own death. Subconsciously, he doesn't really want to start a war with Konoha's high-level executives. It involves too much. Even if he wins, he accidentally beats Konoha into an empty shell, causing the surrounding shinobi village to covet. Another ninja war? A pity that Shimura Danzo's heart will never let it go. This despicable method will only be used on the Uchiha family again and again, until a disaster similar to the original plot occurs. There is a pair of UI-colored eyes staring at him, and he always has to pay back when he comes out, and the darkness of the ninja world is no exception. Chapter 23 Obito's Ambition. Konoha Shinobi Village. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow the new leaves to sprout. 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen personally presided over the memorial service, and the protagonists were Uchiha Obito and Yuan Yirin, who died in the Battle of Konobe Bridge. The brutal war forced the group of children to take to the battlefield as well, and as a result, Yuan Yirin was made into a tailed beast weapon, and Uchiha Obito became the mourned Sharingan hero. All the ninjas were in silence, and now the 3rd ninja war has suddenly stopped, and the defense force in the village has reached its peak. As for the last S-level mission, Baisu did not ask for any credit. When reporting, he only said that the 3 generations of Reikage and the 10,000 Iwagakure army perished together. They only played a small role in it. Say something. His master Mangekyo Sharingan does not want to be known to outsiders. The people in the village are very afraid of this kind of power. After all, Uchiha Madara almost destroyed the entire Konoha. Once the high level gets this news, I am afraid that they will immediately organize people to clean up Uchiha. He is confident to protect himself, but he cannot guarantee the safety of other clansmen, including Uchiha Mikoto and Itachi, whose strength has not reached the Super Kage level, and it is very dangerous once they fall into the land of the dead. Master Patriarch. Do you need to take back Hotake Kakashi's eyes? Sharingan is the symbol of our clan, and according to clan rules, it is not allowed to fall into the hands of outsiders. Uchiha Tekka, as Baisu's confidant, asked in secret words in his ear. Tekka is referring to the Sharingan that Uchiha Obito gave to Hotake Kakashi before he died. The two of them started Mangekyo Sharingan at the same time after witnessing the tragic death of Yuan Yirin. Pity that Hotake Kakashi has no blood succession limit. Although he can use Kamui after transplanting a Mangekyo Sharingan, the consumption of chakra has doubled exponentially. Although he has won the title of Copy Ninja, his strength has also stopped below Kage level all the year round. No need, an exception will not affect the clan rules, this is also the wish of the little hero. Baisu shook his head and rejected his subordinate's proposal. A bloody eye is really insignificant, especially now is a special period. If they really ask Hotake Kakashi for Sharingan, they will attract the rejection of most people. Smart move. Hotake Kakashi is different from Shimura Danzo. Kakashi is a decent character. Although he also works in Anbu, he was not brainwashed by Danzo, nor did he do anything dangerous to Uchiha in the original plot. After the memorial service was over, Baisu noticed a little space fluctuation in the grove, and with his eyesight he just saw the black hole closing. Time and space ninjutsu. You can go in and out of Konoha as soon as you open your eyes, interesting ability. As a traveler, he is familiar with the plot of the Hokage world. After Uchiha Obito gave Kakashi a Sharingan, he did not die, but was rescued by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara plots a shocking conspiracy, and Obito is just a pawn in his hands to prepare for his return to the top. Obito came here because of his nostalgia for Rin. But he would not show his face. After opening Mangekyo Sharingan, his heart was completely occupied by darkness. He believed Uchiha Madara's words, disrupted and reorganized the world, and established a new world with only laughter and laughter. World. It seems that the people of the Uchiha family always misestimate their own abilities, always take the responsibility of rebuilding the world on themselves, and eventually embark on a road to perdition. Fortunately, Baisu has no such ideological burden, and he just wants to take this set. At the end of the doll game, become the largest nesting doll and complete the main task. At present, his ability is not afraid of Obito, but Obito's master's time and space ability is first class in escape ability. If the other party wants to run away, he really doesn't have many ways to keep him. After all, he pays the least attention to various attribute points. The thing is speed. Continue to earn achievements in the next days. Konoha won't stay calm forever. If you can get that treasure armor with 1,000 achievement rewards, you should be able to walk sideways in the Hokage world. The treasure armor he cares about is the going chain armor. In the original book, it is the treasure of the East Blue Dragon Palace. Although it is much worse than the Ding Gaishinsen, it is enough to make Tei immortal. The true realm of Sun Wukong and journey to the west is probably in Tei. Immortals left and right, moving treasures, in the Hokage world, only the level of the most peak combat power 6 paths immortals barely involves the realm of immortals. The time-space channel appeared again, but the location was changed to the territory of the Land of Rain, which is a weak and small country that has been in turmoil all the year round. A young man walked out of it, wearing a black robe marked with auspicious clouds on his body, with a Uzumaki-shaped mask on his face, and his only bloody UI-colored eyes had a pressing aura. This is Uchiha Obito, Akatsuki's supreme will at present. Madara has arranged many things, just waiting for him to push. What was the result of the expedition to Konoha? In the shadow of the cave came two figures, one was Pain Heavenly Path controlled by Uzumaki Nagato, and the other was Konan, codenamed White Tiger. Pain Heavenly Path is a doll controlled by Rin Egan's ability. The doll used by Heavenly Path is called Yahiko, which is extremely important to Uzumaki Nagato and the founder of Akatsuki. Konan is one of Akatsuki's elders. Her senses are not as strong as Pain's, and the origami on her arm begins to disappear after discovering Uchiha Obito's traces, returning to its original state. This world is hypocritical and spurned. Konoha is also a bunch of mediocrity and cannot save the world. We need to create an ideal world without war and eternal peace. Obito still hasn't said a word, that is, there is no Rin in this world, only in infinite Tsukuyomi will Rin be resurrected, and he wants to create a world with Rin. We agree with this ideal, but the question is, how to achieve it? Pain Heavenly Path and Konan looked at each other and asked. Step 1, gather a lot of money to prepare for the future. The second step, establish a mercenary organization that does not belong to any country, provoke some small wars, first monopolize the war commissions of small countries at low prices. Increase the scale of wars, and then break the ninja system of big countries and monopolize all wars. Step 3, conquer the world with tailed beast weapons, resurrect the 10 tails, use the super large demonic illusion infinite Tsukuyomi, let the world fall into a dream, and achieve eternal peace. The fallen Uchiha clan is horrible. Now Uchiha Obito has gone completely crazy and caught in a deception. Infinite Tsukuyomi will not achieve true peace. This spell is to release the goddess of Mao who is sealed in the moon Tsutsuki Kagaya. Chapter 24 Make God. At present, this goddess of Mao is the mastermind behind the Hokage world, and the largest nesting doll. Even Uchiha Madara has been fooled. We have recruited a group of S-rank missing nin, and raising money can be done slowly. But now that the Ninja World War has just subsided, how should the countries be in chaos? Pain thought about it for a long time and found that this plan can completely convince himself that his wish can be realized in a total of 3 steps, and he is willing to give everything for it. Let's start with Konoha. I'm going to mess up that hypocritical place, just wait for my word. Uchiha Obito's eyes have long been devoid of emotion. He has thought about several plans, but he has not yet chosen which one to implement. Chaos or not, Konoha has the final say. When the first generation of Hokage was alive, other countries dared not even give a shit. To make the situation in the ninja world chaotic, we must eradicate Konoha's high-end combat power and eliminate the scruples of other ninja villages. Heart. Konoha. The achievements of D-level tasks and C-level tasks are almost the same, and it's time to do tasks above B-level. During this time, Baiso often went to the mission hall, and has successfully developed the receptionist into his own little fangirl. The big murderer Loli will organize the tasks according to his own needs, and some simple B-level tasks will be sent to him first, such as tasks that require long-term business trips, such as espionage in neighboring countries, are prioritized last. Lord Kun, the third ninja war is over, why are you busier than usual? I made dessert, eat more of it. The most difficult thing to accept is the grace of beauty. These days, Uchiha Mikato's complexion is obviously much more moist than Ui's before, and even his cooking skills have improved. Just after lunch, he brought a basket of desserts not long after. Cough cough. It's my honor to be able to contribute to the village. Just as Baiso was dealing with his wife's good intentions, a dark shadow landed in the yard. This was a Jainin of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Teka. Lord Patriarch, there is news from the inside that the third generation Hokage wants to recommend Namikaze Minato to become the fourth generation Hokage at the patriarchal meeting. Uchiha Teka sent a secret letter to him. As a ninja, the ability to collect information is very important. Under his instigation, the Uchiha family began to increase investment in the intelligence department, and the method was much more secretive than before. Namikaze Minato? What record does that guy have to be in Hokage? He raised his brows, thinking that he could rest for a while and live a life of a Hokage with his wife and children, but he didn't expect a change so soon. 3 generations of Hokage is getting older and older, and it is natural to find a successor, but the problem is that Orochimaru has always been the prince appointed by the 3 generations for the past 10 years. Kill 40 people. Uchiha Tekka replied respectfully, this number is Namikaze Minato's victory in the Ninja World War, and most of the enemies come from the Battle of Konobe Bridge. 40 people. It is undeniable that the Yellow Flash is really strong and is a banner figure of the younger generation. But it is really a bit difficult to do it just by looking at the record. The Konoha White Fang of that year defeated Sunin by himself and shocked the countries, but only got half of it. Hokage sleeves. What is Namikaze Minato? Baisu has no desire for the position of Hokage, but after hearing this news, he can only think of 2 words, making a god. I'm afraid the high-level Konoha has already exploded. I see, don't spread the word about this, let them grab the Hokage seat, and Uchiha won't get involved. By the way, have you found the genius Uchiha I asked you to contact? Baisu waved his hand, but there is no expression on the surface. The Uchiha family still needs to endure for a while. Once they are on the cusp of the storm, there may be accidents. Too many people are wary of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Tekka, Uchiha Shisui has been contacted, but he is now in the roots of Shimura Danzo, often performing some secret missions, and there are people in the clan who doubt his position. Don't worry about the issue of position, arrange a meeting between the 2 of us as soon as possible, and I will talk to him. Baisu waved his hand. Now is the time to hire people. Uchiha Shisui is a rare talent and has the potential to open Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, a bit like Itachi. He had a Hokage-like way of thinking at a very young age. He inherited the will of fire and chose to hone in the roots. What's the matter with you? Baisu saw that Tekka hesitated for a long time, and seemed to have some words that he didn't know how to say, so he took the initiative to ask. Lord Patriarch, you killed 3 generations of Reikage. In terms of merit, your strength is much stronger than that of Namikaze Minato. The position of Hokage should belong to you. Tekka expressed everyone's heart. Mangekyo Sharingan is a legendary power, and Uchiha Madara relied on this power to exhaust Senju Hashirama's vitality. Although Senju Hashirama won the final battle, he died within a few years. But before he could finish his words, he found that Tomo in the Patriarch's pupils had once again turned into a blade shape, a terrifying murderous aura enveloped him, his mind was blank, and he couldn't even move. It was the first time since he became a Genin. So close to death. Listen to me, the cause of death of the 3rd generation of Reikage is not allowed to be disclosed by anyone. When someone asks, they say that they perished with 10,000 ninjas in the village of Iwagakure, and it has nothing to do with us. The Uchiha family still needs to be patient. Blindly arrogant will only provoke the enemy. The time is not yet ripe. Anyone who dares to drag their feet will live under these eyes forever. Baisu's words made Tekka shudder, and nodded quickly in agreement. Although he didn't quite understand the word forbearance, the order of the Patriarch must be obeyed absolutely. Lord Kun, did the Hawks in the clan force you to act? After Tekka left, Uchiha Mikoto frowned slightly, and the Uchiha family was not monolithic, roughly divided into Hawks and moderates. The Hawks inherited the thinking of Uchiha Madara and are quite dissatisfied with the treatment of the current ethnic group in Konoha. As one of the 2 ninja tribes who founded Konoha, why is there no Hokage? Moderates are those who have inherited the will of fire. They put Konoha's interests first and can sacrifice their lives for the village at any time. Even if Uchiha is opposed to the village, they will most likely stand on the side of the village, such as those killed in war. Uchiha Kagami et.al. Mikoto doesn't participate in the affairs of the clan, and just wants to be a good wife and husband, but she has also heard some rumors these days, and she is afraid that her husband will be pulled into Uzumaki. P.S. Hello everyone, this book is updated with 2 chapters every day, and it will be updated if you ask for leave. I hope you can help me with some collections, thank you. Chapter 25 Prince's Battle. Don't worry, Tekka isn't a hawk, he just reminded me. No one in this world can force me to do anything. Baisu took Mikoto into his arms, feeling the amazing elasticity of the plump young woman, and her words revealed strong confidence. Konoha, Hokage meeting room. Sarutobi, do you really want to do this? Orochimaru is a disciple you trained by yourself. He has been gifted since childhood, and he has made great contributions on the battlefield. All of us think he will be the next one. Hokage. There was a hint of cunning in Shimura Danzo's unwrapped gauze eyes. He was obviously very concerned about this matter, but he showed a feeling of being sarcastic. Orochimaru has always been the prince status in Konoha, and today Sarutobi Hiruzen proposes to establish another prince that no one thought of. And Konoha's top executives were all present, with the exception of Shimura Danzo, senior advisors Homura Mitokato, Koharu Udaten, and others. Koharu Udaten, Namikaze Minato. This kid is too young and doesn't have enough achievements, isn't it an exaggeration to promote him to the position of the 4th generation Hokage? After all, Konoha White Fang only got half of the Hokage back then. It's just sleeves. Namikaze Minato stopped the Uegakure army in the Battle of Konobe Bridge, and scared the Abe brothers away in another battlefield. The Kumigakure army was defeated by itself, and the name of the Yellow Flash made the enemy frightened, and it was no less than the Konoha White Fang of the year. Sarutobi Hiruzen insisted on his own opinion, he had a reason why he had to do it, and it was precisely because the master had accurate information that he hurriedly convened a meeting of the elders at the end of the war. Humph! Yellow Flash! This name is the one that you specially hired to promote, right? You and I both know that those war exploits are just gold. How easy is it to create Konoha in the 1st generation? When you kill 40 people. Is it an achievement? The retreat of the Kumigakure and Uegakure armies is because the 3 generations of Reikage and 10,000 Uegakure perished together, and they had to withdraw. We won't recognize a god like you. Shimura Danzo's words are very heavy, but it does point to the pain point of the 3 generations of Hokage. Namikaze Minato is indeed a talented ninja, and his strength has reached Kage level, but his shortcomings are obvious and his qualifications are too shallow. Isn't it good for young people to have more experience? Now let Namikaze Minato take the position of the 4th generation of Hokage, which is a bit like rushing the ducks to the shelves. Danzo. This is the Hokage meeting room, don't think you can erase the achievements of the younger generation with just a few words. 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was instantly angry, and his eyes became extremely dangerous. He was an amiable old man on weekdays, and he could get along with the children of the ninja school, and he was rarely angry to this extent. I just follow the will of the 1st generation and the 2nd generation. The face of Konoha represented by Hokage is clearly superior to Orochimaru than credit, strength, prestige. You're right, this is the Hokage meeting room, but that doesn't mean that Hokage can decide everything over us. Needle pointed at Meimeng. Shimura Danzo's words made the conference room smell like gunpowder. Ahem, Sarutobi, can you tell me why you did this? At this time, Homura Mitokato came out to smooth the game. Everyone has lived for so many years, and their eyelashes are empty. It is obvious that the interests of Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen have conflicted. However, the two have been fighting since childhood, and they have been used to it for a long time. I have mastered the exact information, Orochimaru's mind has been corrupted by the darkness of Konoha. This kind of person can be used as a weapon, but he must not be on the throne of Hokage. The 4 generations of Hokage must be the heirs of the will of fire. Only people like Namikaze Minato can lead the village to the light. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and slowly revealed an astonishing secret. The elders in the conference room were startled, and they all turned their attention to Shimura Danzo as if they had just woken up from a big dream. Konoha's dark. Isn't there a being called the darkness of the ninja world in the conference room? 3 generations of Hokage means, Shimura Danzo doesn't know by what means controlled Orochimaru, or the two have reached some kind of agreement. This approach crosses the line. Everyone knows what Root and Shimura Danzo represent, assuming that 4 generations of Hokage become Root's puppet. I'm afraid most people don't want to see this situation. At this time, Shimura Danzo rarely chose to remain silent. He said it for the sake of it. If he quarreled again, he would tear his face. If the 3rd generation of Hokage really showed evidence, what would he do? As usual, we need a vote on this kind of thing. So, let's start now. Hand up for Namikaze Minato to be the Hokage candidate. Koharu Udaten had a serious expression. She took a deep breath, and immediately raised her hand after speaking. 1 vote for Sarutobi Hiruzen, 1 vote for Homura Mito Kato. Voted, the decision was passed almost unanimously, and only Shimura Danzo opposed it. No way, who made him the darkness of the ninja world? They were all comrades fighting side by side for decades, but since Shimura Danzo founded the Root and took the initiative to bear most of Konoha's darkness, everyone has a lot less personal friendship with him. The vote has been passed. Given that the Ninja World War is currently in the final stage, I will hold a conference in the near future to announce that Namikaze Minato has been selected for the position of the 4th generation of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan has been reached. This move is a righteous annihilation of relatives, which directly cuts off Shimura Danzo's delusions. He has a deep understanding of Shimura Danzo and will never let him indirectly master Hokage rights. Orochimaru is his proud student, and he has put a lot of effort into it, and his expectations are naturally high. Originally, he thought that Orochimaru would follow the path he had paved and ascend to the position of the 4th generation of Hokage all the way. Who would have thought that the bastard lost his way and got on Shimura Danzo's thief ship? Even so, he never gave up Orochimaru. He thinks this is also a kind of training. It doesn't matter if young people take more detours, gold will always shine. Wait. In order to ensure the fairness of the election, I think a few more outstanding young people should be selected to compete for the position of Hokage. Hokage has not decided. Shimura Danzo didn't give up, even in such a disadvantaged form, he still had to fight back. Okay, I allow you to recommend a candidate, and we will vote again at the next meeting. 3 generations of Hokage gave Danzo a cold look. He didn't do anything too seriously, considering Danzo's face and strength, and gave the other party a glimmer of hope. After the meeting of the elders, Shimura Danzo came to Orochimaru's laboratory alone, where cruel experiments were carried out every day, but the darkness was covered up by Danzo. The matter of you and me was discovered by the 3 generations of Hokage. It is no longer safe here. It is time to give up this stronghold. During this time, we should not communicate with each other, lest we be caught and cause greater losses. By the way, I have something to inform you in advance. The result of the vote at the old cabinet meeting has come out. Namikaze Minato will replace you to inherit the position of the 4th generation of Hokage. It will soon become a fact. Chapter 26 Evil Lab. Things must know how to choose. Shimura Danzo speaks without any hesitation, and tells Orochimaru everything directly. He very much hopes that the latest research of Orochi pill can be used for himself, such as transplanting more blood-round eyes, such as the application of Mokuton, wood-style, cells. All of this must be based on the premise of safety. Once the 3 generations of Hokage catch his current situation, his losses will be extremely heavy, and he cannot afford this risk. Shimura Danzo, I have brought the words, you can do it yourself. The laboratory returned to terrifying tranquility. Orochimaru stopped the research in his hands, his narrow pupils contracted violently, and he still hadn't digested the news brought by Shimura Danzo. Namikaze Minato. 3 generations of Hokage. Damn old man, what the hell did you do? An angry roar sounded, the airtight container shattered, an unknown liquid flowed all over the ground, and there was a dry corpse inside, which was deformed due to the failure of the Mokuton, wood-style, experiment. Orochimaru, who kept saying that he was not interested in Hokage, turned out to be gaps. Just like a child who was robbed of his own lollipop, this child spoiled by 3 generations of Hokage since childhood gave all the hatred in his heart to his master. Although Princess Tsunade is the heir of the Senju family, she is a woman after all, and she is addicted to gambling. As the Prince of Konoha for so many years, he never doubted that he would ascend to the position of Hokage, but it changed overnight. His dear teacher abolished his identity and established another unknown boy. Name Akaze Minato, with only 40 kills. How humiliating! He wants to take it all back, until he has researched the mysteries of immortality, the truth of the world. He wants his teacher to take a good look, how absurd a Hokage is in front of these things. Konoha, Mission Hall. Utsunamiya, I heard that the Patriarch of Uchiha is interested in you, is it true? Then it goes without saying, you look at her face as she is a cage-level dignified person, why do you have to do these low-level tasks? I'm really willing to lower myself in order to chase girls. Wow! Really? It's the first day that I know such a great news, but Master Baisu's wife is also a powerful female ninja, you have to be careful. Cut. What about the female ninja? It's not that she has retired from the first-line husband and godson. The status of Utsunamiya's sister is still up to Master Baisu. Are you right? Most of the people working in the mission hall are related to the high-level officials of Konoha. Some of them also graduated from the ninja school, but their strength will not improve if they stay at the genin level. Trigrams will not work. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Lord Baisu really cares about the weak and will only come to take on low-level tasks. A fierce loli was so ashamed that Yui was ashamed among the women. During this period of time, she spent a lot of personal time in private to help Baisu organize tasks. It was naturally a bit abnormal for her colleagues to see her. Ninjas are detached beings in the Hokage world. Which woman does not want to marry a strong man and enjoy the respect and admiration of the villagers? Even if she is young, she can bear it completely. It happens that this woman has a very good appearance, 17 or 18 years old. It is the age of begonia. Hello, help me hand over the task some time ago. At this moment, a magnetic voice sounded, Patriarch Uchiha himself came in person, and the group of women immediately closed their mouths. Ah! Master Baisu! I'll be fine right away. Utsunamiya raised his head and saw a divine light flashing in the eyes of the person who came. He stood up to receive the mission book, and the great evil jumped up and down, attracting the eyes of countless satyrs in the mission hall. She still hasn't figured out her own mind, does she really admire this powerful ninja? How many missions above B rank are there now? Baisu didn't care about the hot eyes of women. As long as men have strength and status, they will meet passionate women wherever they go. After returning from the S-rank quest, he has been brushing the B-rank quest, and has already achieved a lot of related achievements. When these achievements and quests are completed, he should consider brushing other than Konoha, such as the quest about Akatsuki. Many, close to the main quest, and the rewards are also very generous. There are relatively few releases above the B level. The war is basically over at present, and many of this level are arranged by the adults of Anbu. Utsunamiya pushed the frame of his glasses, with long wavy hair, black silk show legs, an amazing career line, and a face with a little baby fat. The combination of intelligence, maturity, and immaturity is full of lethality. Hey! At this time, Baisu found a piece of information on this woman's attribute card, 90% favorability, ambiguous relationship. He felt a little unclear, so, is it so easy to get good feelings? This is too exaggerated. He and Utsunamiya have only known each other for a while, and it is basically a work relationship, and his friendship with Uchiha Mikoto is only 100%. Master Baisu. Are you the head of Uchiha, Master Baisu? Please save my child. Last night I dreamed that the child was calling me in the water, and he said he was very uncomfortable. A young woman in the waiting table seemed to recognize Baisu and rushed towards him. Due to her emotional excitement, she accidentally tripped herself and her chest was cut open by the corner of Baisu's clothes, revealing a large area of snow white. At the same time, he also received a system message. Ding! Meet the trigger conditions and you get the side quest, the Evil Lab. Konoha has an evil human laboratory, find innocent children in it, and bring them back to their mothers. Destroying the laboratory rewards 100 magic points, killing Orochimaru rewards 1000 magic points, and releasing Orochimaru rewards 500 chakra points. Mission failure penalty, none. You are. Baisu subconsciously caught the other party and touched a pair of heavy things with both hands, but he didn't think about it carefully. He didn't expect to do a good deed and get a side quest. This reward can be said to be very generous. Killing or letting go of the Orochimaru will give you different rewards. What are the consequences of these two choices? My lord, my husband is an ordinary ninja of the Uchiha clan. He died on the battlefield last time he performed a mission. But now my child has suddenly disappeared, and we live on the edge of the village. Mr. Patriarch, what are you doing? I am the master. The young woman raised her head, revealing a beautiful face. She was too sad. She had made dozens of trips to the mission hall in the past 10 days, and it could be seen that there was little effect, and encountering Baisu was like grabbing a life-saving straw. Chapter 27 Instant Shisui. Ma'am, you posted a C-level quest, and a ninja has already taken it. Mr. Baisu needs a B-level or higher quest. The staff including Utsunamiya hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade them, and they should not be rude to powerful ninjas, otherwise, there would be a lot of lessons learned. Are you a member of Uchiha's clan? I have taken over your mission, and I will do my best to bring the child back. Baisu stopped the staff. This kind of fat can't be sent away, and the reward for killing the 3-generation Raikage is only 1000 chakra energy points. From the perspective of combat power, 3 Orochi pills can't keep up with 1 Raikage. Besides, it was the children of the Uchiha clan who got lost. As the head of the clan, he couldn't just sit back and ignore it. Thinking of Orochimaru's series of disgusting experiments, his heart suddenly became heavy. Thanks to the Patriarch, as long as you are willing to help, my child will be saved. The young woman hurriedly thanked her, and when she lowered her head, she realized that her demeanor was untidy, and her face was Ui's face, but the emotion in her heart was real. The Uchiha clan has a strict hierarchy, and their strength is respected. Her husband died, leaving behind orphans and widows, and they did not awaken the boundaries of blood. According to the chain of discrimination within the clan, they cannot call themselves Uchiha clansmen. I did not expect the Patriarch to treat people so amiably. I'm going to collect information. I'll report to the mission hall if there is any progress. Please go back and rest first. Take care of yourself. Baisu nodded, and now he is full of energy. As far as he knows, the laboratory of Orochimaru was arranged by Shimura Danzo. The location is quite secret, and there is no relevant information even in the Uchiha clan. But there is someone who might be able to help him. Konoha suburb at night. A young ninja jumped to Baisu's side. He was wearing a dark high-necked short-sleeved shirt and a triangular protective gear. He was wearing the same color pants and leggings. There was the Uchiha national emblem on the back of his clothes. Carrying a small sword. I heard that your body snap technique is good, but it's true after seeing it today. A smile appeared on Baisu's face. This young man was Uchiha Shisui, a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, who was known as Shinchi Shisui, the descendant of Uchiha Kagami, and the successor of the Will of Fire. I got an axe in front of the Patriarch. I don't know why the Lord asked me to come. Uchiha Shisui is currently affiliated with the Root, and his mind has gone beyond the Uchiha clan, putting Konoha's interests first, and he is still a little wary of this conversation within the clan. However, when he saw Baisu himself, his mood suddenly relaxed. The other party had an aura that seemed to include all the stars and the universe, which made people feel unwittingly cordial. I want to know the exact location of Orochimaru's laboratory. Shimura Danzo cooperates with Orochimaru to conduct Tabumokuton, wood-style, research and human experiments, and the Uchiha family has frequently lost children, and things are very critical. You who bear the name of Uchiha, won't you refuse? Baiso came to Shisui's side and said directly. Instant Shisui is famous all over the world. But he is still a little immature in front of him. He is determined to win that laboratory. Sorry, I don't know what the Patriarch said. I didn't stay at the Root for a long time. Most of the time, I followed the dispatch of the 3 generations of Hokage. After thinking calmly, Uchiha Shisui shook his head. This information was too shocking. Orochimaru is the prince of Konoha, so if he is united with Shimura Danzo, would that be great? He doesn't want the Uchiha family to conflict with the Root. He will bring the information to the 3 generations of Hokage. Please make a decision for the 3 generations. Maybe you don't know it yet, Konoha executives have already reported that Namikaze Minato will replace Orochimaru as the 4th generation of Hokage, that is, Orochimaru has become the abandoned son of the 3rd generation. For the current Orochimaru, that laboratory is evidence that must be destroyed. Guess what happens to the kidnapped children? Baisu still admired Shisui and continued to persuade him. Sorry, Patriarch. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Shisui still shook his head. In his values, the interests of those children are not as safe as Konoha's. Of course, after the conversation, he will immediately investigate Orochimaru's secret experiment and try to save the children tonight, but this cannot be done by Baisu, so as not to cause a conflict between Uchiha and Konoha. You kid, do you really want to force me to shoot? Konoha is above everything else in your heart, but in Konoha's eyes, what are you? There was no special expression on Baisu's face, but his voice was much colder. His eyes seemed to be able to see through a person's soul, and even Shisui felt a sense of oppression. Lord Patriarch, please believe me, I have never thought of being your enemy, please stop going. Uchiha Shisui took 2 steps back, half of the seal was already formed in his hand, and his pupil strength was in the top 3 among the Uchiha clan, and his strength surpassed the level of Jainin. Shisui, take a good look at the world. Your so-called Hokage thinking is so naive, over the top. Baisu's eyes turned bloody UI color, the 3 tomo connected together to form a blade-like shape, a terrifying pupil force slammed towards Uchiha Shisui, destroying the opponent's defense line almost instantly. Mangekyo Sharingan. Before Shisui's words were finished, he was hit by Mangekyo Sharingan's demonic illusion, and the scenes passed by his eyes like a slideshow, forcibly merged into his memory. In a spooky underground laboratory, huge bottles and jars are filled with children's bodies, carrying out painful mokuton, wood-style, experiments. A pair of pale hands are inlaid with blood-round eyes, like a demon. Uchiha Rebellion, Kota Amatsu Kami. Late night eye. Only one breath left, I opened Susanoo with one eye and escaped the pursuit of the Root Ninja. Uchiha Shisui looked at the content in the picture and felt the same way. He couldn't help holding his head and knelt down on one knee. The experience was too real. He almost thought that his eyes had really been taken away. The trash is no different. What is this? Demonic illusion. Why did the Patriarch make such a thing? Lifting the demonic illusion, Shisui exhaled heavily and stood up. He already had the answer in his mind. But he couldn't believe it was true. That's your future, and as long as you stay on the sidelines, this kind of change is possible in the world. Come with me. Witness the darkness of Konoha, tonight is a precious lesson for you. Baiso pulled Shisui into demonic illusion. He quickly found the suspected laboratory locations from the other party's memory. There were 3 locations in total, and they could be found quickly by the elimination method. Chapter 28 Science and Snakes. The future, this future must not be allowed to happen. Uchiha Shisui broke out in a cold sweat. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that his death would be worthless, and that his eyes would be taken away and used to achieve some ulterior motives. When he came back to his senses, he found that Baiso had already gone far, and quickly followed up with the telekinesis. While the two were searching, the laboratory where Orochimaru was in had already experienced a storm. Orochimaru, you have been arrested, the 3 generations of Hokage-sama are here, don't be stubborn. Watch out! He's got poison on his darts. Ah ah ah! A series of screams sounded. These elite Anbu ninjas were the guards of the 3 generations of Hokage, but they had no chance of winning against Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, and turned into corpses in less than a few minutes. Sarutobi! What the hell are you hesitating about? This guy has already betrayed Konoha, let's do it. Don't let your reputation be ruined here. A huge anthropomorphic ape, holding Kaiba, loudly called for the 3 generations of Hokage to rescue. It is a psychic beast, named the King of the Monkeys, Ape Demon, with the indestructible body of King Kong, can be transformed into a King Kong wishful stick. It can also cooperate with the user to switch the form locally at any time as needed during the battle, and can also use ninjutsu with hand seal. Now it was suppressed by the 10,000 snakes summoned by Orochimaru, and the poisonous Kaiba of the 10,000 snakes bit down. If its body was not very like a Vatra, the venom alone would be enough for it to drink a pot. This time, the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen could never kill him. He devoted countless efforts to Orochimaru, and he wanted to train the other party to become a good person. If he shot, he would kill one of his own sons. He couldn't bear this kind of pain. Just now, he had 10,000 ways to stop Orochimaru's attack, but he finally chose to do nothing and watch his subordinates die tragically under Orochimaru's Kaiba. Erase. Perhaps in his heart, the lives of those subordinates are far less important than the safety of Orochimaru. Other words, he wanted to let Orochimaru go today. In order to prevent leaks, he could only choose to end the lives of his subordinates in this way. Even Hokage would not dare to let go of a sentence at will. This is a blasphemy to the village. Bloody smell. Baiso caught the location of the laboratory in time, and reached out to stop Shisui's figure. They all sensed what happened just now. You hide here, you don't need to interfere in tonight's affairs, you just need to watch. He reached out his hand to stop Uchiha Shisui's figure, and rushed in alone. The show is about to begin. Humph! It looks like you don't have the will to fight. My dear teacher. Orochimaru licked her lips with her tongue and said softly. He stepped on the ape demon's head and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen defiantly, like an angry child questioning his parents, but the method was countless times bloodier. Why do you have to make such a fuss? Mokuton, wood style, is a forbidden technique, and the village has already ordered it. You shouldn't. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice has become extremely old, and all his efforts have been wasted. He never imagined that his disciple would become a missing nin. Become extremely sensitive and vulnerable. He originally thought that the seat of the 4th generation of Hokage would become the whetstone for Orochimaru, but he did not expect to directly grind this disciple to waste. Now the best result is that Orochimaru can escape the pursuit of the Konoha troops. Life. Ha ha ha. Old antique, do you really think everyone cares about Hokage as much as you do? You can't stop me anymore. I want to pursue the truth of the world, pass all Akatsuki's ninjutsu, and gain longevity. Orochimaru sneered nervously and controlled the snake to slam the monkey demon against the wall. He lost his temper at the third generation of Hokage and regained some sanity. Now that he is a Konoha missing nin, he must escape from Konoha's encirclement as soon as possible while the third generation can't bear to deal with him. Otherwise, it will be difficult to escape with his strength. Orochimaru, do you want to leave like this? Stay and explain. Lay plow hot knife. At this time, a majestic voice came. Orochimaru was hit by a huge impact force in the middle before he could react. His body smashed a big hole on the ground, and he didn't get up for a long time. Wan Shi sensed that his master was in trouble, and his ferocity became fierce. Bastard! Do you want to dance too? A long knife appeared, white light flashed, and the huge snake head separated from the body and fell to the ground. All this happened between the lightning and flint, so that even the 3 generations of Hokage could not react. Orochimaru and Wan Shi, 1 death and 1 injury. Raiden, thunder style. Are you Baisu? 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is extremely wonderful. He can freely use the 7 chakra attributes. Grandmaster Konoha has all the ninjutsu, and enjoys the title of ninjutsu professor, but he was taught a lesson today. Didn't the Uchiha family use Katon, fire style? When did Raiden, thunder style, become so amazing, and the fighting technique should be the famous stunt of the 3 generations of Raikage? Damn! Ninja! Orochimaru didn't expect the retribution to come so quickly. Baisu does not belong to the 3rd generation of Hokage's personal guard. Why is the news so well informed? He didn't have time to think about these issues. The most important thing now is to escape for his life. There was a serious error in the information in his mind. Baisu's strength is definitely not as simple as Quasi-Cage level. When he lowered his head, that murderous aura was like a substance, making one dare not look directly at it. Fighting to the death. Your every move has nowhere to go under these eyes. Surrender to the power of Uchiha's pupils. Orochimaru. The blood-colored pupils instantly controlled Orochimaru's actions with demonic illusion. His seal was halfway immobile. A demon knife was inserted between his soft underbelly, and he found that his strength and chakra were constantly losing. Originally, Baisu didn't hate Orochi pills to such an extent, but as soon as he entered the laboratory, he found those little figures trapped in the container, and there were not many living mouths left. The research of Orochi pills is mainly about Formokuton, wood style, forbidden technique and Sharingan, so the Uchiha family became the focus of attention. And grievances filled every corner of the laboratory. Privately study forbidden technique, kill companions, betray Konoha. Orochimaru, tonight is your day of death, go to hell to repent. Thank you Wangjia Lingtian for the 5 monthly passes. Thank you Han Chan for the reward. Thank you too guys. Chapter 29 Make Skin with a Tiger. Orochimaru has cage level strength, but was restrained to death under Sharingan's demonic illusion. The demon sword Muramasa also has the effect of absorbing blood and soul, which makes his power continue to weaken. But he's not a stupid psychic beast like 10,000 snakes, and he's far from being pushed to the limit as a Hokage Frankenstein. Has it become Orochi with white scales yet? It seems that this kid's patience is not as simple as it seems. Baisu did not despise Orochimaru. After all, he is a strong cage-level person and will not die easily. According to him, Orochimaru transformed his body into a white-scale Orochi through a forbidden experiment. It has become a poisonous snake with a strong ability to save lives. As long as a small snake escapes, it can survive. But Orochimaru still wanted to preserve his strength at the juncture of life and death. He turned his eyes to his teacher, did not speak, just looked at the other party like this. Sure enough, the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help it. Stop! Ruyi bang gusty wind. With a wave of his hand, the psychic beast and ape demon transformed into the King Kong Ruyi stick. Combining the Phaeton, wind style, ninjutsu with the King Kong Ruyi stick, the Ruyi stick turned in place and created a strong wind, trying to push Uchiha Fugaku away. Grab the Orochimaru. Katon, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Cold to Isho, this old guy really took the bait. He squeezed a few seals at random, and spit out a huge fireball from his mouth, offsetting the Phaeton, wind style, of the third generation of Hokage. Hand seal to use ninjutsu at all, as long as the blue bar is enough, no matter what level of ninjutsu, it can be instant cast. 3 generations of Hokage, what does this mean? Are you trying to cover up this missing nin? He pretended not to know why. You are not part of Anbu's law enforcement team and are not qualified to execute Orochimaru. 3 generations of Hokage sank. Tonight's events had come to an end. I didn't expect to kill a roadblock in the middle of the road, and the other ninjas were nothing. The patriarch of the Uchiha family was enough to make him deal with it with all his strength. That's out of the question. I'm the captain of the guard team. I can handle any incidents that threaten Konoha's safety, not to mention that your disciples stole the children of the Uchiha family. By the way, maybe I can hand Orochimaru into the hands of the torture madman Ibiki, and it would be better to kill him after going through various punishments. Baisu turned a blind eye to the threat of the third generation, and turned the demon knife in his hand gently, and Orochimaru couldn't help but groan immediately. 3 generations of Hokage, enough. What conditions do you need to let him go? The young man just took a detour. He has also contributed a lot to Konoha. Conditions, let me think about it. I heard that you are going to abdicate. The seat of the 4th generation of Hokage is still vacant. How about I take over? Baisu deliberately created problems for the 3rd generation. The reward for letting go of Orochi pills is 500 less mana than for killing them. It would not be a loss if you could change the 4th generation of Hokage. There are still several side quests for Orochi pills. Kind of a pity. Your contribution to Konoha is not up to Hokage's standards, but with my instigation, the difficulty will be greatly reduced. It is also possible to become a 4th generation Hokage. 3 generations of Hokage didn't finish talking, but first drew a big pie for Baisu, stabilized it, and saved Orochimaru's life. As for whether it will succeed in the future, who knows? After all, the fame of the Yellow Flash has spread throughout the ninja world. So, you and I are allies? The righteousness of the 3 generations of Hokage-sama is really impressive. A hint of surprise flashed in Baisu's eyes. The 3rd generation of Hokage was short enough to finally agree to his previous conditions. Although it was only a verbal promise, the 3rd generation's weakness was in his hands from now on. Not even Hokage can afford it. Unless the 3rd generation can quietly end his life. Unfortunately, the other party does not have such strength. Did you hear that? You have a good teacher, and you will not hesitate to ruin your reputation in order to save you. Get out of here. Let me meet you next time, and it can only be considered bad luck for you. Baisu kicked Orochimaru more than 10 meters away and said sarcastically. He knew that the reason why Orochimaru did not resist was to preserve his strength, but this trick was not worth his attention. Even if this pair of master and apprentice joined forces today, he had the confidence to defeat them. Orochimaru struggled to get up, glared at Baisu, turned his head and ran away. He killed Anbu's members. It is estimated that a team has already arrived. He must race against time to escape Konoha before the encirclement is formed. 3 generations. No one noticed that there was a figure of a young man hidden in a big tree in front of the laboratory. It was Uchiha Shisui. He witnessed the darkness of the 3 generations of Hokage with his own eyes, and the world view was almost broken. It turned out that this was the village he and his father desperately guarded. It turned out that this was the dignified Hokage. After Orochimaru escaped, Baisu immediately rescued the children in the sealed container. Most of the children here were forced to undergo mokuton, wood-style, cell experiments. Lost some of its vitality. The child of the young woman who was anxiously waiting in the mission hall was luckier and had not yet been tested. Hey? Sharingan. After Baisua found out that the child had witnessed the tragic death of the same clan, his emotions were stimulated and he opened the blood wheel eye. Once the bloodline boundary of the Uchiha clan was opened, he would suddenly become a genius, and the lowest achievement in the future would be Jainin. Thank you, the patriarch, for saving us. After the boy was rescued, he quickly thanked him. He and his mother lived on the fringes of the village and were accustomed to the warmth and affection of human beings, so he could remain sensible in this situation. No thanks, it was your mother's persistence that saved you. She stayed in the mission hall for a long time and contacted me by chance. There is darkness and light in this world, make good use of your eyes, and repay your mother in the future when the conditions are good. Baisua touched the child's head. The world is cruel, but there are a lot of preferential treatment for geniuses. After awakening the blood wheel eye, the living conditions of the mother and son will change dramatically, at least they don't have to be pushed to the edge of the village. As for his responsibility, it is to protect the Uchiha family from being swallowed by the darkness of Konoha. Mother. I see, Lord Patriarch. The bitterness of his mother these days appeared in the boy's mind. Tomo disappeared from his pupils, and his blood-colored eyes returned to normal. The power of the Uchiha family was mysterious and powerful. On the path of destruction. Soon, Anbu's chasing team arrived, and a few people were assigned to help transfer the living child, and the others began to chase down Orochimaru's footsteps. Chapter 30. In these days, who is a traveler and still has a hand seal? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, Evil Lab, and get bonus mana cap plus 600. Ding! The host released Orochimaru and became an ally with the 3 generations of Hokage, meeting the hidden conditions and triggering the side quest. Mission 1, ascend the position of the 4th generation of Hokage and change the fate of the Uchiha family's demise. Unknown reward, no penalty for failure. Task 2, collect tailed beasts. The 6 Paths Immortals divided the power of the fruit of the God Tree into 9 tailed beasts. Collecting all of them can exchange for a complete fruit of the God Tree, which can increase a lot of magic power. No penalty for failure. Looking at a series of side quests, Baisua frowned. The reward for collecting tailed beasts is good, but most of the tailed beasts are in the body of the human Jinchuriki/column force, and the person who loses the tailed beast will also lose their vitality, and Kaibi, 9 tails, people Jinchuriki/column force Uzumaki Shinkuna and his wife Uchiha Mikoto seem to have a good personal relationship. Other tailed beasts are also the most important weapons in the village. Capturing tailed beasts is equivalent to starting a war with various countries. This task cannot be achieved for the time being. 3rd generation of Hokage brought Baisua to Hokage's office. The two formed an ostensible ally, and some details still need to be discussed. To be honest, the power of the Uchiha clan is very strong. If they can always stand on the same front as the village, I would also welcome it. But you also know what Uchiha Madara did to the village, and the Hawks headed by Shimura Danzo hate the Uchiha people very much. You want to be a 4th generation Hokage, that's the biggest hurdle. 3 generations of Hokage have returned to their former wisdom. He has served as Hokage for so many years, but his wrist is still very powerful. In recent years, Shimura Danzo's inflated ambition has made him feel threatened. If he can tie the Uchiha family to the chariot, his status will be even greater. Firm and unshakable. You mean? I'm not getting any benefits, and I have to be a free thug to help you contain Shimura Danzo? Forget it, this job is over, I'll go out and help Anbu get Orochimaru back. Baisua shook his head, these elderly guys are more savvy than each other, they are ready to send themselves with a blank check, and the appearance is too ugly. Although he originally regarded Shimura Danzo as his enemy, 1 yardage is 1 yardstick, and this cannot be a condition of negotiation. Wait, you give me some time, I can give you a chance to compete with Namikaze Minato for the 4th Hokage position, but the forces led by Shimura Danzo will definitely oppose it at that time, you better be prepared. 3 generations of Hokage became serious. Considering Baisu's strength and status, he must endure it again and again, otherwise he will have a big trouble with the Orochimaru. If the other party discloses this news to Shimura Danzo, then his political career will end here. How long will it take you? Baisu asked without looking back. 3rd generation of Hokage, within 3 months, to tell you the truth, the previous meeting of the elders has already voted Namikaze Minato as the 4th generation of Hokage. And I will add your place to the next meeting. Then we will meet at a high-level meeting, and I hope that the adults will not deceive Uchiha's feelings. Baisu nodded. It was like talking to someone he didn't want to be taken advantage of. In addition, the seals of your knots are all wrong. If you use them to confuse the enemy in the future, you still need to work harder on the basics. The genius of instant ninjutsu without a hand seal. Maybe only the original Hokage, Sama, can do it. 3rd generation of Hokage sighed inwardly. After decades of ups and downs, he really felt that he was getting old. Today's young people have a bright future. For example, the Uchiha patriarch in front of him didn't expect that he would not be discovered for so long. Cough cough. I see, thanks for reminding me. Baisu stumbled and almost tripped himself. Those hand seals were too complicated. For example, an A-level ninjutsu usually had dozens of seals, and he didn't bother to learn it at all. In these days, who is a traveler and still has a hand seal? Saying goodbye to the 3 generations of Hokage, Baisu returned to the vicinity of the laboratory and found traces of Uchiha Shisui. It's nice to see you again. How about the genius of the Uchiha family? How do you feel when you see the darkness of Konoha? He came under the tree and greeted Shisui with a smile. Shisui, what deal did the 3 generations of Hokage make with you? Can you tell me the details? It's nothing, that old fox wants to use me to balance Danzo's power, but there's a lot of room for manipulation. It would be great if you could help. The power of the Uchiha family is too daunting, and the high level will not trust us. Although your father's achievements have been recognized by some high-level leaders, this does not affect their prejudice against Uchiha. Do we want to take the initiative to take the key of destiny in the hands of others? Baisu calmly analyzed Konoha's situation. Uchiha has been in a state of being excluded, and it is very dangerous to continue. My previous thought was too naive. Even the inheritor of the Will of Fire would take the initiative to bear the darkness for the sake of profit. May I ask how I can help you? Uchiha Shisui was silent for a long time. The more excellent people are, the easier they are to encounter difficulties. At a certain point, they will find the cruel gap between reality and ideal, and it is too difficult to change the environment. There are very few people in Konoha who have the Will of Fire. Most of them are mediocre. Even the 3 generations of Hokage are like this in the face of right and wrong. Who can stand the test? Baisu, your next task is to collect Shimura Danzo's incriminating evidence and reveal it at the next high-level meeting. As far as I know, Shimura Danzo has transplanted several Sharingan with the help of Orochimaru. I don't know how many elites of the Uchiha clan were killed. Your pupil power is famous all over the world, be careful if he hits you. Transplanted Sharingan. This way consumes a lot of chakra. Shimura Danzo is just a dying old man. How on earth did he do it? Uchiha Shisui remembered the fantasy that Baisu had shown him, and couldn't help swallowing. Mokuton, wood style, cells will provide Shimura Danzo with a large amount of chakra. At present, his chakra reserves are estimated to have reached the realm of tailed beasts. Don't be careless, let alone fight the enemy alone. Baisu especially reminded Shisui to be careful. Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan has not been activated for the time being, and he is afraid that he has no chance of winning against Shimura Danzo, the old fox. Don't worry, I will bring back what the patriarch needs. Shisui nodded, and when he heard signs of ninja activity around him, he said goodbye to Baisua and left here using the telekinesis technique. After doing all this, Baisua returned home, and his wife Uchiha Mikoto had prepared a sumptuous dinner, obediently waiting for the return of the head of his family. "Ma'am, you are still waiting for me so late, you have worked too hard." "It's not hard, as long as the three of us are together, we can wait as long as possible." Uchiha Mikoto ran Isho. During this time, her face is radiant and dazzling. She feels that her husband has become more energetic recently, and every night is like a newly married, so every day she will put a lot of effort into cooking. "Ms. Kun, Itaka has already fallen asleep." She seemed to be able to switch between angels and demons at will, and after the meal was over like a beautiful snake, Baisua began to work as a coolie again. That night, Baisua had a long dream. Chapter 31 The Cry of Fire Fist. Tick, tick. When Baisua opened his eyes again, he found that he was in a dark and cold space, and a fishy smell unique to the ocean filled the surroundings, which made him frown. What is this place? Is it a dream? He still remembers the battle with Mikoto a few hours ago, and he came to this place in a blink of an eye. This experience is like being in a demonic illusion. Looking at the entire Hokage world, who can make him fall into the demonic illusion world? He tried the surrounding walls with his hands, and the real touch made him even more confused. It seemed to be an underground prison, and the village around his waist moved, and it sensed the amazing resentment here. Whoa! Whoa! At this moment, a sound from the depths of the cell attracted Baisu's attention. He boldly walked over and saw a shirtless young man with black hair, yellow skin, Madara on both cheeks, and ASCE on his left arm. The tattoo with the words, and the pattern of the spine on the back is quite special. It is a skull hanging on a cross. The skull has a white beard with a crescent-shaped upward curve. Just kidding. Fire Fist Ace. Could this be Marine Headquarters? As an old-timer, he is too familiar with the logo of the Whitebeard Pirates. The one imprisoned here is the famous Fire Fist Ace, who has the ability to burn fruit. He was once invited by the world to join the King Shishibukai. After losing to Whitebeard, he was convinced by his personality and became the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates. The tattoo on his back symbolizes the honor that Ace values most in his life. But now Ace has lost the brilliance of the past. He wears a shackle made of sea stone, which is a rare mineral with the same ability as the sea. Not only can it make the capable person powerless, but it can temporarily make the capable person become an ordinary person, whether it is Logia, Paramecia, or Zoan. Are the side effects of devil fruit? Fear of sea water. The time fruit I take doesn't seem to have such drawbacks. Couldn't help sighing when she saw Fire Fist's dejected appearance. Fire Fist is an extremely conceited person. As Whitebeard's son, he cherishes everyone around him. He was defeated, and finally fell into the hands of Marine to choose a day for execution. Who's there? You, not Marine S. A pair of sharp eyes appeared in the darkness. He looked at Baisua a few times, and said with certainty. Yes, I should, pass by. I don't even know how I got here. But since we're here, it's a fate for you and me. Do you want to know your future? Fire Fist. Baisua nodded. He didn't understand the ins and outs of the matter for the time being, why he appeared at the Marine headquarters in the world of One Piece/King of Pirates, but he didn't take Marine seriously, and his words were very relaxed. Fake it up, no matter what your origins are, tell the people behind you that I won't cooperate with you. Fire Fist Ace snorted lightly, his eyes full of disdain. Even if he had fallen to this point, he still maintained an unyielding heart. Although his life was short, it could be called a wonderful one. If I say, someone will come to save you on the day of execution, aren't you interested? It's your closest relative who came, but unfortunately you will still die on that day. This is your destiny, Fire Fist. By suicide, Fire Fist's death is very unfortunate. Originally, Whitebeard and others tried their best to save Ace, but in order to save Monkey D. Luffy, Ace chose one life for another and blocked Akainu with his body. Fatal blow. What did you say, my dearest? What do you mean? Ace suddenly struggled to get up, with a terrifying look in his eyes. What he was most afraid of was that someone would come to save him, because he knew it was a huge trap. Marine was going to broadcast his death sentence all over the world. No matter who came, saving him is equivalent to throwing himself into the net. Just as Baisu was about to explain, he suddenly found that the surrounding scenery was blurred for a moment. He stretched out his hand to touch the prison in front of him, but it was like a drop of water fell on the surface of the well, causing ripples and circles. Is it really a dream? I'm leaving, so I can do it myself. His figure also disappeared into the underwater prison with the ripples. Ace rushed over to grab him, but caught him empty. The violent movement caused Seastone's reaction, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. No! A beast-like roar sounded in the underwater prison, and was swallowed by the sea in a blink of an eye. When Baisu opened her eyes again, she felt the long-lost sunshine, the beautiful woman in her arms, like a sleeping kitten. This dream is too real. Was it caused by being too tired last night? Nothing has changed, others are still in the Hokage world, and he can't find a reasonable explanation for the dream just now. Everything is too real. Ding! You have received a battlefield mission in a different world, the Top War. Mission Introduction: participate in the Top War, save Fire Fist Ace, and change the plot direction of the world of One Piece / King of Pirates. Reward: a random devil fruit, 200 random attribute points and 1500 points. Note that different world battlefield missions are different from the main world, Hokage Ninja World, often accompanied by huge dangerous factors the system cannot control. Please choose the host carefully. This, a dream opens the battlefield mission, the key is another world. Baisu really doesn't know whether his luck is good or bad. To choose or not to choose, that is the question. The difficulty of this task is much higher than that of S level. The Marine headquarters is Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, as strong as Whitebeard can only end with hatred, and the system has given a warning, because the system is currently in a low-level stage, the degree of control over other worlds it is not high enough to guarantee that there will be any changes in the process of executing the task. Ace is my favorite character, and Whitebeard. If there is a chance to make up for this regret, I'd love to give it a try. After hesitating for a long time, he still chose to accept this battlefield mission. With his strength, he may not be able to control the outcome of the war, but his desire is strong to a certain extent. It will definitely come true. Accept. Ding! Host battlefield mission: the chat group function is activated. The host can get an invitation opportunity, and can randomly invite 5 group members to form an adventure team. Can you still ask for foreign aid? The system really cares about me. I didn't expect that with the help of the system, I could travel in the dimensional world at will. It's really hard to imagine how talented the person who created the system was. Baisu was pleasantly surprised. The system he got can grow with him. Every time he awakens a hidden function, it is very useful. The group function can even invite characters from the dimensional world to join. Thinking about it, it feels cool. Chapter 32 Dimensional Chat Group. Penguin in his mind. Currently, he is the only bear commander who is the leader of the group. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a free opportunity to invite group members. The number of people is random from 1 to 5. In the future, the group must be active and meet the requirements before continuing to invite. Would you like to invite new members? He subconsciously clicked the confirmation button, and then heard a series of beeps. Ding! The strongest man in the world joins the group chat. Ding! Join the group chat with the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods. Ding! Chase 10 school beauties to join the group chat this year. Ding! The owner of Butterfly House joins the group chat. Ding! Mr. Romanga joins the group chat. Seeing these group business cards, Baisu subconsciously touched his forehead. These newcomers are quite artistic. Don't use the original name to let him guess. However, as an old two-dimensional person, he still relies on clues to lock their approximate identities. Shouldn't the strongest man in the world be the one in the pirate world? As far as he knows, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors in the world of One Piece/King of Pirates, is known as the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard has never married in his life, but he has a hobby and recognizes his son all over the world. With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods reminded him of a figure in the Marvel world, Tony Stark, a scientist who used the arc reactor to create a steel armor and became a hot hero in that world. The owner of the Butterfly House should be the Butterfly Ninja in the Demon Slayer, one of the 12 Jinchuriki/column of the Demon Slayer, and the Grand Master of Poison and Medicine. Romanga teacher means love/se comic teacher, which reminds him of Izumi Sajiri, but this girl is an ordinary person. An Iraj painter. As for chasing 10 school beauties this year. Whoever came up with such a boring name, why does it sound like a young and restless college student? Butterfly Dance Master, Moses. Is anyone there? Who can tell me where this is, and said that my sister has a reward? Butterfly Shinobi just came back from the mission and was grinding medicine in the Butterfly House. Suddenly, this group chat appeared in her mind. She almost thought it was some kind of ghost's ability, but it is reasonable to say that ghosts can't move during the day. She has black hair and purple eyes, her hair reaches her collarbone, and she has a curly hairstyle for the night party, with a mint butterfly hairpin on it. She wears a butterfly wing pattern yuri on the outside of the Ghost Killing Squad uniform, which is her late sister Channa Butterfly's relic. For a person who has lived in danger all the year round, he is accustomed to being calm. Even if he encounters unexplainable things, he will quickly accept it and try to understand it. The strongest man in the world, gu la la la. It turns out I'm not the only rookie. What do you do? Pirates or civilians? You must have heard of the famous Whitebeard pirates, and I am a member of this pirates. Captain. World of One Piece/King of Pirates. Whitebeard is sitting alone in the captain's room. He has a white beard with a crescent-shaped upward curve on his face. He has a giant blood in his body. His body is very huge and strong. The fate of aging requires infusion therapy almost every day. His name reverberated all over the world, and even children from all over the world sang songs that described him as more terrible than a monster. Although known as a living legend, he himself does not miss the title of strongest at all, and believes that the strongest person in the world is a human with only one heart after all, and one day he will face death. He has a broad mind. When he was a pirate when he was young, he had no interest in treasure. He once said that his biggest dream was to get a family. For this point in the family, everyone is full of admiration and gratitude to him, so he affectionately calls him Dad. Teacher Romanga, +1 for the newcomer report. I still have a manuscript that I haven't finished drawing. I'll come over in a while, and it's rare to meet a chat group that doesn't even have a name. It's very interesting. In a certain dimension world, a little loli is in the boudoir and poses various poses in front of the mirror. Her name is Izumi. She has snow-white skin, silver-white long hair, and aqua-blue pupils. She is a beautiful and pitiful-looking beauty. Girl. But don't be deceived by her appearance, this guy is a ruthless guy who gives himself a job. Since her parents died, she has lived a life of isolation from the world. Teacher, but since there is no knowledge reserve in this area, I have to go into battle by myself. Chasing 10 school beauties this year, hello. Hello guys, I'm also a newcomer. My name is Ge Xiaolun. I'm 25 years old this year. I'm going to university in Juxia City, China. It's nice to meet you. Super God World, Juxia City. Ge Xiaolun skipped class and was surfing the internet in the dormitory when he was suddenly pulled into this mysterious group chat. He checked the business cards of the group members according to his usual habit, but he couldn't take his eyes off the first time he opened it. This is too beautiful. The gentle Dongying girl, dressed in a kimono, looks like she has stepped out of a painting. Although he is determined to chase 10 school beauties this year, as long as he can catch up with one of this grade is enough. It's over, it's over. This is too much, it's so worth it to skip class today. Should I privately chat with the girl for her contact information? No, no. This matter has to be taken slowly. Let's hang out in the group for a while, and have some more information from the master. This matter is settled. This thing is one of the 3 major god-building projects in the super divine universe, the sword that cuts through fear, the power of the Silver River, but his super genes have not been awakened, and he is no different from ordinary college students now. On his desk is a book of 30 rokushiki for picking up girls. If he uses all the above routines, he will be born alone. The strongest man in the world, Juxia City? I have never heard of this place in the sea for so many years. You must be from a far-away place? Owner of Butterfly Dance, it's not as simple as being far away. There is no Huaxia in my world, nor the famous Whitebeard pirates. I have a guess, maybe, we come from different worlds. Butterfly Wren slowly revealed the fact that if what these people said was true, then this chat group would be even more mysterious. How terrifying might be able to connect people from different worlds together. Whitebeard, ah! People from other worlds, the benefit of living for a long time is that they will witness some miracles. So, who is the person who created this group chat? Is it the group owner who ranks first in the group member list? He was silent for a while at first. Although he didn't quite believe this fact, he didn't rush to object. Chapter 33 Here comes a bunch of thorns. Marvel World. Jarvis, have you found out who hacked our system? Anyone who dares to offend Stark Industries should be punished a little. On the top floor of Stark Industries, a man in a suit is shaking the wine in his hand, with loose and stylish hair, deep eyes and a sexy beard, revealing an aristocratic atmosphere of high society everywhere. His name is Tony Stark, the largest arms dealer in the Marvel world. He grew up in a wealthy family, but he did not make a living like other dudes. He graduated from the Department of Electrical Engineering of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology at the age of 17. Man's achievements have successfully found his social identity, the new owner of his family business Stark Arms Company. For a person who has mastered tens of billions of assets since the age of 21, unless a natural disaster-like change occurs, he will not be overjoyed. His arrogant character has brought a lot of trouble, and there is more than one hacker attacking the Stark industrial firewall today. The source of the information cannot be monitored, the target is in an unknown world. Mr. Stark, we have proposed this technology, but we did not expect it to be realized. The other party's technology level far exceeds ours. Please pay attention to your words and deeds in the group, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. There is an illusory figure in front of Tony's desk. This is his masterpiece. Artificial intelligence, Jarvis, acts as his assistant in life and undertakes many tasks for him. What did you say? Is there really power to transmit information across dimensional barriers? Tony Stark stopped his hand shaking the glass. He stared at the analysis report given by Jarvis carefully, with an incredible look in his eyes. As a scientist, he firmly believed that there were other universes that might be hiding in black holes. Maybe hiding somewhere in the unknown universe. He once wanted to try to establish an information channel, but was unable to achieve it due to the technological level of this era. Hokage World. Baisu has been secretly observing the dynamics of the group members. Although the system has enabled the group function, the absorbed group members are not forcibly assigned to his adventure team. It takes some means to subdue these people. The power of the Silver River, Ge Xiaolun, a third-order divine body, can fight against angels and demons. Unfortunately, this kid has not even awakened his super genes. According to the development of the plot, it will take 1,000 years to form. Iron Man Tony Stark, he is indeed a godlike man in the later stage, but I don't know how far his armor has been developed. If he is still in the Playboy stage. This dungeon doesn't seem to help much. Busy. Butterfly Ninja, it seems a bit cruel to let a girl with such a small strength participate in the top war. The combat power level in the world of Ghost Slayers Ninja is not too high. Mr. Romanga. Your uncle, what does it mean to call in a love/SE comic teacher? Draw a book? Only one Whitebeard left, but it's okay, Whitebeard is one of the top fighting forces in the world of One Piece/King of Pirates. If you add your own help, it might really turn the tide of the battle. With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, who is in charge here? Get out and say something. Do you know that my time is very precious? Can you afford to delay the business of hundreds of millions in minutes? Jarvis. Tony Stark is a little angry now. He hates being played like a cat and a mouse. He has a premonition that the people behind him are watching all this silently, which makes him very unhappy. Isn't the level of technology ahead of his world? What a cow! The strongest man in the world, goo la la la. So far, only one person has not spoken. There is a special title for the group leader after his name. It seems that the master behind it is Baisu. Owner of the Butterfly House, the envoy behind the scenes should always show up and explain what the purpose of calling us is, and why they pretend to be lofty. Chasing 10 school beauties this year? Yes, I'm not a vegetarian, and the butterfly girl has spoken, so who is so blind? Teacher Romanga, Maji washes the pantyhose. I went to. This is calling a whole house of thorns. Is it okay to go on like this? Let the majesty of his group leader go. No, you must give them some color to see. This deity invites you to join the group, that is a good fortune for you, and it will be returned. Baisu was so angry that his stomach hurt, he subconsciously borrowed the identity of the system to make a speech on the public screen, and immediately the 8 wastes shook, awakening some ancient existences in the dimension. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, and all things are dogs. Set up your mind for the world, set up your life for the people, set up a legacy for the past, and create peace for all generations. His voice came from the ancient times, as if a giant god at the end of the universe opened his eyes and began to look down at the universe. Even if the 5 group members were separated by the dimensional barrier, they felt that the end of the world was coming. The world's strongest man, observation Haki? No, he is countless times stronger than Haki. For the first time since I was born, I felt as small as an ant. Butterfly Dance Master, Master, please stop, the poison I raise will be scared to death. Boom! The wine glass in Tony's hand suddenly burst, and he fell directly to the ground, staring blankly at the dark night, and muttered, Jarvis, I really want to offend an extraordinary being. Jarvis, you won't die if you don't do it. As for Ge Xiaolun, who has now hid under the bed, recited the names of the gods and Buddhas, and prayed for their blessing. He originally thought that the people in this group were bragging, but he didn't expect that everyone else was a real boss, only himself is garbage. It turns out that the system is so powerful. Is the feeling just now real? This is the first time Baisu has experienced the horror of the system. Just now, he had an illusion that as long as he wants, he can destroy any star field at will. After regaining his senses, he found that the group chat had quieted down, and it seemed that everyone could continue to communicate in a friendly manner. I'm sorry, I didn't scare everyone, did I? I just had a momentary feeling, and I didn't intend to hurt you. You don't know me, but I know you very well. Your past and future have appeared before my eyes. I want to organize an adventure team to perform missions in various worlds. You can sign up actively, which is also about your future development. Bai Su's tone this time was very calm and friendly, which generally eliminated everyone's fears, but in the hearts of the group members, there was already some kind of assessment of his strength, and there was absolutely no offense. Chapter 34 Memory Copy. Future. Butterfly Ninja's breathing became heavier when she heard the word future. She was born in a Yakushi family. Originally, a family of 4 lived happily, but everything has changed since she was attacked by a ghost. Parents can't escape. After the upheaval in the family, she and her sister agreed to protect the happiness of the world and join the ghost-killing team. However, a few years ago, her sister Butterfly-chan Ahui met Tongmo, the second of the 12 ghost months on a mission, and when she arrived my sister is dying. My sister's last wish was to let Butterfly Ninja leave the ghost-killing squad and live a mortal life, but Butterfly Ninja refused. She wore her sister's feather weave and learned her sister's tone to talk to people gently, but only she knew, even her dear sister Butterfly Shanna died, and her future is only left with anger and hatred for ghosts. With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, so you are an astrologer? This is really a fascinating research direction. There are too many factors that affect the future. Is the result destined to be unchangeable? Bai Su, astrologist? In theory, what I see are facts. If there is no interference from a powerful force like fate, your future development trajectory has been set. The strongest man in the world, I never believe in the future. The future should be in my own hands. Whitebeard is a pragmatic person. He is reluctant to believe in some illusory things. If he has scruples in his heart, how can he pursue his dreams? Edward Newgate, I can tell you about the future, but first, we need to determine the timeline. Some time ago, did the Whitebeard pirates have a traitor, and your dear son Fire Fist Ace went to hunt down the traitor? Bai Su remembered his dream, and if it was calculated according to the timeline in the dream, Whitebeard probably didn't know about it when Fire Fist was first put into marine prison. The leader of the group really understands the affairs of our world. That bastard Teach actually attacked his own people, violating the iron law of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace didn't listen to my orders and insisted on going after him. But I believe in Ace's strength, and he will return safely. Whitebeard's beard trembled. In fact, he was very worried about Ace's safety, but there was no definite news about Ace yet, and he didn't know the other party's situation. Wrong, Marshal D. Teach is a real pirate. He has been lurking in your pirate group for 20 years in order to get that dark fruit. So unscrupulous, Ace is no match. Actually now Fire Fist Ace is imprisoned in Marine headquarters, you know his true identity, Marine will not let him easily, Marine will broadcast the execution process to the world, and you and Ace are destined to die there in a war. Time will prove everything. I have a battlefield mission about the pirate world here. Others who are interested can take a look. After the preparation time is over, the adventure team will step into the battlefield. After Bai Su finished speaking, he shared the battlefield mission in the group chat. Within a few days, Marine would spread the information about Ace all over the world, and then Whitebeard would naturally believe it. Whitebeard fell silent completely. This result was the worst he had expected. Could it be? With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, I am more and more interested. Can the group leader tell me about my future? Let me clarify the timeline for you. In a few days, I will lead a group of subordinates and military observers in a deserted place, locally testing my latest developments. Tony Stark is a science madman. Some people say that the end of science is theology. He is very interested in things like the future. If the future is transformed into a mathematics problem, the inevitable results can be deduced from countless results. This is so fascinating. Puff. Bai Su almost couldn't hold back. He didn't expect that Tony was still in the stage of a playboy, and he was about to face a drastic change. Starting from this accident, Tony would officially change from a playboy to Iron Man. Bai Su, dear Tony, don't worry, it won't be long before you dig in an uninhabited cave. Haha. You must believe in your abilities. You will be saved in the end. Group leader, your uncles. Tony Stark, as a nobleman in the upper class, really couldn't help but swear. Is this true? You are obviously not short of money. Why did the group owner say you are going to mine? Since he imported the data of the chat group to the computer, Jarvis can also know the content of the group chat. As an artificial intelligence, the processing speed is unimaginable, but I can't imagine the scene of Tony digging in sweat. Tony Stark, can't you see it? This guy is purely a magician. What predicts the future? Give me a few months to decipher his information transmission method. He must be good looking. Ding. 1 hour silenced for being a god on PAR with the mortal zone. Baisu, everyone, please chat in a civilized manner. The first warning, next time it won't be so simple. Ding. Baisu uploaded a copy of his memory, One Piece / King of Pirates World, Remnants of War. Whitebeard has received your copy. Butterfly Ninja has received your copy. Received your copy with the gods in the mortal zone. This year, Chasing 10 School Flowers has received your copy. Mr. Uromanga has received your copy. This fragment is just a less than 3-minute edited version, but it also roughly explains what will happen in the top war. In the end, Whitebeard exits sadly, and Ace also dies under Akainu's fist. Ace. In the world of One Piece / King of Pirates, the sea area where the Whitebeard pirates are located, the sky suddenly darkened, and the terrifying storm quickly formed but was shaken to pieces by a force that could affect space. Daddy's Haki? What was it that affected his mood? After the crew members showed their favor, Captain Marco looked at the location of the captain's room with a hint of worry in his eyes. Whitebeard's body was already in a very poor state. Using Haki so intensely would damage his lifespan. Butterfly House owner, are you the father of Whitebeard inside? What a terrible power! If only we had a strong person like you in our world, Kaiwasuji Wume would definitely not be your opponent. Chasing 10 school beauties this year, is this, in this river? It's like a god. We are all bosses except me. Chapter 35 Who are the heroes of the world? Teacher Uromanga, is this the future of the pirate world? Father Whitebeard died so tragically. Shahu and Izumi finally finished drawing the original draft and began to seriously start group chats. As a love comic teacher and senior otaku, she has more than 300 group chats, and it is rare to be able to focus on this. The strongest man in the world, my lord, I'm offline first. I'll ask you about the battlefield mission before discussing it with you. Whitebeard finally realized the seriousness of the matter. According to the mysterious ability shown by the group leader, he may really have the ability to predict the future. He walked out of the captain's room with the Supreme Sword 12 Workers Kong Yunki in his hand. Marco, all fleets head to the vicinity of Marine headquarters immediately. The group members received the battlefield mission issued by Baisu. From the brief memory copy, they could understand that the war on the top was a terrifying battle. Even the 4 emperors died in the battle. Ordinary people are no different from delivering food. Everyone, digest it. Those who are interested in participating in the battlefield mission can sign up with me, and the rewards will be generous. Baisu left a sentence and temporarily gave it to the group members to play freely. Regarding things like breaking through dimensional barriers and performing battlefield missions, it took time to accept it, just like he couldn't understand the fact that he was crossing the Hokage world at first. Another reason is that other than Whitebeard, other people's combat power does not meet the requirements, but Ge Xiaolun can consider bringing it. The god body created by 3 generations of genes can hardly be destroyed, and it is not bad to be a meat shield without attack power. But according to the character of that kid, it is estimated that he will be scared to pee now. The next day, Baisu got up early to prepare for liver achievement, but was disrupted by an unexpected guest. Patriarch Beiju, Lord Danzo, please come over. The ninja at the root rarely appears in front of the world, let alone the territory of the Uchiha clan. I don't know how many pairs of eyes are staring at this man wearing an animal mask, and there is a danger of being killed if he changes. Shimura Danzo, how did he have time to come to me? The ninja world war just ended, he must be very busy, right? Baisu frowned. The Uchiha family basically had no contact with Gen, and if it wasn't for the mission, he wouldn't have had any contact with Shimura Danzo. Sir Danzo said that there is an urgent matter to discuss with you. The ninjas cultivated at the root are all dead men, and it can even be said that they lack the ability to empathize in a certain part. Even if they are stared at by so many Jainin, they still carry out their tasks like a piece of wood. I see, you step back. Baisu's eyes were stained with blood, and he instantly controlled the opponent with demonic illusion. Unfortunately, this ninja knew very little information, only that Danzo was not a banquet, and he did not organize the force to ambush himself. Yes. Lord Patriarch, if Shimura Danzo did not invite you in the name of a mission, you can actually disappear. Uchiha Tekka and others came forward and suggested to Baisu that the root was the darkness of Konoha, which even the Genins knew. Don't worry, you guys go get busy. Just a Danzo is not enough to guard against this level. Baisu waved his hand. These people's reactions were a bit extreme. In his opinion, Shimura Danzo, like the third generation of Hokage, are old foxes. Now his strength is progressing rapidly, and only by playing against the masters can he feel a sense of accomplishment. The agreed location was an inconspicuous tea house. This property was controlled by the roots, and the venue was cleared. There were only Shimura Danzo and Baisu in the huge venue. Lord Danzo is very elegant. If I hadn't come here today, I really don't know that Konoha has such a place. Baisu took the tea and took a sip. The fragrance left on his lips and teeth, coupled with the elegant surroundings, it was a real treat. Patriarch Baisu has won the award. It's not easy for you to govern such a big family as Uchiha at a young age. Although there are many famous families in Konoha, but the fame and strength can catch up with Uchiha, I'm afraid you won't be able to pick one. Shimura Danzo doesn't have many requirements for the environment, he just ordered to find a quiet place, and his subordinates did it for him naturally. The ninja is a thing of the past, and now it won't achieve anything by keeping the old things in place. Konoha is the common destination for everyone. Baisu smiled. This old fox came up to pour Lao Tzu's ecstasy soup, and he didn't pay much attention at first sight. The two began to act. This time they sang about cooking wine and talking about heroes. It's amazing that young people have such an open mind. To be honest, looking at the entire ninja world, only you and I are worthy of being called heroes. I wonder what you think about the position of Hokage? Shimura Danzo slowly expressed his intentions, pointing to the position of the fourth generation of Hokage. I don't understand what your lord means. Isn't the position of the fourth generation Hokage going to be passed on to Namikaze Minato? Baisu pretended to be stupid and stunned, and the expression on his face showed a hint of surprise and a hint of greed. Konoha is not the same thing as 3 generations. We all know what record Namikaze Minato has. It's too watery to be worth mentioning. If killing 40 people can be considered a hero, then what is it that your excellency wiped out 3 generations of Raikage and an army of 10,000 Iwagakure at the same time? Shimura Danzo's one-eyed gleamed with a wicked look. This time, he was forced by the 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to take a risk. After thinking about it, the people at the root were a little bit unable to make a move. Although Namikaze Minato's record was watery, it was solid. Cage level, how many roots are there in this level? The end, he put the abacus on Uchiha's head. As long as people have greed, it is easy to be controlled. Whether it is the original Orochimaru or the current Uchiha Baisu, they are all roles that work for themselves. His goal is the actual control of Hokage. Chuan, fulfill your lifelong Hokage dream. Baisu, Lord Danzo, you and I both know that the battle was just a leak. The 3 generations of Hokage and the 10,000 Iwagakure army perished together. We played a negligible role. Shimura Danzo, just leave it to me to do this. 3 generations can create gods, and I can also build momentum for you. As long as you are on the position of 4 generations of Hokage, what's the point of not being bright? Is the 3rd generation necessarily is it bright? Lord Danzo is willing to help, I don't know what to ask for. Baisou pretended to think for a long time, and then asked Kaiba. Permission. As long as you let go of the restrictions on the route after you become Hokage, we will be forever allies. With the help of the power of the root, after the 3rd generation of Hokage abdicates, you will not be able to make any waves, and you will become the youngest generation of Hokage in Konoha. Shimura Danzo's voice was full of temptation. If Baisou was not from the Uchiha family, he would have used his Sharingan power to control him. Chapter 36 Sexy Group Owner, banned online. After Shimura Danzo transplanted Sharingan with the help of Orochimaru, his ambitions inflated to the extreme. He is already 60 years old, but he firmly believes that he can become Hokage one day. Okay, it's a deal, the rest of the time will depend on Danzo-sama. Baisou nodded heavily, this old fox never dreamed of it. The 3 generations of Hokage and the army of 7,000 Iwagakure are really his masterpieces. He wants to use him as a stepping stone, and he doesn't even think that his old bones can't stand the toss. Of course it is a good thing for someone to help him build momentum. He is about to run for the 4th generation of Hokage, but he lacks the prestige. Shimura Danzo's move is a relief, and he has sent a pennant to the other side. Shimura Danzo, okay, Your Excellency, go back and wait patiently, and leave the rest to me. The plans of the 2 are surprisingly similar, and they both regard the other as a tool person and deal with it when the right time comes. Shimura Danzo's strength was originally hidden, but now he has the bonus of Mokuton, Wood Style, Cells and Sharingan. I am afraid that he is already on par with the 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the way back from the tea house, Baisou opened the group chat, but he almost got mad at himself after not reading a few lines. With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods, go out. I am still the richest man in the world today, why haven't I gone to mine yet? At SU, trying to subdue us by relying on fear, this road won't work for me. Why should I listen to you? Let me cancel today's meeting in 1 sentence. Do you know how big a contract I signed today? $2 billion, let me ask you, have you ever seen so much money? Chasing 10 school beauties this year, Big Tony came out of confinement. Isn't it bad for you to make the group owner angry? Now that Whitebeard is out of the group, he may have really received information from Ace. Butterfly House owner, remember 1 sentence, if you don't do it, you won't die. Teacher Romanga, wow! Tony is so handsome, does he even dare to fight the group owner? Did you forget the horrible thing that happened yesterday when the group owner got angry? Chasing 10 school beauties this year, yes, how to explain yesterday's vision of heaven and earth? I feel that if it lasts for a while, Juxia City will be gone. Comparing gods in the area of mortals, naive. It's just an illusion, it's a bit complicated to say, you, a college student, definitely don't understand, but as long as you give me a projector, not blowing, I have 100 ways to achieve that effect. Besides, freedom of speech is advocated now, what's wrong with a few words? He has the ability to jump over and hit me. Ding! He was banned for 5 minutes for being a god in the mortal zone. Only the group owner can exercise the right to mute, which means that Baisou is back. This year, chasing 10 school beauties, wow! The group owner is here, sexy group owner, online ban. Butterfly House owner, sexy group owner, online ban. Teacher Romanga, sexy group owner, online ban. 5 minutes later, Tony was finally released. With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, please don't be a dog, okay? Ding! With the body of a mortal. He was banned from speaking for 7 days on par with gods. Chasing 10 school beauties this year, Group Owner V587. Teacher Romanga, Group Master V587. Butterfly House Owner, although I don't understand what you are talking about, Group Owner V587. The world is finally quiet, Tony is too jumpy. Baisu decided to go to the Marvel world and have a good chat with him when he can travel through the dimensional world at will. Marvel world. Tony was very happy today. Not only did he sign a contract worth $2 billion, but more importantly, he gave the group owner a slap in the face. One word, cool. He can't remember how much wealth he has, but he just enjoys the excitement of this money. Jingle bell. A pleasant bell rang, and although it was an unfamiliar number, Tony picked it up. Haney, what time are you coming back? Virginia Pepper Potts said you were out partying. There was a charming female voice on the phone. This was the chief reporter of an economic weekly. The two went to Washington Union last night. He still remembers the other party's hot body and strong hand. Listen. Boom. As one of the top playboys in the Marvel world, Tony was about to flirt with this hot beauty. An explosion sounded in his ear. He was just turned around and was hit in the chest by shrapnel. Lost consciousness. A rocket hit the off-road vehicle with precision, and this hacky-looking Hummer shattered in an instant. Then he seemed to see a series of fragmentary images, many people surrounding him. Pain, blood, struggle. It looks like someone implanted a huge iron fist into his chest. It was a long nightmare, and when he woke up, he found that the dream was real and he was in a strange, messy cave. Who are you? What have you done to me? When Tony woke up, he found himself in a miserable state, next to another middle-aged man imprisoned here. Electromagnet, you are very lucky. You know that many people in the village die from this kind of injury, and the shrapnel in the body will pierce the vital organs in a week. This man is also a scientist named Ethan, and the terrorists arrested the two in order to let them create the latest research result of Stark Industries, the Jericho missile. This trademark, it's like a dream, what the goddamn group owner said turned out to be true. Tony Stark was completely overwhelmed, and Baisu's prophecy came true. He went from being the world's richest man to a prisoner overnight. If nothing else happened, he might really have to mine and strike iron in this cave. Is it too late for me to admit my mistake now? He immediately remembered the group chat. If a man can bend or stretch, it doesn't matter if he admits a mistake, as long as the group owner gives him some tips to help him get out of trouble. But he spent a long time without sending the news, and then he remembered that he was banned. Group owner, you damn authority dog. 3 days later, the world of Hokage. Ah! Strange, does someone always miss me lately? Baisu touched his nose. Logically speaking, this would not happen to a ninja of his level. What he didn't know was that in a cave somewhere in the Marvel world, Tony was working shirtless. Greetings, it has been 3 full days. My mother said we would go out to dinner tonight. Uchiha Itachi jumped in. He was not affected too much on the battlefield. After returning to Konoha, he still looked innocent and cute. During this time, he has been studying at the ninja school, but he secretly placed a clone, ontology slipped into the woods to practice advanced ninjutsu and fighting techniques. Chapter 37 Madam, can't make. Oh? It's good to go out to eat. Shall we have ramen tonight? Baisu blinked. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't had a chance to try Chef Ichiraku's ramen since he came to Konoha. A good ramen is also very particular. The soup base needs to be simmered for hours or even days. The side dishes are mainly barbecued pork and eggs. You can also add bamboo shoots, pickled vegetables, potatoes, and stewed meat according to your own taste. Sour plum, corn, bean sprouts, green onion, seaweed, sesame, cabbage, spinach, etc. Konoha's delicious snacks, I'm drooling just thinking about it. Haha. This time it was Mikoto and the others who invited us to dinner. The ramen is too monotonous. Let's go to the restaurant. Uchiha Mikoto rejected her husband's proposal with a smile. The roadside stalls are indeed a bit low-end. Namikaze Minato is now a hero of 3 generations of Hokage promotion, and should go to a more expensive place. Oh, so that's the case. Then if I have a chance, I'll take Ataka to eat together. And your favorite 4-color balls? Baisu touched Ataka's head. Ichiraku ramen has a special meaning to him, and it can be regarded as one of the symbols of Konoha. Really? Father, I want to eat 5 skewers next time. Uchiha Ataka's eyes lit up instantly, and many little stars appeared. He really likes eating meatballs, but Konoha's meatball shop is so hot that it often sells out after school. Okay. You 2 greedy cats, there is a lot of delicious food in the restaurant tonight, let's go quickly. Uchiha Mikoto came over and held one hand, and walked to the restaurant with 2 men, one big and one small. They and Namikaze Minato came out of the same ninja school. Mikoto and Uzumaki Shinkuna are close friends in the boudoir, and they both we haven't seen each other for a while, so we decided to come out and get together. At present, the residence of the Uchiha family is still in the most prosperous stage of Konoha. They soon came to the restaurant and met Namikaze Minato and his wife. Wanjihu Tower, Kifeng Pavilion. Hi. Long time no see, wow, Itaki is really getting older and cuter. Let my aunt kiss me. Uzumaki Shinkuna stood up graciously, holding Ataka's cheek in both hands and kissing, making this little man face UI. This violent UI hair girl so gentle now? But why are you always targeting my son? Come to me if you have the ability. Memories of Uzumaki Shinkuna in his mind. In the ninja school era, UI's hair was completely synonymous with violence, and if he was not careful, he would be beaten. Only Namikaze Minato, a strong and good character, could endure it. Hello, Baisu of the Uchiha clan. 3 generations of Hokage have already told me about you, but it may not turn out as you wish, because I am the best candidate for 4 generations of Hokage. At this time, a young man with yellow hair and blue eyes stretched out his hand to Baisu with strong confidence in his words. He's Namikaze Minato, the yellow flash of Megatron, who is now at the height of his popularity, and even the shy by nature can't help but be a bit cocky. The youngsters are very aggressive and I appreciate that. Baisu commented a few words indifferently. The old fox in the 3rd generation clearly had an underground cooperative relationship with him, but he sold himself in a blink of an eye. It seems that the news about him will be known before the Hokage election meeting. Husband Sir Kun. Uchiha Mikoto's pupil shrank. She only learned about her husband's participation in the 4th generation Hokage election today. She is not questioning her husband's strength, but the Hokage election is no trivial matter, representing the Uchiha family officially entering the core of the Konoha struggle storm. There are many strong Konoha clans. How many pairs of eyes are staring at the position of the 4th generation of Hokage? The Uchiha family is undoubtedly one of the kings, but entering the field at this time is likely to cause those big groups to attack. After all, the history of Uchiha is not glorious. This guy Minato, Hokage has been his lifelong dream, and he's been on a tear lately. Okay, it's rare for everyone to get together, don't worry about work. Now sit down and order. Uzumaki Kushina noticed that the atmosphere was a bit wrong, and immediately came out to smooth things out. She glared at Namikaze Minato. Minato's aura immediately dropped, and he touched the back of his head with a dumb smile on his face. With just one look, you can subdue the man around you. The intensity of this woman can be seen as Madara. Everyone finally sat down. It was easy for the 2 women to talk about each other when they met. They seemed to have forgotten the scene just now and had a good chat. Father, it turns out that there are also 4-color balls for sale here. Itaki is not very interested in a table of delicacies from the mountains and seas. He only likes the single order dessert, 4-color balls, which are given to Baisua at the same time. Baisua does not allow Ataka to graduate from the ninja school early, let alone let this child enter Enbu as a spy, and now enjoy the pure joy of a child. Minato, how long have you been married? I heard you're going to be a father? Seeing that Minato was sitting there awkwardly, Baisua took the initiative to raise the topic. He had only tasted the dishes here, and felt that they were not as delicious as Mikato's. Ah! Yes, and I've already booked one of the best teachers, Jiraiya, one of Sunin S, and the children's achievements will definitely be higher than me in the future, ha ha ha. It is because of the existence of people I admire and love that I have the confidence that I will not lose to anyone. Namikaze Minato mentioned this with a happy look on his face, but he never forgot to remind Baisua that it was futile to compete with him for the 4th generation of Hokage. Jiraiya. When Baisua heard this name, the image of a middle-aged uncle with long white hair and a sloppy appearance appeared in his mind, and he almost couldn't control the expression on his face. Poor Minato, I don't know how you would feel if you knew that your son had been learning from Jiraiya to peek at girls' bathrooms all day long. He was about to change the subject to continue the conversation, when suddenly he felt a movement under the table, a slender leg was entangled like a snake, snow-white feet naughty under him, Shen climbed, an unprecedented experience lingering in his heart. Mikoto, you don't even see when this is. Baisua looked at his wife for help, and found that his wife was chatting vigorously. It didn't look like she was pretending. Instead, Uzumaki Kushina gave him a charming look. And he immediately woke up. Madam, this can't make. Do all of you two-dimensional people know how to play like this? Your husband is sitting next to me now. Chapter 38 Kushina's Request. At this time, Baisua noticed that Uzumaki Kushina's external condition is not bad at all. Even sitting with Uchiha Mikoto is not obviously compared. A pair of great evil is not inferior to any woman in the Hokage world, the most attractive it's still the gentle demeanor. Baisua drank a glass of wine and finally realized what it was like to be on pins and needles. No wonder some people are obsessed with stealing. This strange experience really exploded. Minato-sama. Halfway through the party, an Anbu ninja found it and whispered beside Namikaze Minato. I'm sorry, everyone, Anbu has some things that I need to take care of. Let's get together another day. Namikaze Minato has a hint of apology on his face. For a ninja, completing a mission is destiny, not to mention that he demands of himself according to Hokage's standards. Okay, it's fine to have me here, right? Mikoto, Master Beiju. Uzumaki Kushina gave Baisua a special look when he said this, and his snow-white feet slammed into each other's thigh meat, but the scenery under the table was only known to 2 people in the audience. Cough cough, let's go. Anbu's task is more important, and the party can be anytime. Baisua drank a glass of wine again. He had never encountered such a scene before. He was just a deadhouse in his previous life, and he had never experienced something that was only found in the upper class. The protagonist of the banquet left, and the rest was basically the chatting of the women. Baisua and Ataka became the foils. The 2 of them had big eyes on each other and finished the dessert on the table together. Of course, the 4-colored meatballs were all left to Ataka. In the past, Ataka used pocket money to buy box by box. It was the first time I tasted what it was like to eat meatballs. Time flies so fast, we haven't had so much fun together in a long time. If it weren't for your special health, I would really like to chat with you all night. Mikoto is usually a housewife at home, which seems to be a common feature of female ninjas after Konoha's marriage. They seldom participate in large-scale activities and dedicate their time to the family. Uzumaki Kushina, ha ha ha. It's okay, don't forget that I can be a female ninja AO. How do you arrange it, Master Shirasu? Are you going back with Mikoto? I'll be going to the guard in a moment, and there are still some tasks to arrange. Baisu thought for a second and then found a reason to stay. He wanted to see what purpose this woman had. Itaki, let's go home first. Children can't play outside too late. Mikoto nodded knowingly, trusting her husband unconditionally. I see. I'm 4 years old, already a big kid. My father said that I can be a ninja on my own. Itaka got up and followed his mother out of the box. At this time, there were only Uzumaki Kushina and Baisu in the box. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and even Baisu couldn't predict how the plot would develop next. Kifeng Pavilion is a top-level box in this restaurant, and it can absolutely guarantee personal privacy. It hosts high-class people in the Hokage world, and even Jainin can't sneak in alone. It is said that the background of the restaurant is the 2nd generation Hokage and the 3rd generation Hokage. Relation. Uzumaki Kushina changed his face at this time, cold as frost, refusing to be 1,000 miles away. And his performance at the banquet was completely different. She stood up and took the initiative to walk to the cabinet, and a word floated in the wind, Master Baisu, please come with me. Baisu looked at the looming beautiful legs in Kushina's slit cheongsam, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He seemed to have seen this plot in some kind of island country action movie. Is it? In his heart, he warned himself not to be careless. This woman is really not simple, and in terms of combat power alone, I am afraid that it is the existence that crushes Tsunade's level. Another layer of identity of Uzumaki Kushina is Kaibi, 9 Tails, People Jinchuriki/Column Force, Konoha's super weapon. Konoha from the country of Vortex since she was a child. The Uzumaki family is born with extremely powerful chakra, and the Master's mysterious sealing technique is very suitable for the container of the tailed beast. Kushina is the leader of the Uzumaki family. The Nagato in Akatsuki is the Uzumaki family. Although he does not have the bloodline boundary of the Uchiha family, he can forcibly push Rinnegan. The reserves of chakra are astonishingly large. Shouldn't this Yui violent woman be called by the 3rd generation of Hokage to assassinate her? Just because I broke the 3rd generation and let missing Nin Orochimaru go? No, how could the assassination choose a place like a restaurant? It's too easy for people to find clues. What is Lord Baisu thinking? When Baisu's mind was in a mess, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly stopped and turned around, and the two almost collided. Baisu lowered his head, and suddenly a pair of huge evils occupied his field of vision. The white light was amazing and made him a little dizzy. Madam is so predictable. This sentence was really emotional. As soon as he comes, he will be at ease. A female class is not afraid. What does he think he does so much? Baisu slowly let go. Now it's Uzumaki Kushina's turn to face Yui. This woman is obviously not used to this environment, but for some reason, even if Baisu caressed her words, she did not step back halfway. Step. I came to you with a request. I also hope that Lord Baisu will accept my love. After all, we came from the same school. Kushina's expression turned cold, but she calmed down again. Everything was still under her control. Oh. What is the request? Just say it. Baisu frowned. Things are really not that simple. How can there be such a good thing in the world? There are many roses with thorns. Regarding the fight for the 4th Hokage, you must not hurt Namikaze Minato, otherwise I swear as the Kaibi, 9 Tails, Jinchuriki/Column Force, I will never let the Uchiha clan go. Kushina's request is arrogant and unreasonable. In fact, this is the essence of this woman. She has lived a life of ups and downs since she was a child. The first thing she thinks of when encountering something is fist, and then she will estimate other things after the fight. Her strange power is definitely not weaker than Tsunade, and it is more than enough to knock down the entire restaurant with one punch. Yellow flashes are all over the world, one look can scare off the Kumagakure army. How could I possibly hurt Minato? Baisu's eyes had a quirky look, and now Namikaze Minato's fame even surpassed that of Konoha White Fang at his peak. Although he is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he is really incomparable in this respect. Stop pretending, Master Baisu. Our Uzumaki family is naturally sensitive to chakra, and your strength is definitely not as simple as the surface. Your chakra is unimaginably terrifying, facing you is like facing a real tailed beast. Chapter 39 The Fear of Kaibi, 9 Tails. The position of the fourth generation of Hokage involves too much. Under the arrangement of the third generation, Minato jumped directly into this storm. I can't control Minato's thoughts, but now I just want to be a good wife, live an ordinary life with my husband. Kushina's jade hand caressed her stomach, and her face revealed the brilliance of a woman. This woman is both kind and scheming. She didn't expect her to think so deeply. There is no limit to people's pursuit of rights. Is the abdication of the 3 generations of Hokage really just letting go? I'm afraid not. This can be seen from the fact that the 4 generations died in the plot, and he immediately returned to the position. In a sense, Namikaze Minato is a pawn he launched to fight Shimura Danzo. In fact, he still has a lot of influence in Konoha's control. Minato is also a puppet. Our couple has no intention of going to war with the Uchiha clan. Please stay when necessary, I will persuade Minato. Uzumaki Kushina is tired of fighting, especially being mixed into the deep water of Konoha. Even a character of Jiraiya's level is hiding far away. She really does not want her husband to be a victim. And for some unknown reason, she has always had an inexplicable sense of fear recently, as if a catastrophe was imminent. The Uzumaki clan possessed miraculous abilities, and she felt that this was a reminder from fate. I understand what Mrs. means, it's easy to say, but since it's a deal, what can I get? Baisu nodded. He did not regard Namikaze Minato as his opponent was Shimura Danzo's level. Minato is a standard inheritor of the will of fire, unfortunately, to govern a village well, not only light. With the strength of Lord Baisu, what else can't you get? I'm just a weak woman. Is there anything special I can offer you? Uzumaki Kushina bullied him, only barely sticking to Baisu's body. The two could feel each other's breath. This is the confidence brought by strong strength. She is a cage-level powerhouse, the uncrowned king of Konoha. That's right. Ordinary things really don't attract me. If I want that thing in your body, would you say yes? After Baisu said these words, 3 black tomos automatically appeared in his eyes, and they slowly turned. This is a natural reaction to encountering danger. This kind of flavorful date is not something that ordinary people can afford. In his eyes, what he sees is a giant beast locked in a cage, and Uzumaki Kushina is the owner of the cage, and he can release the beast at any time. Are you declaring war with this sentence? The tailed beast will die if the human Jinchuriki/column loses its power. Uzumaki Kushina's tone became more aggressive. To be honest, she also wanted to solve a serious problem for her husband when she had a chance, but unfortunately she told herself to fight to the death with the man in front of her, and she might not be the one who survived in the end. Ninjutsu, weapons, resources. After I ascend to the position of Hokage, there will be no shortage of these, and only the tailed beast can interest me. If you are not willing to give even a tailed beast, what can I get from you? Mrs. Minato. Baisu stretched out a finger to lift Kushina's chin. From this angle, you can see it all. I have to say that this woman's body is really hot under her conservative appearance. At the same time, his other hand slid down and landed in a very secret place. You can try. Uzumaki Kushina Silver Kaiba took a bite, and Yui said with a moist face. She kept Baisu on her own initiative this time, but she actually wanted to threaten the other party, but it seems that she has dug a hole for herself. Now the two are in a confrontation state, and they are fighting each other. Kushina. Hold on, this guy's pupil power is a little weird, reminds me of Uchiha Madara. When she couldn't hold back her shot, Kaibi, 9 Tails, who was in the seal suddenly made a sound, and the tailed beasts were sealed by the force of Jinchuriki/column, and they became both prosperous and damaged. Back then, Uchiha Madara used Mangekyo Sharingan to forcibly control Kaibi, Nine Tails, to fight Senju Hashirama. Even the tailed beast had to succumb to this power. What a terrifying pupil power! What did you say? Uchiha Madara! Kushina almost exclaimed, but that awakened the existence of Mangekyo Sharingan, the ceiling of Konoha's combat power. Her estimate for Baisu was already very high, but she didn't expect that the other party might be powerful enough to be run by a god. It turns out that the tailed beast also has good intelligence, and even took the initiative to communicate with people. Jinchawiki/column. Then, let's talk about this later. Remember your agreement with me. Konoha is going to change recently, and asked Namikaze Minato to not mix in it. Baisu stepped back at the right time and didn't push Kushina too hard. The task of collecting tailed beasts was not a one-time event. There was no need to take such a big risk to force the task now. After a long time, Uzumaki Kushina walked out of the restaurant alone, with a trace of Ui's halo on his face. During this period of time, Konoha was surging. The three generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen abolished the prince, and intentionally recommended Namikaze Minato to take the top position, and the former prince Orochimaru became missing nin overnight. Recently, it has been reported that Baisu of the Uchiha clan will also participate. Due to historical reasons, the Uchiha clan does not have many forces in Konoha to dare to attach to them, but the strength of the Uchiha clan alone cannot be underestimated. One of the ninjas. Baisu, can you explain the fact that Shimura Danzo recommended you to be the fourth Hokage? Danzo is the darkness of Konoha. It is very dangerous to get close to this person. Your talent is outstanding among the younger generation. I hope you don't go astray. Road. I heard some rumors outside. It's a movement from the root. What do you think about this? In the Hokage office, the third generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the young man in front of him with a slightly solemn expression. He received news that the forces at the root were propagating the achievements of Baisu in the ninja world, saying that Baisu was the uncrowned king of Konoha. He single-handedly killed 3 generations of Raikage and an army of 10,000 Uegakuer, ending this ninja war. 3 people became tigers, and many rumors spread like this. As for why the root helped Baisu, the answer can only be found by myself to expose Akatsuki. I really don't know what's going on with those rumors. Maybe it's because of my character. Don't worry too much about such trivial things, Sandemu. Shimura Danzo is our common enemy, and this is the basis of our cooperation. Don't worry, I will give Danzo a surprise at the election meeting. Baisu took a sip of tea and said calmly. Chapter 40. What is a straight man? See the form and don't waste your talent. Third generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a long time and said slowly. In fact, he has a headache for Baisu. The strength and identity of the other party have reached a point that he cannot control. It can be said that since the establishment of Konoha's village, the placement of the Uchiha family has always been a headache for Konoha's senior management. Uchiha is a double-edged sword. If you don't use it properly, you may hurt yourself. It seems that the 3 generations of adults are not at ease with me. This is my recent harvest, you can take a look. Baisu chuckled lightly, took out a document from his pocket, and placed it in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is the information gathered by the intelligence system within the Uchiha tribe, which lists evidence that Shimura Danzo violated Konoha's interests, of course, only a small part. Shimura Danzo arranged for me to assassinate the 3rd generation of Raikage, and at the same time colluded with Uegakuer to destroy the elite of the Uchiha clan. Do you think I would cooperate with such a person? The 3 generations of adults should have more trust in me. You can take these evidences as my vote. The Uchiha family will not only cause disasters, but also produce many talents like Uchiha Kagami. Baisu's words also played a role, especially when the name Uchiha Kagami was mentioned, which instantly brought Sarutobi Hiruzen back to that war-torn era. That time, they jointly served as the second-generation Hokage's close guard. Uchiha Kagami had a strong will to fire, dedicated his life to Konoha, and was even recognized by the second-generation Hokage. He was one of the few people that Sarutobi Hiruzen admired. "I see, the election meeting will be held soon, you get ready." 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen finally nodded. To some extent, the two have common interests, as long as Baiso can suppress Shimura Danzo. As for the 4th generation of Hokage, he would not easily give it to Baiso. As the heir to part of the will of the 2nd generation of Hokage, he never wanted to see the Uchiha family take the position of Hokage. "Then, I'll go to work first, Sandaimu." Baiso came out of Hokage's office. A teleportation technique came to the mission hall. After this period of hard work, his achievement has almost reached 400 points. The achievement of 400 points will unlock an enlightenment function. I don't know if it will affect him. To what help? When brushing achievements, he took part of his mind to check the chat group, and found that the group members were actually very happy, and the group news was 99+. These people don't sleep. 830__. Chasing 10 school flowers this year. Sakura girl, what are you doing today? At Butterfly House Master. 12 o'clock. Chasing 10 school beauties this year. Have you eaten lunch yet? 2 o'clock. Chasing 10 school beauties this year. Our lunch break is over. Hey! Another empty day. As an empty and lonely college student, Ji Xiaolun hid in the group chat to read the girls' information after skipping class. Since seeing the photo of Butterfly Ninja, he felt that his goal of chasing 10 school beauties was a bit unnecessary. Sakura girl. Who doesn't want it? Damn it. I'm so cold, it's a group anyway. It's a bit too much to ignore me. If you don't ignore me, I'll block you. I'm so attractive, I don't know how many school girls are rushing for it. He played a knife tower, and when he came back, he found that the group chat was deserted, and he was alone, and he was even more determined to block Butterfly Forbearance. But an hour later, a line of words popped up on the public screen, and he suddenly felt that spring had come, full of blood and resurrection. 3 o'clock __. Butterfly House Owner, I'm not called Sakura, my name is Butterfly Ninja. I just came back from a mission and killed 3 ghosts, but unfortunately I didn't meet the first crescent moon. Chasing 10 school beauties this year. Kill a ghost, what do you mean? Butterfly endures, is there such a thing as a ghost in your world? Ji Xiaolun groaned in his heart and suddenly felt that something was wrong. How could a woman with such a gentle appearance be so violent? And now is the era of materialism, ghosts and monsters are all deceiving 3-year-old children, right? Big chrysanthemum slowly rotating over Juxia City. It is said that it was a black hole. One day, it appeared in the sky above Juxia City inexplicably and became everyone's heart. Shadow. Officials have dispatched various forces to test the black hole, but they have not come to a clear conclusion. Butterfly House Owner, yes. Is there no special product like ghosts in your world? I'll show you the photos. Butterfly Forbearance quickly sent a few pictures of ghosts. Those ghosts were hideous, and their death was tragic. Because her strength was too small to cut off the ghost's head, her method of killing ghosts was poison. Vomit. This is the first time Ji Xiaolun has seen such an explosive photo. These are all things that really exist in the world of ghost extinguishing ninja. Those ghosts are poisoned by the special poison of Butterfly Ninja, and their bodies will slowly dissolve. Ordinary people will indeed feel uncomfortable when they see it. Butterfly House Owner, by the way, I still have it here. Seeing that you are very interested, I will send you some more. Butterfly Shinobu just wanted to tease this straight man. As a pastime after her life and death mission, this bastard dared to nickname herself Sakura Girl. If Ji Xiaolun was in front of her, she would probably kneel in minutes, because she is not a good-natured woman. This year, Chasing 10 school beauties, no, no. I suddenly remembered that there is an English class in the afternoon. I have to catch up with the class. Let's talk again when we have time. Ji Xiaolun immediately turned on the stealth state. What are you waiting for? Sakura girl is beautiful, but she is a rose with thorns. He should go after school flowers. Another world is horrible. Teacher Eminro, Eula. I finally finished drawing the manuscript. Which LSP should I invite to taste it? By the way, I'll send it to the group owner. If I can get the group owner's affirmation, it proves that my efforts are not in vain. With Izumi Sajiri is a bit heavy. As an Iraj book manga artist, she went to UI because of her realistic style and satisfied the fantasies of the otaku, so the editor went over several manuscripts with her in one go, and she worked hard for half a month. Just finished. As for the photos posted by Butterfly Ninja, she had no reaction. As a senior otaku, when she was surfing the internet, she occasionally went to select some curious websites to study for a long time. She had seen many such photos. Ding! You have received an email, please check it. At this moment, Baisu suddenly received a system prompt, and the girl Izumi Sajiri really sent him the workbook. Originally, he didn't take it seriously. He was also an otaku back then, okay? What comic book I haven't seen? This little scene. The moment he opened the book, his eyes were attracted. Is there still such a posture? Chapter 41 with Izumi Sajiri's book. No wonder an Izumi Sajiri will become a best-selling manga artist, and his fame once surpassed that of the industry veterans. He is really talented. This storyboard, this light perception, this is too top. It is estimated that she can make good works when she becomes a director. Teacher Imanro, Master Group Leader, how do you feel? If you like it, I have a lot of AO here. I'll tell you a little secret secretly. Sister Butterfly Ninja shared a few photos with me. It's super cool. Soon, the private chat message with Izumi Sajiri arrived. This girl is eccentric and doesn't know what she's thinking, but she was right about one thing. The last sentence broke LSP's defense. Cough cough. This is a serious group chat, don't keep doing these rude. Speak up. If you have any requirements, I will try my best to satisfy you. Baisu originally wanted to speak hard, but now he suddenly discovered the bright spot with Izumi Sajiri. With this girl in the group, doesn't it mean that he has a new workbook to read every day? And you can also customize the heroine. Well, satisfying the master of the group is what I should do. But what about the battlefield tasks in the future? Can the master of the group take me with you? They are just a book painter and have no fighting ability. With Izumi Sajiri wearing a fan's dress, no one knows why this girl is so cute when she doesn't go out every day. Okay. It's not difficult to do. When you encounter simpler battlefield tasks in the future, I will take you to Plata-chan Oil. As long as you participate in the battlefield tasks, you will get points even if you don't contribute, and in the mall function after opening, the points will buy a lot of magical items, and your future will be full of surprises. Baisu thought about it for a while. It is true that difficult tasks like the war on the top are not suitable for ordinary members, but in the future, they will not receive simple tasks. If they train new people a little, maybe they will become strong for their own use. Okay. That's it, I'll be the first to contact you when the new book is released, the group owner. Rolling happily on the bed with Izumi Sajiri, I didn't expect that. I bet right, the group owner is not an old-fashioned person, and has a strong ability to accept things of the new era. Butterfly house owner, what do you mean by LSP? By the way, Sajiri, can you show me your work? It just happens that I have no assignments recently, so it's my break time. Teacher Emmanuel, LSP is a unique catchphrase in our world. It means happiness. It's great that you have time, I'll send you a copy. And Izumi Sajiri is still smart enough, she won't sell the group owner, As for the works for Butterfly Ninja when she first entered the comics world, the content is the normal type of youth love, and it's a little bit different from the work. Neither side. Butterfly house owner, thank you. My sister and I used to like to read books with illustrations, but we haven't read them since we joined the Ghost Slayer. Ding! The group chat activity meets the requirements, and the UI package function is enabled. The function of UI bag is not limited to weapon exercises, etc. Group members can use this function to achieve cross-dimensional transportation of items. It is a free function and is limited to 3 times a day. At this time, a system message appeared on the public screen, attracting the attention of the group members, and Izumi Sajiri sent a package of youth love comics to Butterfly Shinobi with an attitude of giving it a try. Unexpectedly, the other party received it soon. It is indeed a very useful function. Teacher Mentro, Whitebeard went to find Ace's whereabouts. Tony was silenced, and there are 2 less people in the group. I feel a lot of deserted. Baisu, if I guess right, that kid Tony should be working in a cave now. Come on, you can become the world's richest man when you come out. With the body of a mortal, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with gods. A man who was forging iron in a certain cave happened to see this group chat and almost vomited 3 liters of blood. Group leader, your uncle. When I get out of this ghost place, I must make you look good. Tony Stark complained in his heart as he struck iron. Under the intimidation of terrorists, he had to agree to their request to build weapons, but it was not a missile. On the table next to him is a sketch of a slightly bulky mecha, but relying on this steel body, they have a great chance of escaping the tiger's mouth, which is also Tony's transformation from a high-class playboy to the Iron Man process. Butterfly house owner, hey, when did the group owner come? Shouldn't you be watching the screen all the time? Last time you said you knew the past and future of all our group members, so, can you tell me about my future? This sentence has been in Butterfly's heart for a long time. She is driven by hatred to stay in the ghost-killing team, and she searches for the first quarter moon day after day. Those are the 12 ghosts that are closest to the Ghost King without misery. With the blood bestowed by Wu Mian himself, the blood ghost technique is extremely powerful. But at the same time, she also understands her own strength. Even in the Jinchuriki column of the ghost-killing team, she is still at the bottom. Even if she finds the ghost who killed her parents and sister, can she really beat the other party? There is no answer. She has already embarked on this road of no return. Once her faith is shaken, she will have nothing. Baisu, your future. In fact, you have already predicted it yourself? The final decisive moment is the moment of your death. Butterfly Ninja had a very tragic ending. Unlike Whitebeard, she used herself as a weapon and started injecting poison into her body a year before the final battle, because the second ghost who killed her sister tongue grinding, I like to eat beautiful women the most. So her death was premeditated, and the initiator was herself. Butterfly house owner, is this my home? I'm a little unwilling. Baisu, the future is not unchangeable. As long as the desire is strong to a certain extent, it will definitely come true. I will put my life on this battlefield mission to change Whitebeard's ending. Please watch the battle together. Everyone has their own destiny, and the power of the system is that it brings them together and gives everyone the opportunity to change their destiny. The old man is a remnant of the times, and the new era cannot accommodate my boat. The words that Whitebeard said in the memory copy are still echoing in the minds of the group members. How tragic and tragic! With the ability to shake the fruit, he punched out of the abyss with one punch. Fighting for a way for the crew to survive, and he faced the entire marine headquarters and Shishibukai alone, and finally suffered 267 stab wounds, 152 bullets, and 46 shells. Even if his vitality disappeared, he still maintained the attitude of destroying the enemy. Throughout his pirate career, there was no scar on his back due to escape. In the world of pirates, Marine pursues absolute justice, while pirates pursue freedom and dreams. Whitebeard gave everything for his dreams. It would be great if he could change the outcome of the war. Chapter 42 Fallen Obito. Pirate World. The Whitebeard pirates' ships didn't travel too far, as news about Ace made the front pages and was spread around the world by Marine. Ace finally lost to Blackbeard Teach and was sent to Marine headquarters to wear seastone handcuffs. He was the posthumous son of One Piece/King of Pirates Gold Roger. Marine wanted to broadcast his execution in front of the world. It is a heavy blow to the reputation of pirates. Marine's intentions are more than that simple. They want to lure Whitebeard to take the bait, kill the Emperor, and fulfill Marine's absolute justice. How long until the execution time? Whitebeard has been a pirate for so many years. For the first time, he has sensed the power of destiny. Everything in the world has a fixed trajectory. As long as he wants to rescue Ace, both of them will die at the Marine headquarters. Marine will recall all the King Shishibukai. Gathered their strength several times, just waiting for them to throw themselves into the net. With his wisdom and experience, he can't think of such a way to solve this difficulty. He is one of the 4 emperors, and he is already the world's top combat power. Do you expect others to rescue him? There is no harmony between the 4 emperors. Once they go to rescue Ace, Kaido will come to occupy their central site. In the plot, Yui sends Shanks to help Whitebeard secretly, but because Kaido delays his schedule, he can't make it in time. Turn up. Rescue Ace was originally the family business of the Whitebeard pirates, and no one could interfere. Even if Whitebeard disregarded the rules and went to Yui to ask for help, other unexpected situations would still occur, which would eventually lead to the same result. This is fate. It's less than a month away, replied Marco, captain of the first team. Nicknamed Phoenix, he is the first team captain and ship doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, known as Whitebeard's right-hand man. Zoan mythical bird fruit Phoenix form ability, has super regeneration ability, 30 been following Whitebeard many years ago. He understands Father Whitebeard's thoughts, but even if he faces the entire Marine headquarters, he will not have the slightest fear. Whitebeard, you can't be so reckless, you need to ask someone to help, otherwise you will not only be unable to save Ace, but also drag you down. Anyone, will you help us? Marco was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Whitebeard to say such a thing. Their enemy this time was the entire Marine headquarters plus Shishibukai, who dared to stand up. There will be, from very far away. Whitebeard looked up at the blue sky. There are too many secrets in this world that he doesn't know. If the group owner is really willing to participate in this war, then the chances of Ace surviving will be greatly increased. Hokage World, Konoha. What did you say? Make me give up competing for 4 generations of Hokage? Kushina, that's my lifelong dream. Namikaze Minato looked at Zion-Hui's wife, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Is this the same Uzumaki Kushina he knew? He has been determined to become a Hokage since he was a child, and strives for the happiness of the village all his life. How can he shrink back when his dream is about to come true? The world has a method that destroys people the most, called slaughter. In order to quickly increase the prestige of Minato, the 3 generations of Hokage praised him as the savior of the world, but his own strength is still a long way from the savior. Well, is the life of fighting and killing really good? Our child is about to be born, I don't think we have to be the 4th generation of Hokage. Minato, isn't that bad? Uzumaki Kushina smiled tenderly and put her jade hand on her husband's shoulder. In fact, she was a hard worker who lost her country since she was a child. After coming to Konoha, she was trained as a weapon and became a container of Kaibi, 9 tails. Almost everyone looked at themselves differently, and that time was unexpectedly difficult. If she hadn't met Namikaze Minato, she wouldn't even know if she would have a chance to be a normal person, and now that she finally has a peaceful life, she doesn't want to step into the center of Uzumaki anymore. Kushina, only this request I can't agree to you, I will not be a coward who will retreat after having a family. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will never stop. I will turn into a firelight to illuminate the future of the village. I will definitely be on Hokage. Sorry. The newlyweds rarely quarrel, but this time Namikaze Minato didn't back down in the slightest. His tone was heavy, and he left the house after speaking. As a ninja who demands himself based on Hokage standards, he will never allow family love to become a poison that corrupts him and makes him cowardly. The will of fire. This guy, Minato, is just like a child, really a little kid. Uzumaki Kushina looked at her husband who ran away in a fit of anger. A hint of helplessness flashed on her face. Minato had never experienced that kind of despair and did not understand the darkness of the world, but what she admired was Minato's dazzling light like the sun. She felt that Minato was unique. He's a genius. He's gotten to this point without relying on blood-stained boundaries, but now is not the time to go head-to-head with Uchiha. She turned back to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Minato would be back. She never doubted Minato's love for her. After Uzumaki Kushina left, a man wearing a Uzumaki-shaped mask walked out of the space-time passage, and Tomo and the bloody UI-colored eyes connected together, exuding a kind of nightmare pupil power. Miss Minato, why can you still live a happy life after Rin's death? Do you remember your student who died tragically? If you lost your wife, would you still have the fighting spirit like you do now? Uchiha Obito often uses his ability to return to Konoha to peep secretly, because this land is where his lover is buried, but Konoha has no place for him, and he wanders around like a lonely ghost. Uchiha Madara reminded himself more than once that the female Jinchuriki/column force will be at its lowest point in the control of the tailed beast during childbirth, and with his pupil force, he can easily control Kyuubi, 9 tails, to bring trouble to Konoha. After losing his lover, Obito was desperate for this world. At that time, Rin's death had something to do with Namikaze Minato, because Minato was distracted from other battlefields and didn't arrive at the agreed time. Their team was attacked by Jainin, while Rin was made into a tailed beast weapon and had to go down the road of self-destruction. In order to mess up the world as soon as possible. He has his eye on the Kyuubi, 9 tails, people of Konoha, the Jinchuriki/column force, Uzumaki Kushina, and he decides to wait until the day Kushina is produced. You must know that Namikaze Minato is his mentor. He will do anything to achieve his goals. Today's Obito has lost his basic emotions as a human being. P.S. Thank you for the 5 monthly tickets that you gave to Jihan KH yesterday. Chapter 43 Give you a chance to save the world. The strongest man in the world, Master, I have received the news that Ace is about to be executed. It seems that the future is going according to your speculation. There are only 20 days left until the final battle, and I, Whitebeard, are willing to join your adventure team. Only hope that you can turn the fate of this world. After Whitebeard disappeared for several days, he suddenly started to bubble in the group, and he put his hope on Baisu. As one of the 4 emperors of the New World, he was recognized as the strongest man in the world after Roger's death. 30-8 years ago, he was a member of the Rocks Pirates, which were destroyed by Roger and Garp in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Later, he formed his own pirate group, and together with Roger and Shiki, he was called the 3 Legendary Pirates. In fact, he is not interested in being One Piece/King of Pirates, he just wants a family at sea. The crew calls him Dad. This time he wants to rescue his son and make the family whole again. Baisu, saving Ace is also my wish. This is the first battlefield mission after the adventure team starts. I will do my best, but currently there are only 2 of us in the adventure team. We still need to find more powerful partners. Just do it. Butterfly House owner, unfortunately, I may not be able to help you much. My poison only has an effect on ghosts. The characters that appear in the war are too powerful. And Izumi Sajiri, well, I'm actually just a manga artist. She is shy by nature, extremely afraid of life, and is afraid of face-to-face contact with outsiders. She usually likes to wear a mask of an anime character, put on a hat with a hooded jacket, use a voice changer to change her voice, and then talk to people through the internet. Although she can chat smoothly during the online broadcast, when talking face-to-face, Sajari stutters when she speaks, needs to interrupt her breath, and is very speech-free. The voice is so low that if the mic is not equipped, the voice will be too low to have a normal conversation. Baisu, Ge Xiaolun, stop peeking at the screen. If you were given a chance to save the world, what would you choose? At this year Chasing 10 School Beauties. Chasing 10 School Beauties this year, saving the world is something I can't do as an ordinary college student. Please let me go. Ge Xiaolun was so frightened by the photo posted by Butterfly Ninja that he didn't dare to bubble in the group for a long time. Now Baisu suddenly brought up the topic of saving the world, he must be trying to fool himself into participating in the top war. Just kidding? Whitebeard punched down, and the whole sky split open. Sengoku could destroy an island with one blow. Did he deliver vegetables? Although he saw that the rewards of the battlefield mission are very rich, he still feels that his life is important. After all, the world he lives in is quite normal except for the big chrysanthemum in the sky, which is better than the world in which the people in the chat group live. A lot of. Baisu, what a pity. You don't know how to take advantage of such a great opportunity before you. You must know that this world is decided by the strong. I can help you awaken the power of the Silver River and achieve an immortal divine body. Don't talk about 10 school beauties, what is 100 school beauties? Chasing 10 school beauties this year, don't say it, Master Group, protecting world peace is the duty of every citizen, you can just tell me what to do, just say it first, I'm not for any school beauties, I made this choice because of the justice and kindness in my heart. Butterfly House Owner. And Izumi Sajari. The strongest man in the world. This person's face changed too quickly, and he didn't have any precautions at all. Wasn't he afraid of death at first? How can I make a 180-degree turn when I mention the school beauties? I have seen your future, the sword that cuts through fear, the power of the Silver River, you will go to the bar near the university town tonight, and if you encounter a hooligan, go to justice, there will be a chance. Baisu has begun to come up with bad ideas. Ge Xiaolun is the third generation of gods and one of the three major god-building projects of the Super Seminary. Of course, if you want to awaken the super gene, you need to experience a little setback. Chasing 10 school beauties this year, okay. The fight against hooligans is all on my shoulders. Baisu, at present, there are 3 tentative candidates for the adventure team. Butterfly Ninja and Sajari observe and learn. As for Tony continuing to work in the cave, people can only grow after experiencing some setbacks. In the Marvel world, a screen-peeping person was severely beaten, and his iron hand trembled, almost knocking on his own. Hokage world, Konoha. Look. That's Uchiha Shirasu. It is said that he killed 3 generations of Raikage and an army of 10,000 Iwagakure with only one person's strength, and turned the tide of the ninja war. Yet, compared with him, Namikaze Minato is nothing, the Yellow Flash is just a new name, Uchiha is a 1,000-year-old family. Really? I know him. He helped my grandma find the lost kitten some time ago. He is a very caring person. On the streets of Konoha, people saw a busy figure talking about it. This is the power of propaganda. Baisu's popularity has grown at a rocket-like rate, and it has a tendency to overshadow Namikaze Minato. During this time, Baisu has done thousands of low-level quests and helped many people in Konoha, which has changed everyone's view of Uchiha. In the past, they were more in awe of the power of the Uchiha family, but now they sincerely feel that Uchiha is a Konoha. The guards are very kind. Great Fireball Jutsu is the basic ninjutsu of Katon, fire style, gathers chakra behind the throat, and spits a huge fireball forward from the mouth, which can blast the enemy into the air. The hand seal style is Si, Wei, Shinhai, Wu, Yin. Pay attention to the ratio of chakra. Ninjutsu tests everyone's ability to control chakra. Let's try it. Baisu is now the king of children, surrounded by a group of students from the ninja school. He is very famous. He came to do the task and was entangled, begging him to teach ninjutsu. Katon, fire style, great fireball jutsu. At this time, a little boy with a hand seal in a dignified manner, unexpectedly spewed a fireball with a diameter of half a meter from his mouth, and became a star in the eyes of his classmates, chatting and asking him the tricks of hand seal. Ding! The host taught a student to use C-level ninjutsu and obtained the achievement, Apprentice Ninjutsu Teacher. Ding! When the achievement reaches 400 points, the enlightenment function is activated. This function is also open to members of the adventure team. Each use requires 1000 points, and the host has 3 opportunities to use it for free every month. Chapter 44 Rin Egan. Enlightenment function, finally unlocked. The liver achievement is too troublesome, and I don't know why the system has such a hellish setting. At present, he is in urgent need of ways to improve his strength, otherwise he would not be so desperate to brush tasks. With the gradual unlocking of system functions, the value of points is highlighted. Every time the enlightenment function is activated, 1000 points are required, and the price is too expensive. He has spent so long on the achievement task, and the points have just exceeded 1000. If there are 3 free use opportunities per month, he estimates that he would have to think carefully about whether to spend the points on enlightenment. What effect does the Dao enlightenment function have? It doesn't even have an explanation, and the system is too lazy. Ding! The enlightenment function is activated. During the enlightenment process, the host will enter a deep sleep state. The enlightenment time is randomly from 1 to 12 hours, and the time ratio is adjusted to 1:1000. Baisu returned home directly and activated the access to the Dao enlightenment function. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. He entered a mysterious world, hiding the secrets of the universe. He had a long dream, dreaming that he was immersed in sea water and scorched by fire. He dreamed that he raised his hand to call for thunder and destroy the universe. When he woke up, he found that 12 hours had passed and the sun had already risen. This was the most lazy day since his rebirth. That's the end of enlightenment. What's the effect? A good dream. Baisu was stunned for a long time, and he didn't have any strange feeling at all. According to the truth, isn't the meaning of enlightenment equal to soaring in the daytime? Why can't you fly? Hey! He took a step subconsciously, but he didn't expect to actually step in the void. His feet were 3 feet off the ground, and a strange force lifted his body up, and he had reached a whole new level for the master of the surrounding space. These eyes! I read that right? Rin Egan. He looked at himself clearly through the mirror. The original Mangekyo Sharingan turned into a Rin Egan with Uzumaki-like lines. This is the most sublime pupil power known as the eye that controls life and death. It originated from the research of the chakra fruit of the divine tree. Extreme pupil technique. The owner of Rin Egan controls yin and yang, has at least 6 changes in the nature of chakra, and has extraordinary abilities. It can be either the god of creation with the ability to create the world, or the god of destruction with the ability to destroy the world. At the same time, Rin Egan is also the only one way to defend and crack infinite Tsukuyomi. Isn't the Mokuton, wood style, cell a necessary condition for awakening Rin Egan? Could it be that this is the horror of the enlightenment function? Although there is no day-to-day ascension, the effect of ascension is too terrifying. Baisu was speechless. He opened the attribute panel and found that his combat power had increased a lot. Without opening Susanoo, the spell damage increased by 1000. The magic value has nearly doubled to 3900. At this moment, the system prompt rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring new skills. Almighty Push. The technique of bouncing objects within a certain range can resist ninjutsu and fighting technique attacks. Generally, the time interval is 5 seconds, and the cooling time increases with the increase of power and range. Universal Pull. One of Rinnegan's abilities, contrary to Almighty Push, is to forcefully attract a specified object within a certain range, and it can also manipulate the movement position of the affected object at will, and the controlled object cannot resist. Rinnegan Coercion. Releases a 360 degrees blade-shaped shock wave around itself, which can easily cut through the sacred tree and the earth. 6 Paths Planetary Devastation. Those with yin and yang powers can only activate if they touch the seal object. A gravitational source is generated in space, attracting the sealed object and a part of the earth together, making the sealed object lose its power and keep rising. After it is far away from the earth, it will attract the meteorites of the universe to continue to grow until a certain scale, about 1/49th of the volume of the earth, will stop after that. Sealing. It can absorb any ninjutsu and convert it into chakra and store it in the body, providing itself with chakra, and can also counterattack the absorbed ninjutsu. Complete Susanoo. The true form of Susanoo requires training its pupil strength to ultimate and having a huge amount of chakra before it can be used. Its size surpasses the mountain peak, showing the posture of the god of war, and its combat power is enough to match the tailed beast. Wings transformed from the armor on its back and equipped with double swords allow it to soar in the sky. The full-body Susanoo can use the ninjutsu that the caster is good at, and its long sword can easily split mountains and meteorites. Back in time. Further develop the law of time, use a lot of magic power to adjust all the surrounding targets back to any instant within a minute, and the influence range is 500 meters. I'll be darling, this is like a shotgun for a cannon. This system is too mysterious, and if I develop it in the future, I can really get what I want. But the chance of prostitution can fill up the time for enlightenment, and I should also be considered the Emperor of Europe. Now, Bai Su's current strength has properly reached the level of comparison, and 3000 spell damage can almost kill cage-level powerhouses. Too invincible, no opponent. Unless the 6 Paths Immortal in the world of Hokage is resurrected, he will not even be able to find a target for training. Uzumaki Nagato is just a chess piece, and it is not advisable to drain his life force by forcibly pushing Rinnegan. Uchiha Obito, forget it, what is Mangekyo Sharingan? If you use too many skills that will cause blindness, unless you can obtain the eyes of your loved ones, only the further Rinnegan is eternal. At present, only when Uchiha Madara is resurrected, or when Tsutsuki Kagaya is unsealed, can he wrestle with himself. Now he looks in the direction of the moon, and he can vaguely see a huge white rabbit, which is the body of Tsutsuki Kagaya. Forget it, wait until the battlefield mission to practice. The current Konoha can't stand the toss. Baiso gave up the crazy decision to unseal Tsutsuki, and now his strength is very close to completing the main quest, the big boss of the ninja world. After all, this is a world where the strong are respected. Originally, this world was controlled by the goddess Tsutsuki Kagaya, but her 2 sons rebelled against her brutal rule and sealed her on the moon. After her 2 sons died one after another, the ninja world opened the prelude to the 1000-year melee. Look at the big guys in the water group. After the strength is improved this time, maybe you can bring some more group members to the battlefield to experience it. Baisu just opened the group chat, and when he saw a message, his eyes went black, making Kaiba itchy. With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, group leader, you old bastard, get out of here. Do you know how tiring it is to strike iron? Chapter 45 Ge Xiaolun, if you have time, come to the bureau to get me. And Izumi Sajiri, wow! Tony is finally out of confinement, we're relieved to see you so energetic. Butterfly House owner, Tony's little cutie is back, and finally saw someone dare to attack the group owner and moved to a small bench to watch the play. And Izumi Sajiri, moving a small bench to watch a movie +1. The strongest man in the world, gu la la la. Tony, I appreciate your courage. If you were in the pirate world, you could be my son. But I'm curious, why do you say that the group leader is an old bastard? Is he very old? Pooh. Who wants to be your son? I am 49 years old this year, okay. If it weren't for being the richest man in the world, there would be too many beauties to take care of, and now there are grandchildren. But Tony didn't want to bother with Whitebeard for the time being. He spat out the sand in his mouth and continued to output. With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, does this need to be said? Generally speaking, astrologers are old Whitebeards. Since the group leader likes to tease people, I estimate that he is at least 100 years old, and his face is full of wrinkles. Ding! With the body of a mortal, he was banned from speaking for 10 minutes on par with gods. Baisu, give you a moment to reorganize the language. Ding! With the body of a mortal, he was lifted from the ban on par with the gods. With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, authority dog, no no no. I was wrong, lord of the group, I really can't afford it, I am in the desert, please tell me what to do next. Tony had just escaped from the terrorists' hands. Due to his fall from a high altitude, his newly made steel battlesuit had already been scrapped. Now he is still struggling in the desert, tired and hungry, and he has to eat sand if he accidentally falls. Ayo? After a period of transformation, you really matured a lot. This is your future. Make your own decision after reading it. A smile flashed across Baisu's mouth. After experiencing this kidnapping, Tony Stark gradually understood the true meaning of life, and transformed from a playboy to a beloved Iron Man. Ding! Baisu uploaded a copy of his memory, Iron Man, please pay attention to check. With the body of a mortal, the gods have accepted your copy. The Butterfly House Master has accepted your copy. And Izumi Sajiri, I will use this name in the future, that one is too hard to remember, accepted your copy. In fact, Tony Stark has gone through nearly half of the plot. The first half is about his transformation process, which is very important to his Iron Man career. As a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, god damn it, I really didn't think my family would betray me. Is money so important? I just don't want to sell arms to Eagle Nation. Tony Stark saw the ending, his heart was almost ashes. His parents died very early. Although he had billions of wealth and reached the top of the world, he was actually very lonely in his heart. It also caused him to trust the bald headstrong very much, and as a result, the bastard sold himself directly to terrorists. The strongest man in the world, it's a wonderful world. Intrigue, your experience is no less than that of any pirate, but what surprises me is that your world has so many lands. And you don't want us to drift on the sea all your life. Butterfly House owner, Tony doesn't have to be sad. Although your partner betrayed you, you have also gained the best partner. That little pepper has a really good character. And Izumi Sajiri, pack yourself up and deal with your enemies. We have all of us backing you up. After the encouragement of the group members, Tony Stark was finally liberated from his heavy state of mind. Who is he? He's going to be Iron Man. As a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, thank you. Although I came to this group unexpectedly, it was my luck to meet you. I felt family-like warmth. I went to deal with my own affairs. Goodbye. He heard the sound of the engine of the plane and knew that he had been saved. Next, he needed to rest and go all out to deal with his enemies. By the way, what about Ge Xiaolun's fellow? Why don't you see him in the water group? Normally, he should be skipping class now, right? Baisu suddenly remembered that yesterday he fooled Ge Xiaolun to go to the bar, and he didn't know what happened. If it went well, maybe he would have awakened his super gene by now. Chasing 10 school beauties this year, boss, I've been watching the screen. Tony's business has been dealt with. I wonder if you have time to catch me. I'm in the game. Baisu, hey. And Izumi Sajiri, pft. Ha ha ha, sorry, couldn't hold back. Super God World. 12 hours ago, inspired by Baisu, Ji Xiaolun left the school gate that night and began to perform tasks at the entrance of the bar. It's not a joke, he's serious, that's a chance for 100 school beauties. It takes nearly 2 years to replace one a week. The sword that cuts through fear, the power of the Silver River. He actually doesn't understand what these words mean, but the master of the group said that after awakening, he can catch up with the school flower, and that's enough. There is indeed a bar street near the university town of Juxia City. There are many gangsters who often linger here, because there are really girls here, and it is said that there are people who stage reality shows in the toilet. Rumor has it that it's a bit chaotic here, and it's the first time he's been here since college. Ah! Help! What are you doing? At this moment, a scream came from the dark alley. Ji Xiaolun's eyesight was good, and he happened to see a girl with a good figure being dragged in by several men. Help! You're a hooligan! The woman's desperate resistance was useless. With the sound of stab, her shirt was shredded directly, and a pair of huge objects jumped out, dazzling and eye-catching. Hey, what do you know? What my brother is playing is not a hooligan, but a loneliness. A wretched and domineering voice sounded. The leader of these little gangsters was named Lu Juang, with a small thorn on his head, a large gold chain around his neck, dark skin, and a ferocious expression. Provoke! Damn it! In broad daylight! No, you can't rob a civilian girl at night. Shut up! Ji Xiaolun didn't expect the surprise to come so soon. Isn't this an opportunity to act bravely? As the owner of the super gene, even if he has not awakened the 3 generations of gods, his words have a mysterious power, and with a loud shout, Lu Juang directly fell. Chapter 46 The Golden Gun Can't Fall. Oh, missed grass! Where did the wild boy come out? Do you know who I am? Played all over the bar and street, he is called the little bully. Give you 3 seconds to disappear from my eyes, or let you know why the flower is like this UI. Lu Juang is 33 years old this year, and he is still fooling around on the streets all day long. Love being in there. In fact, his identity has a lot of background. He is one of the 3 major god-building projects of the Super Seminary, the Axe to Cut Through Thorns, the god of war of Neosine. War, eternal, the war madman Dokeo came to the earth and brought the gene of the god of war to the Lu family, and closely monitored the life trajectory of the super gene owner. Scumbag! The reason why I stand in front of you is because of the justice and kindness in my heart, not for 100 school beauties. Accidentally told the truth. Ji Xiaolun's appearance is a bit of a Chinese character face, but he is still very intimidating when he is serious. He can only speak at a level that is almost nondescript. Beat him. Let you pretend. His ancestors. Before Lu Juang could speak, several of his younger brothers couldn't help but come up and beat Ji Xiaolun violently. Hey, you can't hit someone in the face. Ji Xiaolun went through this kind of battle, lying on the ground in one round, holding his head in his hands and trying to resist the attacks of these little gangsters. When he rolled on the ground, he found that the girl just ran away in the chaos, and he felt a little comforted. It is considered a success of righteousness and courage. According to the instructions of the group owner, is it equal to 100 school flowers? The good times didn't last long, and he soon discovered that these little thugs were very tricky, and they were about to beat him to the point of internal injury. At this time, Lu Juang also joined in, kicking violently at his vulnerability, with a pair that would kill him. Rhythm. Your uncles. The nameless anger in Ji Xiaolun's heart burned. The tiger didn't show his power, he really thought I was a sick cat? His arms trembled, and a huge force came, directly throwing away the gangsters who were suppressing him. Just as he looked up, he was hit a few steps back by Lu Juang's crazy eye punch, his head buzzing. Humming. I will fuck you to death. Enraged, Ji Xiaolun touched the air conditioner compressor hanging outside the building, and smashed it on Lu Juang's neck with the strength of his milk. Crack! A crisp sound appeared. Lu Juang was lying on the ground in a strange posture, and there was no movement at all. Kill! Kill! Hurry up and call the police! Call the police and arrest him! A younger brother shouted a broken voice, and they bullied the weak on the street. Who would have thought that a college student would be so evil, dismantling the air conditioner compressor with his bare hands? What kind of magical power is this? No. I just pushed him and he fell, it's none of my business. Ji Xiaolun broke out in a cold sweat. Murder is a serious crime. Even if it is manslaughter, his life will be ruined. Which school beauty would favor a labor prisoner? Besides, how many years have passed since I was released from prison? Are you sure I can still lift a gun? I fuck. The air conditioner is dry and smashed, you just pushed it, ghost letter? I tell you, don't try to run. Lose money, at least 5 million. Yes, it is you who killed our boss and must lose money. The little bastards are the least affectionate. Just now, they were filled with righteous indignation, and they started asking for money in a blink of an eye. After they have 5 million, it will be enough for them to be happy and unrestrained for a while. I'm going, I just lay down for a while, and you all think I'm dead, why? You want to rebel? At this moment, an arrogant voice came, and Lu Juang miraculously stood up. Ji Xiaolun, fuck. I was almost cheated by you 5 million, you are playing hooligans, the surveillance was filmed just now, I was just too defensive at most. Fuck your uncle's defense. Lu Juang let out an angry roar and rushed over to give Ji Xiaolun a hug, and the streets felt violent vibrations all day long. Neither of these two could do anything. The 3 generations of gods were invincible. Looking at the entire super god universe, there were really not many weapons that could cut them apart, so Ji Xiaolun's head was inserted into the concrete floor and it was still alive and well. As a result, they were taken into the police station together. Chasing 10 school beauties this year, it's basically like this, the group owner, don't forget to honor the 100 school beauties you said. In fact, I'm not that greedy, and it's enough to have 10 this year at Su. After all, Ji Xiaolun entered the game because of his righteousness and courage. After learning the basic situation, the police did not make it difficult for him, but he was also responsible for destroying public property and could not be released for the time being. You are really good enough, and you are still thinking about the school flower. Xiaolun, your super gene has been initially activated, get ready for a wonderful life. Don't think that there is no trouble in the world you live in. Your troubles are much bigger than others. Did you see the big chrysanthemum in the sky of Juxia City? It won't take long, at most a few years, angels and demons will staring at the earth at the same time, the population of the entire planet has dropped by more than 50%. Can you imagine what kind of disaster it would be? Bai Su's words are not alarmist. The combat power level of the super god world is very high. For example, the highest record in the Connaught War is that the axe splits the fierce sun. One blow splits a star into 2 halves. The 3 major god-building projects have extremely terrifying destructive power in the later stage. Of course, Ji Xiaolun and Lu Juang are still students and gangsters. It takes 1,000 years to become truly powerful. Chasing 10 school beauties this year, Master Baisu. You are joking. Everyone and experts have said. The black hole over Juxia City is the effect of light refraction. Ji Xiaolun's voice became less and less confident in the back. These are gossip, and it's almost the same to deceive the bottom people. After all, he is a college student with a higher education and has some knowledge of physics. Those experts haven't cut the leaks yet. Enough, black can be blown into white. As for angels and demons staring at the earth at the same time, he still doesn't know what these words mean. Ge Xiaolun was caught in the game. According to the development of the plot, Tokyo will represent the super seminary to collect these warriors with super genes and let them go to work. Humph. These guys keep saying that they are for the benefit of the Earth, but they actually want to make the destroyed Dino galaxy revive on the Earth, which is really a good plan. Bai Su suddenly thought of something about the super seminary. He didn't bother to care about other people, but Ge Xiaolun was a member of his adventure team, so he couldn't let it go. Chapter 47 The History of Super Seminary. The background of the super seminary is too big. It is the legacy of a shattered cosmic civilization. The two most important technological concepts are miniature wormhole delivery technology and dark energy/matter decryption technology. Therefore, the super seminary has been established in the Dino Galaxy civilization, Kamigawa civilization, and other known high-tech civilizations. No matter how civilization develops, the closer it gets to the top, the more it will encounter a technological bottleneck, which is the void world. A world that cannot be explained and understood by any existing scientific and technological theories can even subvert all modern and future sciences. But when civilization comes into contact with the void world, it begins to face the ultimate fear. In order to deal with the ultimate fear, Super Seminary plans to create 3 gods of war to face the biggest challenge. The sword that cuts through fear, the power of the Silver River, the light that lights up the darkness, the light of the sun, the axe that cuts through the thorns, the hand of the star. But the place where the Super Seminary exists will eventually attract huge terror. The Dino galaxy will be destroyed due to the escalating arms race, and the Kamigawa civilization will be swallowed by the ultimate fear. 2 Eternals ago, the Super Seminary settled in Angel civilization, but it was discovered by the Heavenly Blade King Geisha. Geisha decided to drive the Super Seminary out of the Angel civilization. As a result, the 3 kings broke up and fought against his sister Tiankai Wang Liangbing on Eternal. Bai Su is familiar with the plot of the Super God. His purpose of directing the Super Seminary is more than that simple. It is because of the existence of this force that the Earth is exposed to the civilization of the heavens. After a few years, the heavens will come together and can live. It will be a luxury to come down. The Super Seminary is simply not enough to describe it in 2 words. The Kamigawa civilization can span huge galaxies, and has a very intuitive master for the entire cosmos galaxy tree. It can pass through each other through the highest technology, and has the highest eternal energy system. Energy, as well as many such as antimatter energy, dark matter, dark energy, etc., and opened the eternal era of life. Obviously, simple planets and planets can no longer bind such civilizations. Their way of life and way of existence belong to the nebula level. It is known that the universe is too grand, and the Kamigawa civilization, which has just begun to study, suffered a disaster. For a civilization that can jump in space, the destruction of the sun cannot destroy its civilization. There are many ways they can prevent their planet from being destroyed by a supernova, and there are ways to prevent the end of the sun's lifespan. The last way is to leave the dying star. In the end they chose to leave. Because they couldn't choose to change the rules of the universe, the Kamigawa civilization disappeared and only existed in the databases of some ancient civilizations. Butterfly House, all the population has dropped by more than 50%. This kind of disaster is too terrifying. The world where Ge Xiaolun lives is terrifying. And Izumi Sajiri, it seems that only the world I live in is a little more normal. We have no ghosts here, and there are no black holes in the sky. For the first time, I feel that being a salted fish cartoonist is also a happy thing. The strongest man in the world, I still don't understand what angels and demons mean. Are they powerful? Bai Su happened to have memory data about the super god world, which was organized into documents and sent to the group for everyone to check. Angel civilization, one of the oldest civilizations in the super god universe. Master biological civilization, Holy Geisha is the supreme leader of the angel civilization. Angel civilization is under the system of theocracy, which is the highest system in the current universe. The number of angels is rare. In the City of Angels, which is the central city of the Angel Nebula hanging at the top of the universe, there are only tens of thousands of beautiful angels, Gene. Where there is a knightly civilization, there are angels. They are actually all over the universe, presiding over the divine Geisha's concept of governance of the universe in various civilizations, that is, justice guides the people. The stories of angels are not completely unified, and will be deified, legendary, or even adapted and slandered by various folks. For example, in a certain civilization, angels are considered to be genderless and only messengers of God. Angels are the most evolved civilizations among the main biological civilizations. They have perfect bodies, beautiful faces, white wings that travel through space, and devotion to the love of each civilization under their rule, the guardian of justice, and of course they have become the leaders of the highest order of the universe, that is, the order of justice. Although Geisha has his own concept of justice, each of his subordinate warriors has extraordinary combat power, and, in a sense, guard-level warriors have no justice in their hearts, only justice punishment, and punishment for evil. Hatred. They do not judge right or wrong, they only execute judgment. They have established a righteous order in the universe over 3 Eternals, and their civilizations have developed and evolved over 10 Eternals, but the angelic civilizations are still over 100 Eternals. Today, they no longer rely on the Earth and planets to survive. Their capital is directly in the center of the Angel Nebula. The dazzling rays of light and the energy of the nebula continue to gather, creating a powerful city of angels. Demon civilization. Theoretically speaking, there is no such creature as the devil. The legend is that it was transformed from the fall of an angel. In fact, after Geisha and Liang Bing broke apart, Liang Bing quickly conquered by virtue of his angel's ability and unparalleled charm. Demon civilization under the rule of angels, and led civilization to rebel against holy Geisha. They call themselves demons and run amok across the universe. Butterfly house owner, perfect body proportions, a civilization composed entirely of women. This is too suitable for a person like Ge Xiaolun, I'm afraid I'll go crazy with joy. And Izumi Sajiri, that's right. Let the leader of the group catch you an angel. It's worth 10 school flowers. Chasing 10 school beauties this year, also, I have a good appetite and can eat any type of food. It is rare that Ge Xiaolun can maintain such an optimistic attitude in the game. Bai Suo is busy studying the problem of breaking the dimensional barriers and has no time to joke with the group members. System. Is there a way to travel through the dimensional world? Now the members of the adventure team are in trouble, I can't just sit back and ignore them. Bai Suo took a fancy to Ge Xiaolun's potential. Instead of being a thug for the super seminary, it is better to join his own adventure team and start an exciting journey together. Ding! It is detected that the host points are sufficient, and the mall function can be activated in advance by spending 500 points, which can meet the host's requirements. 500 points, a bit ruthless. System, help me open the mall function. Bai Suo bit Kaiba, the points should be spent on the steel blade, the top war is about to start. He is going to take Ge Xiaolun to gain knowledge, and now Ge Xiaolun is still in the police station, isn't that delaying things? Chapter 48 Company of Heroes. Supernatural Universe. A fighter jet was flying towards South Blue at supersonic speed, and a stunning figure was sitting in the cockpit, valiantly, and his fiery UI-colored hair added a little exotic aura. Here is Rose, I will descend on the giant gorge in 10 minutes. Please respond from the giant gorge. Rose. Juxia received it, coordinates 356928, and it's ready to go. Received. Du Qiangwei, the daughter of the war madman Du Cao, has been exposed to aristocratic education since childhood. She has an extremely rare micro-wormhole delivery technology, the essence of which is space capability. 3 Eternals. The super seminary was established in the angel civilization, and Geisha, the king of heavenly blades, got a time-space gene. At this time, Geisha and his younger sister, Apocalypse Wang Liangbing, had a conflict of ideas. Geisha believes that the time and space genes should be equally distributed to each sister. The angel civilization is composed of beautiful female angels, each of whom is a might warrior. Together they ended the era of Tiangong and chased the male angels to the edge of the universe, while Liangbing believes that the power that comes together is the most powerful. Why separate? After the conflict between the two sisters continued to escalate, Liangbing finally couldn't stand it anymore. She stole the space-time gene and brought it to the Dino Galaxy for cultivation. After a few Eternals, the gene took root on Earth. This aircraft carrier is called the Giant Gorge. It is the brain of the entire South Blue Fleet. It also has another layer of secret identity. It carries the Super Seminary's God-building project. The cockpit opened automatically, and Qiang Gui took a pair of slender legs and walked down the ladder. The soldiers would smile and wave when they saw her. She passed the security check layer by layer and came to the deepest part of the Juxia. This is a command center. Many people have already sat down. She found a place to sit down at will. The moment she entered the door, she keenly found a strange woman, with long blonde hair, a leather upper body, a black short skirt, a pair of flawless long legs exposed in the air. Even if a woman looked will be excited too. A woman who is not inferior to her in appearance or temperament, she can be sure that she has never seen this person since joining the South Blue Fleet. Soon, the woman seemed to be aware of her gaze, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, as if she was the Lord of Heaven and Earth, looking down on her own people. This woman's name is Dirina, the Queen of the Blazing Sun Star. It is her ancestor who started the supernova, which destroyed the sun of the Dino Galaxy, causing the galaxy to become extinct in advance. But her mind is quite simple, and she came to Earth to help, not to make trouble. Everyone, we have received a warning from the Empress of Liang. The gluttonous army is approaching the Chaiwu Galaxy, and the military situation is urgent. I propose to set up a company of heroes, a black armored team that can reach 1 million soldiers. Here is the list of super gene owners on Earth. You can divide the tasks and recruit them as soon as possible. Tokyo didn't talk nonsense, and directly handed the list information to Qiang Gui and others. He originally wanted to recuperate on Earth until the glory of the Dino Galaxy was restored. Unfortunately, this plan was understood by the heavens, and the gluttonous army was only the first wave of shocks. That's it. Ding! The mall function is enabled, and the host, including members of the adventure team, can spend points to buy the required items in the mall. System notifications are sent directly on the public screen of the chat group, and group members can also see and use the items in the mall. The mall is a very powerful function, where you can buy special products and materials of any dimension world, but the system is currently in the growth stage, so most of the materials have not been collected, and you can only buy one basic item. An Izumi Sajiri, mall function. Does it sell drinks? The boss buys a bottle of Coca-Cola. Butterfly house owner, hey? This mall is empty, there is nothing in it. No, there is a product for sale. The strongest man in the world, Boundary Breaker Talisman? Such a domineering name, can it really break through the space and enter other worlds? The members of the group focused their attention on the shelves in the shopping mall. A piece of golden talisman paper was written with 3 big characters of the Boundary Talisman in small script, which was daunting. An Izumi Sajiri, what are points? People really want a world breaker. There are not so many weird things in my world, it would be nice if I could travel to the world of the big guys in the group. It's rare that this senior house girl is willing to go out for a walk. After her parents had an accident, she completely closed herself up. If her psychological endurance was a little bit worse, she would probably be suffocated. The strongest man in the world, points are the rewards that you may get when you perform a battlefield mission, and will be liquidated after the end. For example, This mountaintop war has a lot of point rewards, but unfortunately I can't guarantee your safety with my strength. Finding a big guy in online games can lead them to sweep everything and lie down on the king, but what they experience is not a simple game, and the price of losing is losing their lives. Boundary Breaking Talisman. You can travel through time and space at will to reach the talisman paper in the designated world. The price is 200 points, and the discount period is 30% off for 140 points. Is this thing still discounted? Looking at the promotion like 30% discount, Baisu felt as if he was playing a money-hungry mobile game. At present, he is the only one in the group who has a reserve of points, and there are only a few hundred left in order to catch Ge Xiaolun. Baisu, I'll go to the Super God world to catch Ge Xiaolun first. You can leave me a message if you have anything. Chasing 10 school beauties this year, woo. I'm so moved, boss, that he even used the boundary breaker to save me, and I'll follow you in the future. And Izumi Sajiri, wow. The group owner is really willing to pay for it. Ge Xiaolun was just fighting, and he came out in a few days. Baisu didn't have time to chat with the group friends, he didn't waste time, he directly exchanged the boundary breaking talisman and started using it. Boom! A golden portal appeared in the courtyard, and the void space of the portal revealed a supreme aura, as if to devour everything. The teleportation is about to start, please prepare the host. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, transmission starts. Baisu found that the surrounding time and space were rapidly regressing. Originally, he wanted to see the mystery of space teleportation, but after opening Rin Egan, the magic chakra decreased at a terrifying speed, almost instantly to the end. Fortunately, he closed his eyes in time and stopped making any overstepping actions. The feeling of weightlessness hit. I don't know how long it took, and when he opened his eyes again, he found that he was already in the city, with people coming and going everywhere. When I met him, I just took a candid photo and sent it to my friends. Wearing fancy clothes these days is accepted by the public, and it's no big deal. Chapter 49 Jarvis Basic Equation. I haven't been to the city for a long time. I'm really uncomfortable. The black hole floating in the sky. Sure enough, is this Juxia City? Baisu quickly relaxed and blended into the crowd. The combat power level of the Super God world is very high. When the heavens come together, he is afraid that his combat power will not be able to make any waves. Fortunately, there is still time, and angels and demons should not have descended on the Chaiwu galaxy. Baisu, Ge Xiaolun, send me a location message, I have arrived in Juxia City. Chasing 10 school beauties this year, received, the group owner, the location is shared with you. Ge Xiaolun was moved for a while in the situation, and he didn't dare to contact his family at this time, for fear that the trouble he had caused would be known to his relatives. And now a man crosses the dimensional barrier to save himself. If it is not for the inappropriate gender, he would like to promise himself. And Izumi Sajiri, Xiaolun, don't forget to take a picture for us to see after seeing the group leader. I have a hunch that the group leader must be a handsome guy, hehe. Butterfly house owner, upstairs, wipe your saliva, pay attention to restraint. The strongest man in the world, for men, appearance is not important, what is important is a strong physique. I guess the group leader must be a brave man, full of tendons. And Izumi Sajiri, Father Whitebeard, please stop talking, don't ruin my imagination. When the normal group members were curious about Baisu's appearance, a familiar voice came, full of ridicule. With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, hey? Fast forward to the white-haired group leader? I haven't been online for a long time, and the news is 99+. Are you talking about Gatlin? And Izumi Sajiri, little Nini, your courage is getting bigger and bigger, the group leader will not be full of tendons, let alone grey hair. Butterfly house owner, Tony, you need to clean up again? I thought you were too soft last time. I didn't expect to dare to provoke the group owner again. With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, ha ha ha. What's wrong with provocation? I announced that the group leader is my source of happiness, Izumi, and now the business matter has been resolved. I'm already Iron Man, and there is no opponent. The group owner, the old man, doesn't like me, so he has the ability to hit me. Ding! The strongest man in the world shared the product illustration, the boundary breaker. Pfft! In the Marvel world, Tony, who was drinking UI wine on the top floor of Stark Industries, almost choked to death with a sip of wine after seeing the picture book. Is he dazzled? Can you travel to other worlds at will? Impossible. It must be from PS, there is no way to deceive yourself. With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, don't think that just a photo can scare me, but I'm scared to tell you that I escaped from the hands of terrorists by myself a few days ago and killed an elite squad. I really thought the word Iron Man was a joke. And Izumi Sajiri, I suggest you click on the link next to the product catalog. You didn't climb the stairs to read the historical news when you entered the group. It's normal if you don't know. The mall is a newly opened function. And there is only one product. But it's already amazing. With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, don't tell me that this thing really has the effect described in the introduction. Can any piece of talisman paper break the space? Don't you need to consume energy? This violates the laws of the physical field. Butterfly house owner, tell you quietly, the group owner went to GE Xiaolun's world, and GE Xiaolun sent a photo after a while, you can comment. With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, really? Baisu, hey! Isn't this a famous playboy in the Marvel world, Mr. Tony? Why do you have time to come to the chat group this year? In this way, I still have a few boundary-breaking talismans in my hand, and it happens that the battlefield mission will take some time to wait. Why don't we go to your place first? At this moment, the group owner suddenly appeared, as if a stone was thrown on the calm lake, causing a huge wave, and Tony forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Are you kidding me? As for spanning space, is it a hunt for hundreds of millions of kilometers? Not really. With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, Master Group Leader, I was wrong, you should be a fart and let go of the little ones. The world I live in is too small for a true god like you to stand on. Baisu, don't tell me. As the richest man in the Marvel world, do you look down on us poor people from different dimensions? If you keep being humble like this, I'm going to be angry. With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, no, that's not what I meant, the lord of the group is a guest, I can't ask for it, really. Ding! With the body of a mortal, the gods of the shoulders sent an exclusive UI bag, limited to Baisu. Ding! With the body of a mortal, the gods of the shoulders sent an exclusive UI bag, limited to Baisu. Tony took out a white handkerchief from an Armani suit worth $30,000 and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. If the group owner really comes, his good days are probably coming to an end. So far, no one has seen the group. What does the master really look like? But after their calculations, the group master's lowest combat power is also at the level of Whitebeard. He sent Baisu several exclusive UI bags in one breath, which not only contained his own collections, but also a set of basic Jarvis, artificial intelligence, equations, which were his most precious things besides mechas. This is really a bloodbath. This kid has a bit of a conscience, Jarvis basic formula. Baisu opened a UI bag, an illusory figure immediately appeared in front of him. This is the artificial intelligence developed by Tony. He played the role of Tony's assistant in the middle and later stages, and made great contributions. Hello Master, Jarvis is at your service. detected that you do not have a fire protection system and started scanning the surrounding internet. Jarvis is the technological crystallization of the Marvel world, leading the Earth in the super god world for many years. After all, this place has just passed the pre-nuclear era, and the ability to control information is really not good. But it didn't take long for it to discover a heavily encrypted place above South Blue. That was the Giant Gorge, the base camp of General Dokeo, carrying the secret of the God-building project. Master, have you started to crack the password of the God creation project? The cracking time is 1 week, and there is a danger of being discovered. If there is an unexpected situation, the cracking time may be extended. As a top-level artificial intelligence, Jarvis can swim like a duck in the internet, but the technology level of the Dino galaxy where Dokeo was located is also good, otherwise how could it be hidden on the Earth until now? Cheng Yang Lian Yang GH for the 20 yuan reward, as well as a monthly pass, thank you big guy. Chapter 50 Super War Sniper. You don't need to crack it. Can you see if this money can be transferred to Ge Xiaolun's personal account? I mean the one that can be used. Bai Su shook his head. He just received a system message, reminding himself that he had a sum of 500 points in his account, because he changed a bit of the plot of the Marvel world. He has never been to the Marvel world. If he changed it, he told Tony the Iron Man about the future. Could it be that Tony changed his way of solving the problem, and this time he intuitively solved the hidden danger before his partners attacked? This reward mechanism is a bit interesting. After the malfunction is turned on, anyone with a discerning eye can see the preciousness of points. The system seems to be intentionally guiding itself to change the plot of the main world and other worlds. It's easy to say, changing the plot is just a matter of hand, and there is an example in front of you, which is just right for experimenting. Yes, the economics knowledge I have is at a professional level, and the Stark Industries business has honed my skills. Jarvis nodded. He is an artificial intelligence, and has access to the internet in this world. With his ability to do this kind of thing is as simple as finding something. Soon, Ge Xiaolun received a huge sum of $5 million, and this was just an exclusive UI bag for Tony Stark. Juxia Municipal Public Security Bureau. The college student who came here the day before yesterday, is he still honest? He has a lot of strength. Even the air compressor was torn off in a fight. I heard that South Blue personally asked about this. The sound of high heels rhythmically rang out on the corridor, and the one who spoke was a female police officer, whose voice was like a yellow warbler, numb to the bone. The goddess is 174 centimeters tall, with a handsome face, black long and straight, princess cut, with a little starlight shining in her starry eyes, with a bit of coldness. The upper body is a blue uniform, the lower body wears a black short skirt, and the slender legs are like white jade. It's so perfect. Her name is Chi-Rin, and she is not a vase character. She won the first prize in the National Sniper competition when she was in the police academy, and now she is the first sharpshooter and chief police flower of the city bureau. Hey? You are, how did this person get in? She suddenly stopped, and the jade hand subconsciously placed the gun. With her ability, she could kill a dangerous enemy at any time, but the young man on the opposite side made her feel a little uneasy. Of hesitation. Sure enough, it has something to do with South Blue? I guess they are coming soon. It's hard to come, and it's not appropriate not to say hello to them. Bai Su was still wearing the clothes of the Uchiha clan, leaning against the wall of the aisle, facing Chi-Rin's mysterious issue, completely ignoring the other party's actions. What the hell are you talking about? If you don't explain your origins, I'm going to do it. Chi-Rin can easily sense the dangerous atmosphere. She feels that Bai Su has an extremely terrifying aura, and she has not concealed it at all. I'm here to take my friends out of here. You don't have to interfere in the affairs here, just leave. UI light flashed in Bai Su's right eye, and a female friend beside Chi-Rin nodded and left here obediently without saying a word. This kind of ability is like the vampire in the TV series coercing orders to ordinary human beings. Human mental power is too weak to resist, and can only be at the mercy of others. The blood will eyes of the Uchiha family are even better than those of vampires. What the hell did you do? Hurry up and grab your hands or I'll shoot. Chirin immediately became nervous when she saw this scene. One look made her colleague go crazy. She instinctively couldn't look into each other's eyes, so she observed Bai Su's actions from the corner of her eye and cooperated with her powerful shooting talent. If there is a moving bullet, it will go out of the chamber. Don't be nervous, I'm just more interested in you. Now I'm free and want to talk to someone. Bai Su shrugged indifferently. The reason why Chirin has such a powerful shooting talent is related to the super gene she carries. She has the super gene of Kamigawa civilization in her body, and has a special built-in P3 positioning function, which belongs to the Kamigawa civilization. Super soldier, the only super war sniper. You are arrogant, come with me. Chirin has been provoked like this. She immediately brought Bai Su to an interrogation room. This young man is too evil. She must break the casserole and ask to the end. Bang! The file in his hand was smashed on the table, and the greatness in front of the murderer trembled. Bai Su slowly opened her eyes, the indifferent look inside made her breathing stagnate, but after just a second, the other party's eyes changed, with a wretched aura, wantonly in her eyes walked the upper body. It's been half an hour. You made me wait for a long time. He didn't rush to find Ge Xiaolun, it was too easy to take Ge Xiaolun away, the important thing was to warn the Super Seminary not to rob him. The Super Seminary represents the interests of the ancient civilizations in the Dino galaxy that have disappeared, and as a former Earthman, he does not want this azure planet to become the battlefield of the gods. If there is a chance, he will not only take over the power of the Silver River and other super warriors, he will also drive the Super Seminary out of the earth. Kirin, name. Bai Su, how about you? Kirin, age. Bai Su, 20 years old, I know you are older than me, but I don't mind. To be honest, I like your royal sister style. Chirin, let me remind you, put away your little scruples. You have sat in your position a lot of slick people, but they didn't end well. I don't want this either. Mainly when I see you, Kaiba hurts a bit, and I can't help but want to say more. Bai Su said a little aggrieved. Why? When Chirin heard this sentence, because her thoughts were interrupted, her face showed a cute look again, and asked subconsciously. Bai Su, because you look too sweet. Crack. The strength of the pen penetrated the paper, and Yu's hand gradually exerted force, and the ballpoint pen was almost broken. Chirin, do you know the consequences of provoking me? I have warned you many times. Woman, this is not a provocation. You are not who you are, let alone who I am. The world is about to fall into chaos and terror. Do you have the power to devote yourself to it and lead people to going? Bai Su's expression became serious. Super war snipers are a very precious weapon. If their weapons are sharp enough, they can even kill gods. In the plot, although Chirin doesn't have the power to kill gods, she can kill a battleship with one blow, playing an irreplaceable role in air combat in the universe. Chapter 51 Warn. After a long time, it turned out to be a genius. Do you know that breaking into the police station without permission is a serious crime? Now it is a materialistic society, how can you still exist? Chirin frowned, what this young man said was simply out of place. The big chrysanthemum over Juxia City has been appearing for a while, and there are many people on the internet who support Doom and say that this is an exotic place. Proof that the gods are ready to destroy the people of the earth, the major countries must unite. Otherwise human beings will be displaced and lose their lives and status. Is that how you view this conversation? Chirin, how much do you know about yourself? How much do you know about the future? Ui flashed in Bai Su's eyes, the three black tomos spun rapidly, Qiren was instantly pulled into demonic illusion. She saw a terrifying war break out on this planet. They encountered unprecedented resistance, angels, devil, Death Carl, fallen Queen Morgana. What did you do to me? It seemed like an immersive dream. After the scene in front of him was restored, Qiren couldn't calm down for a long time. Everything just now was too real. Will this really happen in the future? Think about it, 2 friends are here, I'll pick them up. Baisu happened to be resting enough in the interrogation room. He sensed 2 special auras coming into the corridor, and the opponent's strength probably reached the level of Chunin. We're going to war with aliens, aren't we? The future savior is just a Diozi college student. I'm really desperate for this world. Qiang Gui is walking in the corridor leading to the interrogation room. Her long hair of red UI color is falling like a waterfall. The scale of the murderer is a little less than Qiren, but still very impressive. Wearing UI's white plaid shirt, Vivi, the upturned corners of the mouth are very attractive and look unique. Holding a stack of documents in her hand, she kept shaking her head and sighing, only to see a few words written on the cover: The Power of the Silver River, Ge Xiaolun. This person's information seems too bland. On the surface, he is just an ordinary college student, and he can't see anything outstanding. Time is king, space is supreme. Qiang Gui's ability is not as simple as it seems. Her super gene comes from one of the 3 angel kings in ancient times, Apocalypse King Liang Bing. Qiang Gui, Ge Xiaolun is not as simple as the information shows. He is the power of the Silver River, one of the 3 major god-building projects of the Super Seminary. General Du has never told you about these things, probably because he is afraid that you will be under pressure. The Super Seminary originated from the ancient civilization that has disappeared. There are 3 major projects of god-building: the sword that cuts through fear, the power of the Silver River, the light that illuminates the darkness, the light of the sun, the axe that cuts through thorns, the hand of Niuxing. The hand of Niuxing once split the sun star in half with an axe, and the light of the sun detonated the stars of the Dynyo galaxy, destroying the entire galaxy. Part of Ge Xiaolun's genes even came from a distant angel civilization. General Dokeo means that Ge Xiaolun must be on our side, so that we can get together the 3 major god-building projects. So our work is very important. Aja is from the Dino galaxy like Dokeo. They have been planning on this planet for a long time, and they are currently facing unprecedented challenges. The awakening of the original super gene was scheduled for 1,000 years. In view of the current situation, they had to disrupt the plan and act in advance. It's all messed up, angels and devils. I'm really going crazy. I thought my father was just a workaholic. I didn't expect him to keep such a big secret from me, and he really didn't take his daughter as his own people. Qiang Gui turned over Byakugan and couldn't help but complain about her father. Dokeo has been very protective of her since she was a child, and never told her about the Dino galaxy. Although she has the opportunity to carry micro wormholes, I always thought it was something I learned by myself. In fact, her learning talent is not high, but the super gene is inherited, and she has capital that cannot be replaced by anyone. Time and space rose. Hello. After Baisu flirted with the murderous policewoman, she came here to wait. Sure enough, the real person behind the scenes couldn't hold it any longer. According to the development of the original plot, Ge Xiaolun was fooled by this Aja to the Xiangbing company, saying that it was to save mankind and save the world. In fact, the condition that really moved him was that if he joined the Xiangbing company, he could get a room with Qiang Gui. Bedroom opportunity. Don't be afraid, I have no ill will towards you. I just want to tell you one thing, let Dokeo get rid of this idea. The power of the Silver River is my friend, please don't harass him again in the future. Baisu chuckled, and his figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Aja. A hand was casually placed on his shoulder, and an invisible aura emanated, as if it had the weight of a mountain. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and with his strength, he couldn't make any response. Rose. Rose, let's go. Aja swallowed and said these words with difficulty. Let him go. Qiang Gui frowned, and immediately launched an attack on Baisu. She jumped high, and then appeared on top of Baisu's head. Her slender thighs attacked like scissors, and she could easily break the head of her prey. What kind of trick are you doing? Lure the enemy deep. Please, don't rush into close combat if you don't know the opponent's combat strength. Baisu also felt a little helpless. This beautiful girl doesn't take herself as an outsider. If it weren't for his position, he would want the other party to make a move and experience the beauty of the other party's move. As a member of the Uchiha family, fighting technique is not a strong point according to reason, but fighting a warrior who has initially awakened super genes is more than enough. Boom! He came to the top of Qiang Gui with a flash, and grabbed the opponent's face and hit the wall with one hand. A violent vibration sounded. If he hadn't set up the demonic illusion method in the corridor, it would have been enough to reveal his whereabouts. Cough cough. Who are you? If you don't tell the truth, I'll be rude to you. Qiang Gui stood up stubbornly. She has been a very strong child since she was a child. She clearly understands that Su's strength surpasses her by so much, but she still won't give up. Her super gene has not yet grown up, and the speed is too slow. Although she has the space-time gene, it feels like it is slowing down, and the reaction speed is at most similar to Chunin. For this kind of character, Baisu has killed more than 7,000 people on the battlefield. Chapter 52 Hidden Tasks. You're welcome. Miss, you just wanted to twist my head off with your thighs, why are you saying this now? Are people in the Dinyo system used to salute before soldiers? It's about my identity. I'm just a passerby, but I don't want to see life on this planet, so please move out of the super seminary. The Earth doesn't need your protection, you are the source of the disaster. Baisu's speech was thorny, and it was the first time that this beautiful woman, Qiang Gui, had been treated with such an attitude. Pay attention to the way you speak, what the Dino Galaxy, what the source of the trouble. My father and I are both soldiers of this country, you are not qualified to speak to me in this tone. Qiang Gui let out a coquettish cry, looking full of heroic spirit. If Apogee hadn't hugged her waist desperately, she would have rushed up to be abused again. Tokyo, native of Promise Star, nicknamed War Madman, he launched the Dinyo War 11,000 years ago, and commanded the Nyo Star War God Axe to smash the Rising Sun Star. You should at least know that the Earth is currently in the pre-nuclear age, and the average lifespan is only about 77 years old. Which human being can live for 11,000 years? Baisu leisurely recounted Tokyo's life story, while Aja's back was wet with cold sweat. One eternal is too long to erase any trace of history. There are people in the universe who know Akatsuki Tokyo's life and deeds, but they are basically old antiques who have lived for several eternals, and their identities are unpredictable. Your Excellency, I will definitely bring it here for the General. It is really our fault to disturb Your Excellency's rest today. Aja's attitude became extremely respectful. He couldn't perceive the opponent's strength at all, so he could only plan for the worst. Qiang Gui has the blood of time and space, and is the biological daughter of General Du, so there must be no problem. Okay, I hope he can think about it carefully, and he can save a bit of face when he moves out. If I do it myself, it may be rude. Baisu waved his hand and motioned for the two to leave. If Super God is his main world, he will be the first to drive out Super Seminary. If it is not my race, his heart will be different. Tokyo looks very ordinary, but if he is really an ordinary person, how could he have won the title of War Madman in front of Eternal? Even the holy geisha of the angelic civilization has heard of his name? In the original plot, Tokyo was headshot by a sniper from a demon civilization with God Killer No. 1. It was a bit too casual to die, but think about it carefully, who was behind the Battle of the Giant Gorge? Sun Civilization, Angel Civilization, Demon civilization. The first-class forces in the universe focused their attention on South Blue, which finally caused the death of Tokyo. If he was given 1,000 years to develop, what would the future be like? The three major god-building projects have cultivated strong men at the level of the main gods. At that time, the axe will slash the blazing sun, and the sword will slash the city of angels. Tokyo will stand on the South Blue alone and give orders to the world, don't dare to obey. It's solved, you can go to see Ge Xiaolun's poor boy, but there is still a con not Star War god Lu Juang in the bureau, do you want to collect it together? Baiso clapped his hands and was about to walk to Ge Xiaolun's location when he suddenly heard two system beeps. Ding! Since you slightly changed the plot of the Super God world, you will be rewarded with 500 points. Ding! You have triggered a hidden mission, please choose one of them to complete. An inch of mountains and rivers and an inch of blood. Join the army of heroes, resist the invasion of the gluttonous army and the devil, and change the ending of the sinking of the giant gorge. 5,000 bonus points. Dino's ambitions. Drive the super seminary out of the earth, completely destroy Tokyo's ambition to revive the Dino galaxy, and reward 10,000 points. 5 years in a limited time, 30,000 points will be deducted if you fail. I'll go, does this trigger a hidden mission? If you fail, 30,000 points will be deducted. Is this the rhythm of deducting the points into a negative number? Originally, he wasn't going to get involved in the super divine universe, but the reward points are so sweet. I take a gamble, isn't it a super seminary? I don't believe that I can't grow to this level in 5 years. Baiso bit Kaiba, he directly chose Dinyo's ambition branch, and asked him to join the Xiangbing company and serve as Tokyo's subordinate, which he really couldn't do. Crack! After the Iron Gate was opened, it was the independent detention center where Ge Xiaolun stayed. To be honest, the environment here was too boring, and there was no one to talk to. Ge Xiaolun, you can go out now, I have already completed the formalities for you, let's go out and talk. After Baisu said this, she found that Ge Xiaolun was sitting motionless on the chair, looking a little dumbfounded. At the same time, a message was received in his chat group. Chasing 10 school beauties this year, boss, come and take me out, is that person you? Baisu, nonsense. Except for the owner of this group, who else will come to the bureau to scoop you up, get out of here for me. Chasing 10 school beauties this year, cough cough. Sell high-definition photos of the group owner, 10 points per piece, no bullying, you can owe the points first, and then pay them back later. Butterfly house owner, I want one, and the points will be transferred to you after the task is over. And Izumi Sajiri, the handsome photo of the group owner, give me one. I will definitely give you back when I earn points in the future. The strongest man in the world, I want one too. With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, +1. Are you going to die? Dare to do business with Lao Tzu. Baisu felt a little speechless. He couldn't see that Ge Xiaolun had a business acumen. No matter how small a mosquito's legs were, it was still meat. Nowadays, there are not many ways for group members to obtain points, unless there are a large number of tasks to sit on, but the requirements of battlefield tasks are often very high, and the danger is extremely high. Hey! Boss, I'm so poor that I can't stand it anymore. You see, I can't even buy a World Breaker talisman, so I have to think about the future. Besides, I promised the big guys in the group before I saw you again. We found your photo. Ge Xiaolun scratched his head. This is his first time doing business with points. He didn't expect it to be easy to do. The big guys in the group really don't take points seriously. 10 points to see the group leader Fang Yan, it sounds like very good deal. With the body of a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods, no way. Why is he more handsome than me? He looks like he is only in his 20s. Shouldn't he be an old man with white hair? Ding! With the body of a mortal, he was banned from speaking for 1 hour on par with a god. The strongest man in the world, ha ha ha. Butterfly house owner, ha ha ha. And Izumi Sajiri, ha ha ha. Chapter 53 Angel Exclusive. Is he the power of the Silver River you speak of? I don't see anything special. Of course, there is still some brute force. Chirin personally accompanied Baisu to get Ge Xiaolun out. In fact, even if Baisu didn't come, Ge Xiaolun could leave immediately. After all, Ge Xiaolun was just an ordinary college student who made trouble because of his courageous actions. 3 generations of gods are almost invincible. Do you have a Superman movie in this world? It's the one wearing UIS pants, a man of steel, with similar abilities. Baisu and Chirin are standing together, but they seem to have a tacit understanding. He did not use Rin-Egan to control Chirin. The two discussed various possibilities in the future. Can people of insight in this world resist the attack of foreign forces? I'm afraid it will be difficult. Even if the male soldiers are formed and the defensive capabilities of the black armor are continuously upgraded, it is almost impossible to change the ending of the sinking of the giant gorge. There is 1,000 years of growth time in the middle, the enemy will not give them such a big gap. Sister Police Flower, let me out. Why can that bastard get out, and I'm still locked here? I already know the mistake. I must be a good person when I go out. Sister Jinghua, please take care of me. At this moment, a begging voice came from next door. Looking through the small window, Lu Juangzheng could be seen crying with frustration. This is the detention center, but there is no nice guy. Being locked up for a day is even more uncomfortable than killing him. That night, the idea was too bad, and he was about to succeed. Suddenly, a stunned young man appeared, and he was on a par with him. Be honest. You're a habitual offender. If you dare to cry, believe it or not, I'll lock you up for half a month. The male police officer on the side suddenly made a sound. When it was a miracle, Lu Juang really stopped making a sound. It seems that it is impossible to talk to such a person. Nyoxing God of War. This look is really lacking. Baisu was also a little interested in Lu Juang, but when he really saw this gangster, his only interest was gone. Lu Juang's rogue habit did not change at all. He could cultivate a Silver River power. As for Lu Juang, let's talk about it later. I will send you here, Baisu. If your prophecy comes true, I hope to see you on the battlefield. Chirin shook hands with Baisu and turned back to the office building. As an elite police officer, she believes that the master will be in her hands in the future. Even if there is an alien invasion, humans will definitely survive. As expected of the group owner, you got the police flower done so quickly? I have heard about the deeds of Officer Chirin before. It is said that her business ability is among the best in the bureau. Ge Xiaolun is not flattering this time, but sincerely admires him. As a straight man, it seems that he has never been able to communicate with beautiful women in this way. The calm temperament of Baisu is what he desires most. You bastard, you really have to think about your 100 school beauties at all times. You should have a good understanding of the effects brought by the 3 generations of divine bodies. Follow me, you are definitely better than those from South Blue. A very practical function, which can greatly shorten a person's cultivation time. Mangekyo Sharingan crossed the barrier and reached the level of Rin-Egan. It was a lot better, but the cost was quite large, and the group members could not afford it at first. And Izumi Sajiri, I'll be darling, it takes 1000 points to activate the Dao Enlightenment function once, it's a steal. The time is random from 1 to 12 hours, so if you draw 1 hour, wouldn't it be a big loss? Let the Africans play. Butterfly House Owner, the function that can adjust the flow rate of time is really a ghostly ability. We can only get points by joining the battlefield mission. There are currently 3 people in the adventure team, right? The group leader, Whitebeard, and Ge Xiaolun. No, when I'll be eligible for a battle at the top of the line. The world of gods, South Blue. What did you say? The power of the Silver River was targeted by an ancient existence in the universe? Could it be the City of Angels? Tokyo has a face with a Chinese character, and he has been in a high position for a long time. Taishan collapsed in front of him and his color did not change, but he could hear nervousness in his tone. The power of the Silver River is a god-building project in cooperation with the angelic civilization. At that time, it was the era of the three kings. Geisha, the king of Tiankai, Liang Bing, the king of Tiankai, Hexi, the king of Tianji, and the three sisters used the power of the Angel Legion to drive the male angels to the edge of the universe zone. But since then, the City of Angels has become a place composed entirely of women. Considering the future happiness of the sisters, Geisha decided to create a perfect male angel who not only has strong fighting ability, but also has a gentle and kind heart forever. This plan has been put on hold until now, and it was finally realized in Ge Xiaolun's body. Could it be that the Supreme Being far away from the angelic civilization suddenly remembered this god-building project and came directly to the earth to take away the property belonging to the City of Angels? General Du, it shouldn't be the City of Angels who came here. The person here is a man, and he doesn't mean to hurt us. Ge Xiaolun is still in Juxia City and has not left the earth. Aja has long mobilized the monitoring force of Juxia City to monitor the movement of the power of the Silver River 24 hours a day, but things were beyond his expectations. The power of the Silver River did not leave, but Baisu, there is no trace of the other party. It's been an eventful summer. Except for the power of the Silver River, you must find all the other people as soon as possible. Only when these people initially grow up can the defense line of the earth be guaranteed. Tokyo was very anxious in his heart, but it is useless to be anxious now. The existence who created the super seminary is not on earth. They have no help in this battle and can only win by themselves. In fact, he also knows that the earth is in the stage of pre-nuclear civilization, and many key technologies have not been broken through. The most important thing is the communication technology. For example, the demon civilization can quietly check all their locations and confidential information, as long as the means are secret enough. You can even directly decrypt the god-building project and get the core secrets of the three major god-building projects. In a war, once the information is suppressed to such an extent, it is almost impossible to win, because the enemy master has all his whereabouts and is ahead of himself in every step, and the heroic soldiers will be as helpless as blind men and elephants when they arrive. Thank you for listening. If you'd like to continue supporting the channel and get access to hundreds of complete audiobooks and early releases, visit my Patreon using the link in the description. See you in the next story.